이번에는 팀 퀴즈라서 팀이 협동해가지고 서로 호흡을 좀 확인하는 그런 퀴즈가 준비가 되어 있습니다. 어떤 챔피언이 특정 스킬을 사용하는 장면을 그려주실 건데요. 15초 내로 그려주셔야 되거든요. 이 그림을 이제 팀원들이 보고 정답을 맞출 거예요.
혹시 제 그림을 보고
네, 맞습니다.
그러면 제가 못 그리면 이제 그
네,
뒤에 있는 팀원이
나가립니다. 지효 선수가 드릴 그 스킬은 루시안의 빛의 심판을 그려주시면 되는데
준비 시작! 네, 여기까지입니다.
팀원분들은 맞출 수 있을 것 같아요?
쉽지 않은데 그래도 텔레파시가 통한다면 맞추지 않을까요? 저 바로 알 것 같습니다. 루시안 궁극기, 루시, 안, 볼트.
정답입니다.
이거를 못 맞추는 사람인가요? 이걸 누가 못 맞춘다? 룰을 하지 않는 사람이다. 총이 2개인 게 상태가 굉장히 컸습니다.
다른 쌍권총을 든 챔피언도 있는데 한 방에 루시안으로 추리할 수 있었던 이유가 뭘까요?
총알 방향이 원뿔로 되면 미스포춘일 수도 있는데 직선으로 잘 표현해 주셨네요.
아, 미스포츠는 모자가 있어야죠.
그림을 혹시 누가 그렸는지 좀 유추해볼까요?
누가 그랬는지 몰라도 정말 잘 그렸네요.
저는 이거 알 것 같아요. 지우 선수입니다.
지우 선수에게 한마디 해주세요.
지우야, 난 너인 거 맞췄어. 멋있지?
평소에 그림을 좀 그리시는 편이셨어요?
아, 곧잘 그리죠.
정말 선수는 아이로 그려주시면 됩니다.
이 정도면 뭐 포인트는 잡지 않았나?
팀원분들이 이 그림을 보고 잘 맞출 수 있을 것 같은가요?
솔직히 잘 못 맞출 것 같아요. 좀 알아봐줬으면 좋겠네요.
일단 팔을 뻗는 거 보니까 원거리 챔피언인 것 같고요. 수박 같이 생기는데 이게 뭐 검인 것 같고 안에 뭐 장판이 잘 모르겠습니다. 모르가나로 하겠습니다. 모르가나의 W 소울의 궁극기 스킬인 것 같습니다.
틀렸습니다.
아 그래요?
네. 정답은 자이라의 궁극기.
스킬이랑 궁극기랑 다른 거 아닌가요?
네? 궁극기도 스킬이죠.
그래요?
네.
식물을 표현했다면 맞췄을 것 같은데 다음에 저도 만약 할 수 있다는 기회가 된다면 좀 어렵게 그려보겠습니다.
그려야 될 스킬을 말씀드리고 시작하면은 이제 15초가 카운팅 됩니다. 이요.
이거 진짜 어려운데 이거. 망했네요. 준비가 아직 됐습니다.
네, 준비 시작! 네, 여기까지입니다.
와 이거 절대 못 맞춘다 이거.
이거 누가 도 못 맞춰요. 제가 봤을 때.
가로로
아 가로예요? T1이라고 적혀있는데요? T1 맞죠 이거?
중앙에 뭐가 떨어지고 이제 막 터지는 듯한.
중앙에 뭐가 떨어지고 있는 것 같아요.
T1 동그라미 도너츠? 오리아나네. 그러면은 T1이 포함된 스킬이 스킨 있는 것밖에 없으니까 이렇게 동그란 스킬은 오리아나밖에 없잖아요. 오리아나의 충격파라고 생각합니다.
그래도 오답입니다.
이거는 약간 레오나 궁 같기도 하고 갈리오 궁?
갈리오 궁은 어떻게 유추하신 거예요?
동그랗고요. 약간 떨어질 때 이 파장 같은 게 탁 터지는 정답 갈리오 궁극기.
정답입니다.
진짜예요?
이번 월드 5세트 때 관료를 해서 그런가요? 봐요. 롤에 영웅 출연이 이렇게 삐뚤삐뚤하게 돼 있으면 판정이 너무 이상할 것 같아서 좀 더 정교하게 했어야 되지 않을까?
그냥 T1을 왜 넣은지 잘 모르겠어요. 아, 정말 갈리오 스킨을 이렇게 만드나?
이번에 신스킨 갈리오라는 걸 암시하는 건가요?
만약에 또 관료로 나오면 이렇게 나오잖아요.
이게 지금 스키팀에 전달이 될 수 있는 시야니까.
그거는 아마 보류를 좀 해야 될 것 같습니다.
자크의 패시브 세포 분열을 그려주시면 됩니다.
너무 잘 그리네.
네, 여기까지입니다.
다른 선수들이 잘 맞출 수 있을 것 같아요?
근데 못 맞출 수가 없는데. 아, 근데 이게 초록색이면 진짜 100%로 맞추는데 오디할 수도 있을 것 같아.
어이구.
한번 좀 유추를 해보시겠어요?
뭐죠? 이게 끝인가요, 이거?
네, 맞습니다.
너무 성의가 없는 거 아닌가요? 물웅덩이 같죠? 웅덩이가 4개가 생겼거든요?
초록색이었으면 무조건이었다.
잘 모르겠습니다, 이거. 약간 추측이 좀 안 돼요.
포기하시겠습니까?
근데
아, 설마 자크 패시브인가?
정답입니다. 어떻게 생각하시나요?
한 곳에 모인다는 그런 느낌으로 운이라도 뭔가 달아줬으면 좋았을 것 같은데
저는 예술을 되게 좋아하는 사람으로서 치우가 예술가에 좀 적합한 인재가 아닌가 싶습니다.
추상적으로 표현했다.
그쵸.
바드의 이 신비한 차원문을 보여주시면 됩니다.
시작하겠습니다. 시작!
팀원들이 잘 맞출 수 있을 것 같으세요?
물론이죠.
바나나가 하나 있네요.
이건 진짜 장난하는 것도 아니고 머리카락이 하나난 뚱이가 대포를 쏘고 있는데 제가 보기에는 빨리 끝내려고 막 그리고 간 것 같은데 이거는 진짜 너무한다고 생각하긴 해요. 리신밖에 저는 떠오르지 않거든요? 그래도 날리는 거니까 휴. 근데 리신이 왜 이런 스킬이 있는 건지 전 진짜 모르겠어요.
정답을 틀리셨네요. 아쉽게도 오늘 모든 문제를 다 맞힌 라이프 선수가 여기서 무너졌어요.
이거는 못 맞추겠어요.
아 근데 이거는 사실 너무 쉬워요. 저는 처음에 이걸 보고 뭐 이거 바나나가 딱 여기 껍질 까져 있는 그런 모습을 상상했었는데 이걸 보니까 이 바드가 E를 쓰고 그냥 여기 통과하는 모습인 것 같아서 바드 E로.
너무 빠르게 정답을 맞춰주셨습니다. 창현이 형한테 마지막으로 한마디 하고 마치도록.
저도 그림을 잘 그리는 건 아니지만 제가 숙소 돌아가면 창윤이 형한테 그림 그리는 법 좀 알려줘야 될 것 같습니다.
정말 라이브 선수와 버서커 선수와 앞으로의 호흡이 기대가 되는 게 버서커 선수는 앞에 문제를 다 틀리고 이것만 맞추고 가셨거든요. 라이브 선수는 앞에 문제를 다 맞추고 이것만 유일하게 틀리셔가지고 앞으로의 호흡이 너무 기대가 돼요.
팀적인 이런 문제에서 이렇게 못 맞춰서 정말 미안하고 그래도 이제 서로 팀원들이니까 부족한 점을 서로 채워주면서 그렇게 하자는 뜻으로 화이팅 해보자.
평소에 그림을 좀 그리시는 편이세요?
저는 쫄라맨밖에 못 그렸습니다. 제 인생에서.
제가 좀 걱정이 되는데 벨코즈의 생물 분해 광선을 그려주세요.
네, 여기까지입니다.
왜 이렇게 빨라요? 아직 미완성인데.
아쉽게도 이 그림을 보고 형들은 맞추셔야 되거든요. 형들에게 한마디 부탁드립니다.
우리 몬스터 팬데이 때도 좋았잖아. 할 수 있지? 할 수 있다고 믿어. 화이팅. 내 책임 아니야 이거.
누가 그린 거죠? 제나스? 큐?
일단 그림을 딱 보니까 저랑 그림 실력이 매우 흡사해서 바로 캐치를 했는데 안배사 궁극기 같습니다.
정답입니다.
예?
정답은 벨코즈의 생물 분해 광선 궁극기입니다.
누가 그랬죠?
규로 선수가 그린
너무 완성도가 떨어진다 생각해서 이렇게 그리면 못 맞춥니다.
다리라도 약간 모아놔야 좀 그렇게 보일 것 같은데 진짜 안 되겠다 이거.
또 새로운 팀원들과 함께 한 만큼 좋은 호흡을 보여줘야 되지 않겠습니까?
네.
피들스틱의 궁극기 까마귀 폭풍을 그려주시면 됩니다.
네, 여기까지입니다. 이 그림을 받아보신 형들한테 한마디 하신다면?
우연히 형이랑 재원이 형이 그래도 약간 감각이 있는 형들이라서 이 정도면 알아볼 수 있다고 생각해요. 그나마 착각하면 스웨인 정도랑 착각할 것 같은데 약간 이 몸을 보고 피들스틱인 걸 알아줬으면 좋겠습니다.
아니 저는 포기하겠습니다. 아니 말이 안 돼요. 아니 보세요 이게 뭐예요 이게?
원이 있고 그 다음에 새가 있어요. 그래서 새 하면 떠오르는 건 스웨인인데 아니라면은 이 그림 그리는 사람한테 욕을 하십시오. 제가 아니라 이게 말이 안 되는 것 같습니다.
오답입니다.
아 오답이에요?
네.
이건 바로 알 것 같아요. 동그란 오범이 새가 날아다니는 스킬은 피들스틱 궁밖에 없다고 생각해서 피들스틱 궁 아닌가요?
정답입니다.
동그랗게만 그려놨으면 너무 헷갈렸을 것 같은데 해가 돌아다니면서 동그랗게 이렇게 쳐져 있는 게 이게 피들스틱 궁밖에 없어서 이건 좀 쉬웠던 것 같아요.
피들스틱. 이게 빨대랍시고 그려놓은 거구나 이거를.
펀지 선수에게 이제 한마디 해주자면?
일단은 뭐 그림 그리는 일 쪽으로는 안 하는 게 좋을 것 같고 프로게이머의 실력을 가진 게 참 다행이라 생각합니다.
덕담 선수의 역할이 진짜 누구보다 중요합니다. 네. 를 그려주시면 되는데요.
하고
준비, 시작!
대충 그리고 이 상태로
네, 여기까지입니다.
잠시만요. 이거 아무도 못 맞출 것 같아가지고 이게
팀원분들한테 한마디 해주세요.
일단 미안하고 열심히 그렸는데 이거를 그니까 근데 몇 명이 그린 거예요?
한 명이 그렸어요.
한 명이 그렸어요? 잘 그렸네. 웅덩이가 있고 위에 약간 부채가 있네. 오리아나
같기도 해요, 왠지. 오리아나가 W를 쓰면은 그 아래가 퍼지는데 그거 같기도 해요.
이거는 뭐 조이 아니면 뭐 일단 블라디로 생각했는데 저는 조이 쪽으로 뭔가 가고 싶은 게 조이 막 반짝반짝하니까 위에 뭐 하나 장신구 하나쯤 있지 않을까 하는데 조이의 궁극기
오리아나 W.
오답입니다.
오답일 수밖에 없지, 그림을.
정답은 스웨인 W.
너무 자기한테 쓰는 것 같은
듣고 보니까 좀 그림이 어떠세요?
어떤 선수가 뭐 예술과는 거리가 멀어 보이고요. 롤 하기 잘했다 뭐 이런 얘기를 들었던 것 같기도 하고요.
제우스 선수가 그린 챔피언 스킬은 입니다. 바이프 선수랑 피너 선수가 어떻게 좀 잘 맞출 수 있을 것 같으세요?
챔피언이 자주 나오는 챔피언이기 때문에 맞출 수 있지 않을까요? 이 정도면 난이도 쉬움.
뭐예요 이게? 이거 너무하잖아요 솔직히. 뭐예요 이게? CFT가 아니고 롤인 거죠?
이거 좀 어떠신 것 같으세요? 그림을 딱 보고.
참 허망하네요. 이걸 보고 맞추라니. 얘가 일단 사람이겠죠? 머리에 갑자기 뚱이가 있네요 갑자기. 그런데 앞으로 뭔가 돌을 던지는 누누? 누누 2?
전 모르겠어가지고 럼블 하겠습니다.
오답입니다.
그죠? 아닐 것 같았어요.
정답은 잭스의 반격입니다. 정답을 알고 보니까 좀 뭔가 보이시나요?
아니요?
제우스 선수의 작품이거든요.
딱히 그런 쪽에 소질이 있다고 생각을 해본 적은 없어요.
우재가 훈련소를 안 갔더라면 제가 우재 마음을 바로 이해했을 텐데 훈련소를 갔던 탓에 알 시간이 부족했던 게 아닌가 싶습니다.
우디르의 강화 R, 날개 돋친 폭풍 그려주시면 되겠습니다.
시작.
오, 지금 시간을 남기셨습니다. 이제 팀원분들이 그 그림을 보고 맞출 수 있을 거라고 생각하시나요?
어느 정도 맞출 수 있을 것 같습니다.
되게 대충 그린 게 보여가지고 되게 쉽지 않은 그림인 것 같습니다.
일단은 원거리 챔피언은 아닌 것 같기도 하고요. 잠시만요. 얘 또 허공에 떠 있는 거잖아요, 어떻게 보면. 야소가 Q를 2타 쌓은 다음에 EQ 할 때 그 모습?
야소 Q 회오리?
틀렸습니다. 정답은 우디르의 강화 R이었습니다. 정답을 듣고 보니까 그림이 이해가 되시나요?
그럴싸하긴 하네.
우디를 잘 몰라서 그런 건지 모르겠는데 들었을 때는 맞는 것 같아요.
저는 안 그래요?
네, 안 그립니다.
모건 선수가 그리는 우디르의 RCK 15초 만에 한번 그려볼까요? 나라면 이렇게 그렸을 겁니다.
같은 챔피언? 오케이! 유진아, 디테일이 필요하잖아. 칼이도 있어야 돼. 활도 약간 이렇게 하면서 이제 이렇게 둘러싸면 이게 진짜 우디를 알겠지.
저 한박 선수가 더 잘 그린 것 같아요. 본인 그림에 좀 디테일을 좀 설명을 해주시자면
챔피언 디테일을 못 살린 게 아쉽네요. 머리가 좀 알기 쉽지 않을까 머리를 그렸습니다.
약간 작품에 만족을 하시나요?
이제 100점 만점에 한 80점?
사이라 궁 쓸 때 약간 손을 약간 올리는 느낌이 있거든요. 이게 궁 깔린 거, 이제 덩쿨들, 그다음에 이제 그 식물인데 이건 시간이 없어서 표현을 못했고.
그 원을 그렸는데 할 때 생기는 근데 그 색감이 없어가지고 이게
옆에 이렇게 털같이 그린 거는
잘못 그렸습니다.
그 가운데 T1이라고 써져 있는 것 같은데 이건 뭐?
그것도 제가 볼 땐 잘못 그린 것 같아요.
이게 일단은 자크 머리에 달려있는 더듬이 같은 거고 자크 패시브가 죽으면 네 갈래로 나와가지고 서서히 모이거든요. 이거를 이렇게 동그라미로 표현했어요.
본인의 그림에 대해서 나는 만족해요?
저는 엄청 만족하고 있어요.
본인 그림에 본인은 만족하세요?
네, 저는 맞아요. 생각한 대로 나온 것 같습니다. 오드를 몸 주변에 알로 맴돌다가 강화를 누르면은 이제 서서히 몸을 떠나서 이동하는 걸로 아는데 이 정도면 잘 표현한 것 같아요.
백호즈가 문어? 그냥 흐느적거리는 듯한 쫄라맨 문어를 그려봤고요. 백호즈 보면 일직선 아니지 않습니까? 일단 일직선으로 그렸는데 마지막에 이제 포인트를 좀 줘야 되는데 마지막에 못 그렸습니다.
이거 정육면체로 할 거예요. 너무 1차원적으로 그렸다. 이거는 벽에다가 이제 그 터널 만든 건데 아니면 이게 얼굴이라는 거를 강조하기 위해 그냥 그렸습니다.
그러니까 본인의 점수를 좀 점수를 매겨보자면
그러니까 그림 실력 자체는 형편이 없는데 이런 디테일들이 너무 잘 표현해가지고 100점 드리겠습니다.
일단 피들스틱에 사악한 눈을 표현하다가 시간이 부족할 것 같아서 말았고 뭔가 피들스틱 표현이 부족한 것 같아서 W 빨대 꼽는 장면을 그렸고 15초 정도 이 정도 그린 거면 이 정도면 잘 표현한 것 같아요.
이게 이제 사람한테 W 이제 쓰면은 이 눈 위에 생기거든. 이런 느낌이 아닌데 제 이제 그림 실력이 이거밖에 안 돼가지고.
평소 그림에 있어서 좀 자신은 있으신 편이세요?
사실 제가 어렸을 때 미술 어린이집을 잠깐 다녔었는데 그때부터 좀 자신감이 많이 없어졌습니다. 한계를 느꼈습니다. 위에서는 이제 그 잭스 바람기비 돌리는 모습이고요. 좀 반격의 아이덴티티를 표현하기 위해서 원거리 미니언 6마리한테 맞고 있는 그런 형상을 지금 띄우고 있습니다. 잭스를 플레이해본 사람은 누구든지 맞출 수 있는
화이팅! 젠지 화이팅!
젠지 화이팅!
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. It is a beautiful Saturday here, and we have some extraordinary games. The warm-up, of course, of T1 versus Gen.G, and then the big one. Bro versus DK. Beryl versus the Bros. That's going to be an absolute banger. Too many Bs in that one. I am the artist formerly known as Mobo Boy. I unfortunately had to relinquish the name. I got an angry email from the motherboard forums. They were saying that they do not like their name besmirched sarcastically, like I did. I had to release a full apology and everything. It was really, really long, and it's on the motherboard forums if you want to check it out. But I'm back to Atlas now. So thank you so much for dealing with Mobo Boy while he was here, and I hope you won't miss him too much now that he's gone. This is Ox, and we are about to get into this incredible day of LCK Cup. Let's have a look at the standings. Some tiebreakers to watch out for after our very first game here, as T1 currently sitting in first place with a loss of 1-2 and an exact game win for Gen.G in the final game, in one of the games at least, of 18 minutes and 55 seconds.
Wasn't
exactly.
Wasn't it 1835?
Honestly, it doesn't matter. It's not going to happen. But yes, I think you're right.
1835. Wait, it's the T1 win. So if T1 lose 1-2 and they win their game in exactly 18 minutes and 35 seconds, not 1834, not 1836, exactly 1835, that's when we'll have a tiebreaker. So, you know, there is a chance of that happening. Yeah, big rematch coming through, and we are having Smash played today.
Yeah.
Once again, so riding that along, and especially in a match as high profile as T1 Gen.G, put a lot of faith in him.
Yeah, and there is a lot of, big stuff to talk about in this matchup here, but there is very new news that is very unfortunate. Duro is feeling extraordinarily unwell. He is here at LoL Park, and he will be playing in Game 1 because the other option was to forfeit him. Right now, they are bringing one of their challenger supports over to LoL Park, but seeing as he's not here just yet, they are unfortunately forced to put Duro in for game number 1. So hopefully he is okay and makes it through the first game, and hopefully it doesn't impact Gen.G too much. But still, pretty unfortunate news for Gen.G fans and Gen.G themselves, and Duro especially.
Yeah, obviously rough situation for him to be in, doesn't want his team to forfeit, so steps in, but never ideal when you're in that sort of situation. Do have this matchup. I think Owner has been on an absolute tear recently. So, the matchup overall quite close between them, but I think Owner's form has just been absolutely excellent.
I think so too. I think Gen.G as well have been going through some teething issues. I feel like they came out of the gates very strong. Their loss against Bro was unprecedented, but I feel like that hasn't really stopped, right? They have looked a little bit shaky, a little bit of a waver there. And so hopefully coming into this week, after they're all well rested, after Solno, they're going to be feeling a bunch better and will be able to show us the peak potential of a domestic Gen.G that we have come to expect from them. Big age gap between Smash and Ruler, but the two of them do share quite a few champions, as Ruler's played the majority of them, but really good Jinx players comes to mind, things like this. And I'm looking forward to seeing how this matchup is going to go. As both of the teams will make their way out, you can see no Duro this time. He is not going to be walking out just to make sure that he is not forced to move around too much. Not entirely sure exactly what's wrong, just not feeling very well. And so he will be taking his seat afterwards. So both teams, some fist bumps. Owner and Canyon, huge smiles on their faces as Smash, Carrier, and Ruler all just sharing some fist bumps because, of course, no Duro there, so double fist bumps are required.
Yeah, a lot of expectations on Ruler there to do the 2 fist bumps, stepping up to the plate. So pretty big moves.
Yep. And hands in now for the boys from Gen.G. So let's see how this one is going to go here in game number 1. I think before, any of the news came out today, this was a pretty contentious match between these two teams. Often is, right? Because T1, lots and lots of fans. But I think on paper, you would not be blamed too much for saying that Gen.G do look very, very strong. And T1 have had some ups and downs in their performances as well. Does feel like they are coming together, though, with the young man Smash.
I think the thing I would say is that Gen.G definitely look like, I think, because expectations are typically so high for them during, I know it's a cup, it's not the regular season, but we tend to see Gen.G just dominating at this point. They haven't been, even though they've only got that 1 loss to Bro, in some other games, the form hasn't been 100%. So I think people kind of maybe thinking Gen.G looking a lot pretty underwhelming compared to their typical form. But to be honest, T1's also had some shakiness, and that's kind of just par for the course for them. So I feel like coming into it, I saw them in relatively a similar sort of level between them, and we had a lot of votes going either way. Obviously, Smash has been playing really well, so I don't see how much impact that has. But now with Duro unfortunately not being in the best condition and potentially having to make a sub later in the series, I think it's definitely moving odds a bit more towards T1.
I would agree. I think that now it has swung in T1's favor, but the rest of the players on Gen.G and the fact that, this team is just very, very good. I think that they would be able to, if the stars align, if they're able to actually coordinate in the way that we expect this team to be able to. This is one of the biggest problems that I've had with Gen.G is that we know how good these players are. They just haven't been playing up to that level in more recent matches. And if they do, still going to be very, very difficult, even with Duro feeling a little bit under the weather. So he's going to give it his best shot, and we'll see how it does go.
Yeah, and if he does end up feeling better, there is a chance of him keeping playing. So obviously they are ready to bring over a sub if he starts feeling worse or feels the same going into game 2. But fingers crossed he starts feeling better. We're all hoping, and then we can just get a straight-up series.
And if they do sub him out, there is one thing that is really fun to talk about, something that I believe Chronicler and I have mentioned many times in the past. It's an example of when Ruler was playing alongside Loopy. I believe Loopy was called up, and Ruler just didn't know his name. So after the game, they won, and he was like, "Oh, great, well done, Alistair," at the end of the game. And it was so incredibly cute because Loopy had like one of the games of his life. And it was very impressive stuff, and it just always comes to mind. But T1 going to be on the blue side to start us off. Blue side has been the side that's been doing the most winning. It also feels like the side that gets the cleanest drafts. Feels like drafts have a lot more of a... Oh, it was Losper, sorry, not Loopy. Losper, not Loopy. Thankfully, we have Chronicler to correct Max when he says the wrong things.
I think getting something wrong about challenger players.
I know! With 5-letter L starting names. Difficult. Anyway, Nidalee going to be the first ban away from Canyon. This one has been a welcome change in the drafting strategy against them. And Kalista, Skarner are the obligatory ones on red side, and Bessa taken away from Keen as well.
Yeah, even with a new patch, you know, Skarner and Kalista, who in touch, still just getting banned. They're super high, like the high, it's not even close when you look at the ban
Yeah, we saw
stats.
Kalista yesterday, and it was broken.
Yeah, it's so strong. So basically, when you're on red side, you're kind of locked into those 2 bans no matter what. Some note, Varus has been left open, but they're going to look to prioritize that Jace.
Yep.
Unending Despair re-enabled, so Tank Jace feeling even better now. Now with the Gen.G, they could look to prioritize the Varus himself, looking towards the Keen Sante, first and foremost though.
Yep, so Keen Sante going to be considered. Will it just be Kasante Sejuani that we saw find some success yesterday, although DNF didn't manage to win with it? I believe the composition is still relatively strong with such an extraordinary frontline. But Varus is up and available, Rule exists, and so he is likely to play it. However, no, it's not going to be Sivir. You don't blind Sivir here, do you?
No, I don't think so. Seems pretty unlikely. Yeah, just lock the Varus in. Obviously, we've seen Smash play things like Ezreal play this Kai'Sa. Immediate Vi comes in, so we're going to punish the immobile AD carry. And then the Victor. Victor was nerfed on this patch. I will say, in the LEC, it's been like 100% prio.
Yep.
They've just been playing it non-stop. We haven't had that same priority, and it's been nerfed a little bit. But still, a lot of team fighting power, especially if you start to get the resets on the ultimate, it can just dominate.
And, you know what? It's been nerfed, but not a massive amount. Generally, it's nerfed quite late into the game as well, so I don't know whether it's really a huge thing to worry about as Chovy's going to lock in the Yone. That means that Canyon is looking for a AP support here. So Lilia likely to be banned away, Zyra likely to be banned away, and then what does he play? That's going to be the big question here. But still plenty of options, especially for a player like Canyon.
Yeah, I mean, particularly into a tank chase, and Vi can get quite bulky. If you end up with a full AD composition, you're going to struggle a bit. It does depend on the Varus, though.
Yep.
You know, if it's on-hit Varus, then you can do a little bit more magic damage, but everyone's just been playing the poke Varus, and I don't think that's necessarily going to change. You do see them start to target Smash's champion pool. Ezreal going to come out as a ban already.
Yeah, what's the other ban if Ashe and Ezreal are already taken away as well as the Kalista? Is it just you ban Caitlyn or something like that that can match the range of the Varus?
Yeah, I think that's probably the most likely. I mean, I guess you could, in theory, ban some like MF, but we're not really big fans of the MF, so...
No.
Maybe it's the Caitlyn, I think makes sense, unless you want to look towards the support role and target some things there, and you're just kind of happy with whatever he picks.
Yeah. They do like playing Zaya as well, as Rakan is going to be banned away. Carrier, pretty good at that champion.
Yeah, I think Zaya's rough here because you're outranged by the Varus quite a bit. I mean, it's good into the Yone, but I wouldn't like it. They do ban the Rakan, though. Something Carrier had a pretty good game on it before, and obviously provides a lot of that engage, especially with the Vi. In fact, you can dash 2 here, then to the target to lay the CC, really powerful. And as you said, Zyra being banned away, I think Lilia makes sense. If you're really trying to shut down those AP options, they do take that away.
Yeah, it was sort of the guaranteed bans to come in, but obviously Gen.G knew this. So is it Brand, like Karthus is coming back? Anivia jungle this time? We've had her top lane, we may as well put her in the jungle, right? You start at level 6 if you jungle Anivia, right? Right, guys?
Yeah, not so sold on that one.
Okay.
And that's the question. Do they go for it? They could just go some like Sejuani.
Ooh! Oh my God! The flexibility.
Yeah, this is actually hard to sort of. It probably is support, but keeping the options open. And even though like Elise is not going to do a ton of damage, it still does provide some magic damage. Yeah. You don't want to build Merc Treads against this Gen.G lineup, so the cocoon value is pretty high. So I think it makes sense to come out here. And now T1 looking towards the Kai'Sa for Smash. Obviously works well with their dive-focused composition, but you're going to be outranged pretty hard in lane.
I mean, it's dive-focused in the Vi only. Poppy adds to that just a little bit, but I feel like Victor and Jace kind of want to stand back a little bit.
I mean, it's probably going to be tank Jace and he wants to go in, right?
Yeah, that's good. Oh, the Maokai! Something we weren't really thinking of. And now they're still flexing, theoretically.
Yeah, probably is going to end up in the jungle. Not a ton of magic damage, but you know, there's enough there so that when you're not building any MR, you're going to feel it.
Yep.
And I think ultimately Gen.G have a lot of defensive tools, have a lot of CC set up, a lot of pick potential. They are playing a tank Jace, which is a pretty obnoxious pick. But overall, I think Gen.G should be pretty happy with this. And T1, you're kind of forced into a situation where you kind of have to swap because you're into Varus Elise. But then, you know, it's the Cassante in a swap, which is ideal for him. So I think Gen.G kind of ticking all the boxes they want in this situation.
No, I would agree. I do feel like the Elise support is something that was kind of overlooked, I guess, in this draft, just a little bit. But the bans were, like, premeditated. They had to do that. Like, Zyra, Lilia were just a little bit too strong to let through. And so Gen.G orchestrating a red side draft very comfortably. And the interesting thing is, like, I was actually having a chat to Prince earlier on today, and we were discussing, like, which side is stronger. And he agrees that in the LCK, we have been seeing the best games on blue side as far as drafts are concerned. But in the LPL, red side has been doing very, very well. A lot of teams are actually selecting red side with side selection. And so maybe we're starting to figure out how red side is going to work. And at least in the side of the Gen.G camp, that's looking to be quite comfortable. However, T1, very T1 draft, and something that they could certainly pilot to success, especially with Keria on such a game-breaking champion in this Poppy. Let's jump into the Rift for game number 1 of T1 versus Gen.G. Gen.G fans, very, very loud, and I think they're going to need it a little bit here moving into game number 1. Duro, very, very cool skin on this Elise as well, might I add, as Canyon's gone for my favorite. Love the graveyard Maokai.
Yeah, real yard vibes.
Oh, yeah. That skin line was my favorite. It's like the first Hallow's End, I think, had Bewitching Nidalee in it as well.
Oh, yeah, classic.
And definitely not Blitzcrank. God, that skin was so good. Anyway, Cocoon going to connect here as Duro is going aggressive. Ruler finding a hail of arrows as well as Smash going to have to go back quite early on in this one. It's going to be a little bit of power, especially with the amount of information given to Gen.G.
Yeah, I mean, he'll be a little bit late. It's not going to make a huge difference, but...
Should be a swap though, right?
Yeah, it should be a swap, but it does mean you're just a little bit late getting the wave. I guess if you're stacking it up anyway and you don't miss any farm, it's not that big of a deal.
Yep.
But yeah, T1 have to swap in this situation. I think, I mean, even though it's like a level 1 fight, kind of very indicative when you're playing against 2 range champions and you have a Poppy of all champions. Like, very hard to provide counter pressure as a Poppy level 1.
Oh, popcorn chicken value here from Keria. Love to see it. And Doran is in the mid lane.
Yeah. Just reaching some XP. See the slot in the top laners. We're not seeing that from Keen right now. I wonder if that's a factor because he knew Smash would be late. But he's already got 3 CS. And if you look, he's
he got the melees
to level 2. That's actually massive. Like, that is so rare for a top laner to be able to do that in a swap.
You can see Doran as well getting closer, but like you were saying, he had to actually leech off Faker, so that means that Faker now going to be behind on leveling just a little bit. Chovy should have that slight advantage in the lane.
It's crazy how much of a difference just a small thing is Smash having to recall and delaying being top lane can make a difference in these situations. And, you know, we've seen dives be a fair bit harder since the tower buffs, but specifically when we're talking about an Elise and a Maokai, 2 ways to reset tower aggro. Yeah. This is like the easiest dive combo in the game, honestly. So, Doran, no chance. You just need to leave. There's no turning it around.
And it's still a good gank, right? Because he can't walk up to the wave, can't get the experience as it crashes in. And Keen, you can see, just chilling out here. Doesn't matter that he's not getting these minions. Level 3 is getting closer. And in fact, one more minion and he'll grab it. There you go. And that is a very comfortable Cassante.
And Ona makes a decision to actually play for his jungle. So he clears his bot side. Now he's crossing up towards top. He's trying to deny as many camps from Canyon as possible. But this means he wasn't there to threaten a dive. And Keen is just getting so much experience off this situation. There's nothing that Smash and Carrier can do to him 2v1. And so we're going to see if this pays off. Ona is going to end up with a lead in the jungle, but Keen is going to end up with a massive lead over Doran.
It is a big gambit as Canyon, that's a really nice buffer on the Bramble Smash, is now Keen potentially getting dove, but is looking relatively comfortable. And oh my goodness, that's Sapling actually doing a fair bit more than I was expecting.
With Canyon being there and it being a Cassandra, there's just no chance they go for it. So
it's a level 4 Cassante too. Look, Doran's still level 2, just hit level 3.
And they can actually force him off 2v1 because of the threat of the Elise. You land the Cocoon, Varus has the burst, and you end up just being able to reset the aggro. It is also, by the way, lethal tempo, so the on-hit Varus, really going to have that extra magic damage and not the poke, and now Carrier.
Oh dear. Well, Ona is going to turn up in time as Canyon a little bit out of time there with the twisted advance. Gonna have to flash actually to get out of danger. I thought that Canyon knew exactly what was going on there, but Carrier was able to get the jump on him. And Ruler and Duro just, down here in the bottom lane, denying yet another wave, taking 2 plates so far. Oh, man. And like you say, this is something that T1 have orchestrated. They knew that this was going to happen. It has now resulted in a 100, 200 gold lead, something like that. And honestly, probably not end of the world, but it's about what it means for mid to late game and whether they can deal with a Keen that could potentially run amok, unless he just straight up dies here.
He's a level and a half up. That's massive. They are looking to dive now.
Yep, Ona going to move in. Let's see what Keen can do. He's staying away from the walls, which is very important. Still, he's just dead. Carrier might be going down, but no. Ona picks up the aggro. And so first blood, a little bit of that feat of strength as they listen to everyone, and they've moved that to the first 3 kills now. If you haven't been watching yesterday or playing the game, that is how things have eventuated. And yeah, Doran has 7 CS.
Yeah. This CS, obviously not ideal, but if you look at top, Keen is 2 levels up now on Doran, which is the most significant thing. I mean, at the end of the day, gold is nice, but it's not going to make that much of a difference if you're like a top lane that's been swapped on, but being this behind in levels, if Keen hits level 6 and ends up in a 1v1 against Doran, it's going to be really rough. Then we see the dive again. Carrier played this really well, was really patient. Dashes and then moves out of tower range. The fact he doesn't need to use his flash even shows how well executed the dive was.
Kind of nuts that he managed to drop turret aggro at exactly the right time there as well. Really impressive stuff.
Yeah, really well played. I mean, look at this level difference. It's such a rough situation to be in. And the thing is, Cassante is so tanky naturally, but Doran, the tank Jace, you kind of build tanky and you need to proc grasp to get those extra stats. So he is going to be pretty vulnerable for a while. And as a result, grubs are coming up. I don't think T1 are in any position to be able to contest these.
This swap back is actually so beneficial for Gen.G because they have then the very clear extra power. You can even see it
Look
in
at the
amount of
difference.
squares. Yeah, exactly. It's so silly. And so, yep, contesting these grubs going to be a very, very difficult prospect, and in fact, not something that T1 are going to opt into at all. And Gen.G now have just that natural control of the bottom side because they have that strong laning matchup that we learnt about. Still, Carrier is a whole lot stronger than he would have otherwise been starting this lane off at level 1. And so let's see how T1 are going to be able to navigate it as they look to head down. It is going to be the lethal tempo on the Varus as well. Most of the time we do see lethality. I love watching Ruler play lethal tempo on his Varus.
Yep.
So looking forward to seeing what he's going to be able to do in the mid to late game.
I think it makes a lot of sense. A lot of ability to cut through some of these bulkier targets. Ona, Doran, and Carrier will end up quite bulky. And to be honest, even Faker will be that squishy. And I think the range issue is like some games it's hard to play the on-hit Varus because, you're outranged or you don't have a window really to auto-attack. But, everyone on the enemy team...
Chains of Corruption gets the cleanse. And that is a really nice Cocoon. Carrier taking a lot of damage. Lit on fire now as Duro's chasing after him. The burn, the repel is so good. As Cease and Desist comes down, Duro gonna have to flash over the wall and he will get himself out. Killer Instinct comes down and Canyon was lying in wait. He has to flash out, but Smash should be able to keep himself okay. But Ona is now in trouble. He's flashing over some walls. Everyone nailing the flashes over walls, which is very, very nice. But still, that is a lot of F buttons on cooldown, or Ds, depending on who you are.
Yeah, some big flashes there, closing the distance over those rocks, but ultimately T1 able to answer back 1 for 1 in the skirmish. See Duro trying an angle here, and it's just, you know, even though we're past that rough level 1, Gen.G have the XP advantage, and not only that, they just are so strong in the 2v2. The burst damage available in the carry, he needs to get deleted off the bat.
That was actually so sick from Duro, being able to not only repel the Vault Breaker, but also land on top of carrier, close the gap, land that Q.
And ultimately, only being there first and peeling Ruler away from Smash there does mean that it's 1-for-1.
Yep.
But easily could have seen that go more heavily in favor of Gen.G. The power advantage they have right now in that 2v2 bot is just pretty massive. And they're already picking up the Hextech Alternator, which is a pretty massive spike for the Elise, just that extra damage on a champion who already has so much burst.
Still, pretty impressive how this game's gone so far. Incredibly close. And as we move further in, right, we've got 3 grubs over on Gen.G. T1 probably wanting to equalize that, but it's not really a side laning game. Outside of, I guess, Chovy, whose Yone probably wants to be in a side lane, is, oh, Duro gonna get caught out there. You miss the cocoon, you get punished so hard. And Carrier demonstrates exactly that. Still.
You get slammed into a wall.
Yeah.
Not the most enjoyable situation.
Heroically as well.
Yeah.
Adds insult to injury, I think. And Ruler stepping forward, and I think he can be pretty comfortable and confident with how this game has started for the Varus. Blade of the Ruin King should be coming in relatively soon, I'm pretty sure. Depends on whether he wants to change up the build. That is often what we do see first for the on-hit Varus.
Yeah, I will say one thing is that Doran is stabilized pretty well in this top matchup. And in fairness, you know, playing Jason Xante, it's pretty hard for the Xante to have that much pressure. Like, he definitely does have pressure in the matchup, but it's not like he's solo killing him. To see Keen use his ult earlier and get him low, but yeah, Doran able to navigate. I think ended up burning his flash there.
Yeah.
So that's down for now.
Plate Gold going over to Ruler as well as they take a third from the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, Gold's even, right? In terms of feats of strength, T1's actually slightly ahead, but it just feels like Gen.G have had the pressure all since that swap, and now T1 looking for an angle bot lane, but it's a reset timer for Gen.G, and they're heading straight towards those grubs on the top side.
Yeah, 6 grub win condition looking to be the case.
It would be massive.
See whether they'll be able to utilize it. I think that grubs and feats of strength have been hit or miss when it comes to being able to use them to win the game, right? I think grubs has a little bit more of a clear win condition, right? You can just try and set up side lanes properly and utilize them well that way to gain extra tempo with the extra damage. As Owner is going to get caught by another cocoon. Duro's kind of all over the place. As he actually buys some health there, eating the Ignite with his passive shield. Kind of cute. But Gen.G still will be able to have full control over this grub pit. That should be 6 going their way. And those Void Mites going to prove difficult, especially with Chovy and Keen able to sit in side lanes. And the fact that Ruler can farm from a decent amount of range. Like, you aren't the Lethality Varus, which does farm a little bit more quickly. But at least from range, or safely, I guess I should say. But still, I think that this composition 1-3-1's pretty comfortably if they would like to take that out.
Yeah, for sure. The fact you have the Yone who can be going in the side lane, but also when Xante gets 6 grubs, he actually gets a significant amount of tower damage, and it's so hard to like force out of the side lane, especially when there's an advantage over Doran. I think Gen.G were just ahead in the play, T1 a bit behind. Like, T1 committed Owner down towards the bot side, not realizing that Gen.G had already swapped towards the top for the grubs. They were a bit behind there, and so Gen.G had vision control, they got the damage on the Owner, and that's just enough for them to secure those 6 grubs. Now, Dragon up in about 30 seconds, and T1 do have the advantage here. You can see, look at the map.
Oh, Chovy not going to quite find the knock up there with the 3rd Q. Still unbinding the soul as Faker could have actually taken the fight if he was able to get it worked out just right. But you saw dodged a whole bunch of what Chovy was trying to do.
He's dodging everything. Faker really clean with this. And, you know, he has pressure bot. We look at towards the river, there's vision control completely in favor of T1.
Oh, Vault Breaker doesn't connect, but there's the cease and desist onto Duro, but he goes up into the sky. There's the Keeper's Vertigo. That gets rid of Ruler, and that means that a sitting Spider there will be taken down by Smash. 3-1 now in kills. That is going to be that feat of strength locked down for T1. Only 1 more of those to go. And they will be able to claim it. Sandals should be pretty close, given the fact that Gen.G just needs 1 more objective to lock down theirs. And that bottom lane outer turret is so close to dead.
Man, I feel like Duro was trying to actually get into... also get hit by the Poppy ult there.
Yeah.
He came down, trying to get away. He was like, that's his exit plan, but was a little bit late on it, unfortunately. And there's not much you can do. At least typically not a target you want to prioritize going for on a Vi because of the repel, but with no flash, able to just pick up the kill and take him out. But we see that T1 actually end up backing off. They don't have the pressure here, and Gen.G able to set up for this dragon. Duro comes back on the map, and
yeah, that would be evened out feats of strength. So there that goes. Mountain Drake goes down. Next one going to be Hextech. Oh my goodness. Okay.
The big one. Pressure's on. They're bringing out the big dragons for this series.
Actually kind of works in T1's favor as far as being able to get around the map very comfortably as well. If you're trying... Oh, ultimate goes wide there as Chovy might need to rebind that soul, and that ulti doesn't get him very much value at all. Canyon moving down, but opts out of going for anything.
You know, we haven't been super focused on the mid lane matchup, other than, you know, when we saw Faker lose a bit of XP to Doran early, but what we've seen in the past couple of minutes, Faker's just been dodging everything.
Yeah, man.
But clean. He's on point right now on the Victor.
It's like he's played Victor a few times before in his career.
He has he?
Oh. Yeah.
Wow, that's good to know.
I think Victor is in his top 3, so that means that it's on, like, I don't know, like 80 games or something. I need to actually double check that. It might be even, like, way higher. As I'll just go have a look. Orcs, can you entertain everyone for a moment? Maybe go through this replay.
Yeah, so Duro does get the repel off, and he's just like, if he came down a little bit faster, would have got hit by Carrier's ult, but I mean, it's hard to time. I think that was his game plan, presumably, to take the free little getaway exit plan for the Poppy. Unfortunately, doesn't able to do it. It's good setup from T1. I think Ono was definitely trying to get the T1 directly, looking for him again.
Yeah.
Won't commit more. At least in terms of play gold, big advantage to Gen.G.
So Victor is in his top 10, not necessarily in his top 5, as that is Azir, Corki, Orianna, Ryze, and Ahri. But Victor is like 9, and he's played 48 games so far. The absurd thing is that Faker has played 100 more games of Azir than his second most played champion.
That's crazy.
It's pretty silly. He's played 182 games competitively. From the stats that I've found here is Duro is dead. In the sky, actually, as now Faker could be suffering the same fate. Chovy moves over, lands that Q as a Chaos Storm. I don't think going to be enough to deter them. Great flash, as the flash is invested there from Chovy as well. Rebinds the soul, gets out just fine. 1-for-1 trade at the end of the day, and everything stays so even.
Yeah.
Oh, Owner actually looking for an opportunity here, but decides against it. Doesn't have cease and desist, remember. Used that on Duro just earlier.
He's actually, I think, got Chovy there, and he got Unbound Soul.
This is really intense.
Yeah, this is a lot of back and forth I feel like we've had in this game so far. You know, in terms of what they've achieved in macro, I think Gen.G have had the edge, but T1 are getting the kills. We'll do see this play onto Duro here.
Oh, just walks the wrong way.
Bam, yeah. Bursted so quickly. You're so squishy as this Elise. Like, yes, you have tools to mitigate, but really able to get blown up quickly. And then here, you know, they saw the play before on a Faker. They have the TP coming in with a Maokai holding Faker still. You know, very hard for Chovy to miss, especially here. Faker's trying to dodge and just forced in uncomfortable position. Here, Ona commits the ult, but unfortunately, Ona can just do that.
Yep, Chovy actually making sure that he lands the Q by flashing on top of Faker after that flash did come through. So a trade of flashes evenly as now Chovy gets that control ward down.
It's a high value ward.
Oh, absolutely.
Sure.
We'll be able to spot Carrier out.
And we're seeing some big spikes come in, you know, double Blade Rune King for Gen.G.
Speaking of doubles, Faker doubling the second highest damage in the game so far. Of course, Victor does get a lot of incidental damage down, but still impressive how much he's been able to eke out of the champion.
I think it's crazy, one of these things where you see that much damage and you think, man, he must be stomping lane, but Yone just has so much sustain with like orange shield, second wind, fleet footwork.
Oh.
It's like an even lane.
So the Sky's on cooldown, but does get the hammer smack back onto Keen.
Yeah, honestly, gotta give credit to Doran, considering how rough the start of the game was in terms of the advantages Keen got. We haven't really seen anything come from. Yes, there's still a bit of advantage in favor of Keen, but Doran has done a good job of stabilizing that matchup.
Yep, and like this is the difference between like, and the obvious comparison is Doran versus Zeus, but the difference between the two of them is that Doran just plays economy so well, right? He just doesn't have the resources, he just takes the abuse and finds a way to make it the least detrimental possible.
He's just a chill guy.
He is a chill guy, 100%. Right, and right now he's chilling, losing this feat of strength towards the bottom side. There's nothing he can really do about that, especially with the 0 mana, as Chovy will get a knock-up onto Ona. The ulti going to be missing here is, oh dear! Don't know about that one. They do secure the Rift Herald, but that is a dead Elise once again. Flash forward, Chains of Corruption down. As oh dear, Smash gonna have to use the ulti and the flash to get himself out of there. Keeper's Verdict gonna be channeled, but Carrier not going to use it. And Smash gets out. means that they win the kill trade, but once again lose out on the objective.
Yeah, I mean, Doris has been having a bit of a rough one in this one, but we've seen the barrel cosplay trying to go for those night deaths. Chovy not had the best performance, honestly, missing a fair few off those skill shots. Not the typical thing we see. Hits one there, though.
Yep, going to be able to land that Q as Keen's moving up. Carrier trying to defend his mid laner. Faker down extraordinarily low. Alcove gaming to come in as the flash goes forward from Keen. Goes all out, and Faker is surviving. Phenomenal knockback there from Carrier, and Keen goes down. The unkillable Demon King himself.
He's been clean with it. Keen making a mistake there on the Keen Santa, not able to find it. Chovy's looking, though. I think he has the kill.
There's a great knock-up, able to secure it with the Unbound Soul return damage.
No, maybe that's it.
It's a game of just 1-for-1s all over the place. I mean, it's probably not saying it at the top of your screen right there, as the 6-3 is putting it in favor of T1, but it feels like these trades are so even.
Yeah, and we're going to see Dragon on the bot side coming out. We see Chovy doing a fair bit to Doran, but you know, with the context of that last play, maybe it's not Chovy missing, it's just Faker dodging. Because Keen's also having those struggles. We do see a miss from Chovy here, though. Doesn't get the ult out. Just whiffs a little bit.
It's always Faker. Faker just knows where Chovy's going to go before Chovy does.
He's downloaded him. They look for Smash here, doesn't have cleanse, and they're so close to getting the kill. Willa tries to burst him with the piercing arrow, but here...
천천히 맞아. 윤혜 노공이.
Faker called
미리 타야겠다, 미리
the cover.
타야겠다. 나 별로 안 좋아.
Yeah, he says, I don't like it, not good, not good.
이거 나 피했어 일단.
I dodged.
탈만하다 이거. 살았다.
I think I live.
He literally said, call an ambulance.
But
not for me.
Yeah, that's what he said. Direct translation there from Ox. I have confirmation from G-Sun that is 100% untrue, but it would be more fun if it was true.
That's the vibe he was giving off, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Canyon,
너무
pretty
큰데,
impressed by Chovy there as well. And Canyon said, yep, this is huge. Especially with the fact that they are able to grab themselves the first Hextech Dragon. 4 minutes until the next one's up. Arakan going to be available there as well, I believe. Looking a bit voracious here today.
Wow, what a shocker.
Yeah, I know, but like they buffed it so that the Ruinous is going to be more likely in pro play, Orcs.
Yeah, we'll see how that takes effect, if it ever takes effect. But you see, so obviously T1's picked up 6 kills. 4 of them have gone to Smash, and that's kind of typical with a Kai'Sa, just able to pick up kills in these situations, but it's resulted in him being ahead of the curve, and considering, you know, we talked about how they have to swap, the bot lane 2v2 is weaker. We've seen Duro punish now. We've seen Smash mainly be the beneficiary. But as a result, this Kai'Sa is looking really strong.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, we were talking, and I completely agree with you, that Chovy hasn't necessarily looked as good on this Yone. He is 1.6k ahead.
Chovy is Chovying.
He is Chovying a lot. Like, it just shows the height of expectation that we have for this guy in every single game. It's like, oh, he didn't play everything optimally.
Oh, he missed a Q3.
So disappointing. Wow. Chovy's really struggling now these days, you know?
Yeah, it's been rough.
Yeah.
We do see Arakan on the bot side. 2 minutes 45 on the next Dragon. I think it's helpful when you're wanting to play around the Dragon and Arakan's on the same side, but it does get a bit messy when Baron is up. Although, I will say, we've seen, I guess, the nerf to the buff, where it now gives 200 gold per death.
Yep.
Kind of saw a little bit yesterday where teams are definitely being less aggressive.
Is it a nerf or is it a buff? Because they doubled the money.
It's a buff to the other team, so I think it's a nerf to the buff you get has been nerfed.
The objective buff has been nerfed, but the amount of gold has been buffed for the opposition. So I think Arakan's been buffed. I just prefer to say buffed.
You know? Like buff stuff.
Yeah, I like it. I like number go big. I'm a cookie clicker player.
Understandable.
Number go up is like the greatest. As Chovy gonna look for an opportunity here. Carrier taking a lot of damage. Has to flash.
So much damage there. I mean, this is what always sort of happens when you have like a squishy support, but you look at Carrier and he doesn't have Celestial opposition, so it doesn't have that initial damage reduction, but also got the Mikhails, which has a lot of value, but this is a squishy Poppy, and Chovy is 6 levels up. Oh,
well, there's the knock up onto Doran. He can rebind that soul, but I don't know whether he can do it in time. He just explodes. And now, teleport coming in from Gen.G, but they're 4 versus 5. Keen going to come down. Arakan still just hanging out in this tri-brush, getting aggressive. Control ward going to stop that ward from doing anything at all. As T1, they're going to try their hand at it.
Yeah, they need 30 seconds for Chovy up, and then he has TP, so the longer they stall, the better.
Yep, Grasping Root's going to be invested here as Keeper's Verdict coming down as well. Gets rid of Keen, and now Canyon going to have to try and push them away. He's relatively tanky, but maybe not tanky enough as Ruler standing his ground. The Chaos Storm is so much damage, and Smash dives in! Canyon trying to survive, but it's 2 kills for the Kai'Sa already, and the heroic charge into the turret. Keen goes down, triple kill for this Kai'Sa. And Smash, yeah, I mean, he was down in CS, that doesn't matter even a little bit. 1.6k ahead, 7-0-1.
There's the payoff. You saw the play starting to turn in favor of T1, but when Smash flew in, he just decimated Gen.G. Now, Joby's hovering, but I don't think there's much you can do here. He's trying something.
Yeah.
No, he's going to back away. I think Gen.G making a mistake there. Obviously, Chovy overestimates his ability to tank that damage. Ends up getting bursted out. But I think what happened after was honestly the bigger mistake. Oh, he's looking for Smash.
Yeah, well, Smash
is Smash.
Is Smash. He's actually going to be fine. Oh my god, okay. Well, he's going to be sent home. 200 gold going over to Chovy with the buffed Artican.
Yeah.
And now he's still walking after them.
He is back on the map though, so I think T1, if they get the dragon here, they can be happy.
Yeah.
Obviously, a little bit more. So Chovy gets CC lock. The layering's really good. Well played from Owen here to give him no chance, and Faker's there to burst. But this follow-up play, so the goal for Gen.G should be get them off Artican, right? Canyon presses R, you've done it. They backed away. You don't need to do more here, but they overcommit. It's a great open carrier out the fog of war, and at that point it's already too late. And now Gen.G are hovering around Dragon, but T1 have the buff. This is dangerous.
Yeah, exactly. Doran over here to the side, Carrier close to him as well, and Doran just dives in the engaged Jace! There's a Chaos Storm wreaking havoc, and Ruler is dead already, 2 of them sent home, but no one dead just yet. Chovy gonna be executed by this gigantic Kai'Sa. King Dante, not enough against Smash! And Dura gonna have to flash to get out of the way, Ona chasing after him. As Faker, will he be able to land it? There it is, just a Q. Of course he can land that, that one's targeted. And Canyon running for the hills. Doran just going to make sure that he cannot contest this dragon, and maybe he'll just kill him as well. The last man standing on the side of Gen.G, and that could be a clean ace if they killed him. They don't even need to, though.
I mean, Smash has just been so good in the cleanup, but also Doran just charging at Ruler, deciding, I'm just going to jump on you, there's nothing you can do. And the truth is,
0-0-10.
There's nothing to do. Yeah, he's
from like the worst start we've ever seen.
He's doing so well. He's getting so much value on this Jace pick. Remember, it was the first pick, and it is paying off for sure. T1 don't actually finish the dragon. They're like, hey, we're just going to head straight to Baron. We'll take that. Canyon has no flash. Is there with the smite.
All right, Canyon.
Is not there with the smite anymore.
He's not there with the smite. The smite is no longer an available thing. 2,000 health, T1 just being slow with it, as that piercing arrow not like the others. And so that's Ona locking down the Baron. So Baron, they deny the, they don't actually deny Soul Point, but that doesn't really matter. They got the Baron buff now, and they might even be able to push just straight up these lanes and take them down, especially with their engage potential off the back of Smash being so strong.
This is just a great way to play the team fight with or without the Atacam buff, but Doran just knows his job. Just kill Ruler. And
yeah,
he doesn't do all the damage, but it results in him going down. And then Smash here.
Yeah. Smash calling out, kill unit.
And then also outplaying the Keen Sante here as well. Great flash at the end.
Oh, man.
So clean, honestly. This is the guy you want to be 9-0.
Absolutely. And he said afterwards that they got it and we won. I don't know whether that means they won the game, but he might be onto something, to be honest.
Ice cold. 15-3 now. And again, like, T1 was getting the kills, don't get me wrong, but Gen.G, it felt like they had the edge in what they were getting on the map, and the game's just been blown open. 6,000 gold lead, Baron in pocket still. T1 trying to apply that pressure.
Close to 3,000 gold, the lead here for just Smash alone.
Yeah. And really, we haven't seen that value in the team fight. You know, we went the on-hit Varus so we can get a bit more DPS, but it feels like when you're in range to hit like the Vi or the Jace, they're in range to hit you, and that goes a lot better for them.
Well, Chovy could be in trouble here as he does dash back, avoids the Vault Breaker very nicely, gets a knock up onto Ona, but they're just going to continue the siege, and they may as well. Brambles coming on in, and it is going to lock down Ona. He gets Mikhail's there immediately as the ulti's going to catch out Carrier, so he's likely to go down. But Canyon finds himself pretty lonely at the front of this fight. Keen going to try and tank for him as Twisted Advance does bring the Jace forward, but he's not a target that you really want to be fighting. They need to try and kill Smash, who dives into the backline and looks for Ruler. He goes golden. Duro is so close to being okay, but Chovy's out of there. Cannot fight anymore. A 3 for 3. Honestly good for Gen.G, but they're not going to be able to keep their base alive.
They just can't take down Smash. Faker gets a mega Arcane Storm as well. 5-1-9 now in the victor, and Chovy with no ult. Duro as well, who's super weak at the moment. There's no way they can do more. T1 get what they want and still maintain this massive gold lead. You see the replay of the fight, so I think Chovy's doing a great job of setting up plays and then disengaging when he can. Gets the ult that Ona flashes, disengage before he gets CC'd, but then T1 are still so strong, Canyon can't really get out, and eventually the decision is made, Canyon, you're dead, just sacrifice yourself. But we see here in the ensuing fight, Chovy commits heavily on Ona, and Smash just flies in. Takes out Ruler, uses his Zhonya's, able to buy time, and then even though Keen gets a bit of value, he's just not doing enough, and Smash is shredding him way too quickly.
And Faker is doing so incredibly well at splitting up the fight for Gen.G. They're always fighting on multiple fronts because he's using his ultimate to not only do massive amounts of damage, but also zone them all the way around the perimeter of it. And so Chovy wasn't able to meet up with Keen, and they could both focus a target. That just wasn't happening in these fights. He now has an Infinity Edge, so at least Chovy's going to be doing a bit more damage, but it just feels like the ship's kind of sailed as far as Gen.G and being able to take hold of this game once again.
I feel like Yone is one of those champions where when you don't have enough damage to shred through him, he kind of feels untouchable. He's hard to CC, does so much sustained damage. He builds items like a shield bow to have that durability, but when you're kind of at this much of a deficit and Smash is so strong, you just get annihilated. You go in and you can't stick in the fight as long as you want to. You have to unbind really quickly at any threat of CC because there's so much damage in return. You have Doran, who's just so tanky right now. It's so hard to cut through him. The fact that Smash has the Zhonya's as well and Faker is a Seeker's Arm Guard, it just feels like the outs for Gen.G are getting smaller and smaller in this game. And I mean, the only sort of silver lining is that T1 are quite a while away still from a Hextech Soul, so they'll have to concern themselves with that anytime soon, but I don't think the game's getting any easier.
Oh, absolutely not. Especially with Baron up in a minute 50. Of course, Drake going to be up a little bit sooner than that, but I believe Baron is what T1 are going to be looking for because that could just help them straight up win the game. Good news for Gen.G is that the inhibitor that they lost was mid lane, the easiest kind of to defend, as you've got Ruler now standing in mid. He would have been standing there anyway, more likely than not. And so Gen.G are at least allowed back onto the map at least a little bit. Just don't know whether allowed onto the map is that much of a good thing because every time they go for a fight, they lose.
It's been pretty rough. The recent fights really been a struggle, and I feel like picks obviously would be great, but it's kind of hard to get picks with their composition without fully committing to the fight. Like a lot of their ults, like the Varasol or the Maokai ult, you want in the fight itself.
Oh, Keen going to be able to at least get rid of a fair bit of that CC.
And I mean, this is one of the powers of Poppy as well, is that you can just wind up the ult and just drop it. And now Kerry's going to have it again in like a few seconds. Just the pressure of threatening that on a Keen, tower taken, more gold. Ruler still clearing the wave in mid. Feeling kind of insurmountable. And the question is, like, if you want to engage from Gen.G, you know, Maokai ult can be blocked. Both the carries in the enemy team have stasis. Very hard to find an angle now. Ona will be forced away from this red buff, but it's a small consolation prize.
Yep, at least red buff will be able to go over to the team for the next potential fight. That does in fact come in. Dragon now spawning as the gravity well goes down. And the Canyon will be able to just wander out of it. No worries there at all. Let's see whether there is going to be a fight for this Dragon or whether Gen.G will cut their losses and just fight for the Baron, which I think is the more immediate threat right now. Ruler
the way it's tagged. I was thinking, is he going?
Yeah, I know. Jonah Strong really making sure that we're on our toes here as, all right, not a lot of wind up there from Kerry, but just says goodbye, Keen Sante. Down goes Chovy once again. Ruler trying to do his best here as they manage to take down Doran. He flashes over, but now he's out of the fight. Keen just trying to keep himself alive. And yeah, he goes all out, locks onto Smash here as best he can, but just pops like a balloon. Good night, Gen.G. All of them taking a little bit of a nap here. Duro and Ruler out of there. They may as well just not be participating. And T1 looking to end this game number 1 with a bang.
See if Gen.G can try and play the wave with a super minion. I don't think it's going to be possible. T1 still have so much threat. Kerry has flash. If Willa miss positions, you can just get wall slammed.
Yeah, he has to make sure he stands as far back as possible. Gravity well goes down. Carrier just trying to grab him. There's the flash heroic charge. That was gorgeous by Carrier. His Poppy clean as ever. And down goes the Nexus. But 13-0 for the young man Smash. Certainly looking still exceptionally good here in the LCK Cup.
Smash had a fantastic game and played really well, and likely going to be people's front runners for POM, and I 100% agree with that. But I think you have to give credit to all of T1 because everyone really did their role so well. Ono on the buy, catching people out like the Yone before he can buffer and get away from the CC. Doran, who had a really rough start, bounced back, was leading the charge in fights. We saw Carrier on the Poppy having so many good ults. Faker dodging everything from Yone and just being that silent carry who's just doing so much damage in the backline as Smash is a focus. This felt like a 5-man unit who looked really strong. And it's rare we see T1 topple Gen.G in the regular season. I know it's the LCK Cup, it's not the regular season, but this is a really good sign, you know? Yeah. I think it was some great play from T1 there. And yes, Smash absolutely popped off, absolutely deserves the praise, but all 5 members deserving of some praise from that one.
Really impressive stuff. Looking at Faker, massive amounts of damage, and for me, he's probably front runner for POM because every time we saw Faker on screen, he looked fully locked in. Yeah. Like avoiding everything he possibly could, making sure that all of the buttons were pressed exactly the way they needed to, and that was a difficult game, as you can see there. Around about 22 minutes, the game was entirely tied up. Any play could have changed one way or the other at that point in time. So Gen.G versus T1, a matchup that never stops delivering, and we'll see whether it does again in game number 2. As we're going to go to a short break in the space, going to break that one down, and we'll have game number 2. See you soon.
기다려야 돼 우리.
앨리스도 노플이야.
나 태어나면 태어. 나 누구 있을게. 이거 바로 노플이야. 확인.
아, 앨리스 전혀가 있어. 다 없어, 얘는 스펠.
바로 쓰면 막 하면 돼.
얘 노스펠이야. 스펠반데?
끝내자.
야, 썰 바로 걸자.
앨리스 존야다. 나 타실
존야, 존야. 뭐라 했어? 허스평. 야, 이거 봐, 이거 봐, 이거 봐, 이거 봐, 이거. 와.
나이스 형님들.
나이스.
쌍판 잘합시다.
나이스.
나이스요.
나이스, 나이스.
Just a couple guys lounging around after T1 answered the question that everyone's been asking. Who's going to start in this game? And it is Smash. He did exactly that against Gen.G. Welcome to the space. It's Digon alongside Wadid and Chronicler. And one of our most storied rivalries in all of the LCK, Gen.G T1, yet another chapter. And this one, very, very exciting with a lot of caveats here, Chronicler.
Yeah, from the... we're going to say it now so we don't have to keep referring to it. Obviously, Duro had a really rough game, but most likely he will get subbed out, is currently quite ill. And I think the Elise pick away made sense in the context of not wanting Carrier to play that. That's basically his ideal champion, right? But it's not a Duro champion, and I think it's clear that he's not in a great shape. But fortunately, the rest of Gen.G also is not playing up to the level that we wanted. And then on the flip side, what did?
Yeah?
You know. Because he was taunting me, because I'm a Gen.G predictor. And he was like, oh, Chronicler, Smash is so... And guess what? Smash is so good! He's crazy!
Yeah, I did mention some of like AD carries, but now I think T1 is playing so well with new AD carry now. Like, for example, like before, you play on Zeus. Once again, like you play on top side, you put resources on the one of the best top laner in LCK. But now you have one of the carry style AD carry in the bot lane. So you kind of sack Doran and just give free kills on Kai'Sa. I think that was really huge in the early game.
And there is a reason why Doran, even with all of the things you always talk about, right, in high moments, sometimes he doesn't keep it together, why Doran has been a multi-time LCK champion, why he is still very highly regarded by every team that he plays with. And I honestly think, I don't know if Smash would have gotten the opportunity if it wasn't for Zeus subbing out.
Yeah.
Right? But now we're seeing a T1 that really, as they did way back in 2022 when it was the hyper carry meta, when it was Jinx, Fresh, Aphelios all the time, they just play for bot side, and it's working amazingly with Smash picking up all these kills.
Yeah, we are kind of highlighting Smash, but at the same time, look at the setup from the owner and Carrier, just helping a little brother to pick up some free kills. It's just so amazing. And top of that, we have to like shout out to Doran once again. Like, he's just doing nothing on the map, but he's just sacking all the pressure from the Gen.G. That means a lot. And also he jumps in for the team, like no matter what, in the team fight, he just jumps in and just making a huge space for the AD carries. It's just so huge impact.
Yeah, and because they've got that star player making the plays and picking up the kills. Gen.G also filled with star players, and we're going to talk about one of them who hasn't performed to the standard that we're used to here, Chronic.
That's the big thing. And I think Faker had an amazing game on the Victor, actually played that really cleanly. Nerfs not bothering him at all. But the reason we're highlighting this is because Chovy has played the best Yone game that I have seen of all time, right? This is a game that birthed the Chovy meme. This is a player that last spring, and I know we're not technically in spring, but you know, same time period, was hard 1v9ing the LCK. And I think that a lot of players on G are still figuring things out, right? It's LCK Cup. I think they have the time to do so. I don't want to really sound any alarm bells. But the reason I want to highlight it is because we also need to be honest. I think right now Chovy's form just hasn't looked that good. He hasn't been Chovying. He hasn't really been mechanically nearly as strong as he has been. And I think we're starting to see how much Gen.G was relying on that. It makes sense because there's a reason why Gen.G, ever since Chovy joined in 2022, has been contesting for like at worst second in the LCK.
I mean, on top of that, when I do LEC co-streaming, like there is so many Victor high prior in LEC, right? But I often say that in LCK it cannot happen because when you pick Victor, you're gonna get smashed, you're gonna get ganked, you're gonna get killed on side lane. But it didn't happen, and also Faker kind of just juked out Chovy and so many ganks from the canyon. So I think just everything kind of mixed up for the T1 really well.
Yeah, this was a great game for T1. I think we could have gone any which way with a ton of the highlights, whether it was Doran staying alive, the sidesteps by Faker. Here's the big team fight that broke the game open after Smash was already at 4 kills.
Just hype on Smash once again. Like, support and jungle player, you already know that you know how to grow up your AD carry, but do you remember any like solo queue random AD carries like have 7 kills just randomly throwing out? But this guy never fails.
Really, really well done by Smash. And we saw there as well, Ruler is another piece of the puzzle that we kind of need to talk about. Hasn't really been living up to what we expected this player. And Smash, thus far, has had an absolutely insane
Whoa.
set of games. There's a loss in there as well, by the way.
That was the impressive game. That was the most impressive game on the Ezreal.
And
where
as a challenger enjoyer, T1 has really not been that good ever since they had like they had the Roach lineup way back, and then they had the Photon and Tolan. But despite that, Smash has been able to flourish.
There's a smiling Reckless somewhere as he helped rise up Smash to the player that he is now. Let's get to it. Game number 2, Gen.G versus T1. The storylines abound. Will it continue this amazing run by Smash, or will Gen.G have something to say about it? Surprise, surprise, no substitution here for Gen.G. They're going to just roll with what they got. Let's send it on over to the casters to game number 2.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gon, and that Duro artwork is absolutely phenomenal. And hopefully that gives him energy moving into this game too. No subs or anything like that. We're just getting straight into it.
You know, I've been tracking how many times Chronicler's mentioned challenges so far in the LCK Cup.
Whoa, how
up to 214 already.
Wow.
Which is pretty low for him.
Yeah, I was going to say, I was expecting I was expecting 3 digits.
Yeah,
like,
so please
wow.
step it up, Chronicler.
204. All right, well, I'm gonna write that down. We'll keep tabs on it throughout the day, just as we will keep tabs on this draft that we're diving into right now. Of course, Fearless means that none of the 5 champions on either side that we saw in game number 1 will be played. Let's see what bans we're going to get this time. I imagine, like, it's always game 2 that the Azir bans start coming out. We'll see whether that's something that T1 or Gen.G are going to look towards. Is the Galio going to be first cab off the rank?
Yeah, I came out of draft kind of thinking, you know, T1 maybe didn't. For me, I think Gen.G had maybe the edge in draft, but, you know, T1 now onto red side, Gen.G had side selection there on blue, so should hopefully for Gen.G help them out a little bit in this situation. We see the Skarner ban come out, and then the Ashe ban. You're kind of locked into that Kalista ban on 3, you would think.
Yeah.
So T1 maybe showing the hand a little bit early there.
You almost have to ban those champions, though, with how good Ruler is on the Ashe.
This means we might see the Nidalee open, potentially for Gen.G.
They might leave a lot open. Like, who knows? Like, if you leave Nidalee open, do you then get Kalista?
Guys, you gotta remember, Corki now has a win, so we can't bully him as much.
2 wins!
2 wins.
It's a 2-13 type day. And he has himself an ace machine. Nidalee left up. Let's see whether that is going to be picked here, as we won't need to talk about the ace machine so much anymore because he's been banned. So, thank goodness. Aurora. That's going to be the consideration, of course, especially for Gen.G. Very much a flex pick. And that is going to be taken away. Nocturne stocks rising, I guess you could say. But I think picking away the Nidalee makes a lot of sense on the T1 side.
It's an interesting one because the Aurora is obviously very strong for Gen.G, but it does weaken the Nidalee pick by having presumably an AP solo laner pair as well. Still, it's not the end of the world. Definitely could still take it, but T1 immediately going to slam the Ezreal for Smash. Very confident in that pick for him, even though it is his only loss. But if you watch the game, you know.
Yeah. Didn't look like a loss for him.
He did everything he could and more. Still wasn't quite enough for that game, but definitely proficient on this champion. Now T1 looking to very early secure this Ezreal Leona lane. It is a strong lane, and it does put pressure on Gen.G because you don't have that much space to respond to a full bot lane lock-in. And it looks like they want to make sure they can do that right now.
So
Zyra Khan.
We have actually seen Aurora Zyra Khan work quite well with the fact that you put down the circle, create the Thunderdome, then the feathers are sort of all over the place and you can kind of isolate the fight a little bit that way.
Yeah.
Zyra gives me anxiety, just in general as a champion. She just does a lot of losing.
I feel like the problem here is, you know, you want people to come into you when you're playing Zyra. Ezreal can just sit at range and fire Mystic shots. Rakan and Leona, there's a potential to get stun locked and taken out.
There's the Azir.
And also, you know, Aurora used to be really bad in Ezreal because you'd lock everyone in and only Ezreal could escape. Obviously, anyone can leave now, but Ezreal can avoid have to run through the wall.
Yeah.
And you have an Azir as well, so you have really these mobile, quite long-range picks, which I think Gen.G's comp is already struggling a bit into what T1 has.
Not to mention, I feel like Gen.G's composition is already kind of in a box, right? Azir, Ezreal, Leona, you can play them anywhere, right?
Yep.
And so if you put whichever top lane and jungle that you'd like into this composition, it's going to look absolutely fine. And so you can plug some of the holes as this draft starts to come together for T1. Whereas Gen.G, they're all about like kite back, trying to make sure that this Zyra is able to actually effectively do damage. And that makes things a little bit difficult. The Nocturne ban does come in, as they did prioritize locking away their bottom lane. And let's see what the last ban is going to be here. Nidalee taken away from Owner, and as he does definitely have his license, that is an understandable ban. Oh man, this is just so T1, this draft, if this Xin gets locked in. It's absurd.
Yeah, kind of when you look through the junglers that have been banned or denied, does stand out as that one you expect them to lean towards. The question is more, where will Gen.G go? I mean, I guess, in theory, you could see Canyon pull out something like the Lee Sin is a possibility.
Yeah.
Wouldn't really be a fan of Viego.
Oh, no, not paper, man.
Yeah. Gonna look towards top lane first. I mean, I do like Jax in general when there's a Xin Zhao on the enemy team, because he just makes his life so difficult.
Jax Sejuani could work, especially with the fact that Rakan works with it quite well. But that's a jungle Jax.
Yeah, it looks like they're going for the jungle Jax. And again, you know, the place you're getting the most benefit from having the Jax is into the Xin Zhao. So this is going to be a really favorable jungle matchup for Canyon. And now toying with the idea of what they want to play.
Oh,
go
Silas.
Silas. I'd say ult value already pretty good in terms of the Xin Zhao ult, high value for survivability. The Empress Divide, the Solar Flare, both pretty nice, just generally team fight. Don't pick, I mean, I don't know why he's hovering. You're not picking Ornn into Silas.
Maybe you just want more choo-choo trains. Nah, it's Gragas. It's Darius, obviously. Wow, that would make things difficult for the Aurora. But instead, he's going to go back to that Sion. I feel like Sion is a very Doran champion, but it was Zeus' tank. Like, that is the tank that Zeus played. So it feels very T1. This particular draft, even if it is Smash and Doran playing and not their World Championship roster from last year, I think still feels the same way.
The big standouts to me is you want to avoid interacting with the enemy jungle as much as possible when it comes to T1. And you have a swap situation that heavily favors you with the Sion into an Aurora. Sion is going to be much more valuable. So T1 are going to swap. That is just an absolute fact. We're going to see how much value they get from that. And what Gen.G do in response? Do they try and match the swap? Do they try and scout them out? Because normal lanes is what Gen.G would absolutely desire. But we've seen teams struggle to find that. And if T1 get the swap off, I think they're in a really comfortable position.
He's not as much of a chill guy as you may have expected. As it turns out.
It's so many memes combined.
So many memes.
The crying face behind the mask.
He's like, I'm just a chill guy, it's okay, but Gen.G lost the first game. Yeah, oh my god, that's actually such a good meme.
So good, so good. Some of the, I mean, it's obviously drawn great, but also just so creative.
Yeah. Brilliant stuff. All right, so that's going to give Gen.G a little bit of extra power moving into this game, and they're going to need it against what T1 have put together for this one. Right now, looking at me like a bit of a 2-0, but we'll see whether Gen.G can find their footing here in game number 2. All right, the eruption of the T1 fans coming in as the robot Sion heads towards the top lane. But I don't know whether he's going to stay there for long. As you can see, heading back now, going to keep his options open. Not a whole lot of vision available here for Gen.G as we can see in the enemy jungle.
You know, there's some connections here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Doran, teammates with Smash. Smash used to play with Reckless. Reckless now playing with the Baus, the silent specialist. Just a couple of phone calls away, you know?
That is true. There is not that many degrees of separation. It's like only 7 or 8.
Very surprising.
Yeah.
You know, considering how many...
That's a friend of a friend territory right there.
Yeah, really is, really is.
That's a believable story, you know? It's like, I actually know the guy who knows the guy, you know?
Yeah.
Brilliant. All right, well, we'll have to see from Doran's play whether he has been studying the lost returns.
So we see a situation where Doran is helping Owner to start clearing the jungle, but it ends up being matched lanes in the bot lane with the Leona Ezreal into the Zyra, which, I mean, that 2v2 part is fine. Not sure if T1 were trying to maybe see if Gen.G were going to match the swap. They could end up going for like a 4-man dive bot. I've seen this before where the Sion tanks and the Sion dies and then his passive helps with the dive.
Yeah.
Very possible. This could really hurt Gen.G And it looks like that's the strategy they're going for. Maybe the friend of the friend thing.
Oh,
Maybe
God.
it happened.
Yep, because Doran's still here. Teleport is immediately going to be invested by Keen. T1 still looking for it, though. It's going to be a 4 versus 3. Is the knockup going to be interrupted? Doran already tanking, but he's okay with doing that. They take first blood, and now Keen trying to get what he can done. Carrier still chasing after Keen. Duro left on his own underneath this turret. The rest of T1 holding on to the minion wave. And if Duro's picking up these minions, it still feels pretty good here for T1. As Canyon moving into the enemy jungle, trying to make the most of a bad situation.
You see, great hold of the wave.
Oh no, he's in his own jungle, never mind. Feels like the enemy jungle with what they've been doing. As alright, Ruler running on over. They do have information, as there's the flash. It doesn't really get much done. Grand Entrance going to still knock up Carrier, who has to flash away. No turret ramp available, so he's going to be alright. So in the end, 1-for-1, first blood going over to T1, but that doesn't matter anymore as much outside of the gold that they picked up.
You can see that ultimately it had its desired effect in terms of putting a lead between the AD carries, but Gen.G had a really good response. The immediate TP from Keen, they smelled something was up, they expected this, able to mitigate what the dive could have been. Yes, Ruler still goes down, yes, he does miss a fair bit of farm, but this could have been so much worse. And you see the strategy, Doran is like, right, I'm going to take aggro first. Doesn't get the full charge Q because Duro's had to interrupt. He just doesn't care about dying. They managed to kill Ruler. And then they were trying to look for an angle with the passive, but Keen just walks out of turret and they don't really have anything to follow him right now. In hindsight, maybe if they'd gone for Duro, it could have been better. It's hard to say. They kind of lost the momentum there, but it was... The initial dive obviously was the desired effect, but Gen.G done a great job of responding, and now they have a lead in the top side. And Ruler is starting to catch up. Especially he was able to hold the wave a little bit there. And now we've kind of returned to the swap, which we thought T1 would go for in the first place.
Well, we've got a teleport in from Chovy. Will make his way over. Faker still at 300 health, just looking for a little bit of a better back timing, I guess. Right now, pretty decent wave position for the Sylas. We have to remember that as far as Xayah players are concerned, Ruler is relatively good. I hear he's got a skin on the champion and stuff like that. That being said, he was playing the Xayah at a period of time where she was pretty busted. That was basically Xayah Kai'Sa every game, wasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much. Not quite in that level now as she was before, but did get some nice AD carry item change as I'm saying that.
Faker just got back to lane.
Yeah, not having a fun time. I feel like it's one of those things where when you're into the Sylas as someone like Azir, you lose the trade so badly, and then you try to make up for it afterwards.
Oh, the flash actually has to be invested. Chovy taking a turret shot, still feeling okay in the lane. But now no flash, no teleport, and no real way to get back into this lane. So even though the CS right now is even, Chovy should be able to find himself a decent advantage. And I think Chovy also felt that he didn't have a very good game one. He is he's locking in pretty hard.
I said in game one that Faker downloaded Chovy. Chovy got a firmware update and he's now ahead of the curve. It's an arms race. But Chovy connecting those chains 2 times in a row, really getting some good trades on a Faker and providing some pressure.
Ooh, Kane looking for an opportunity here under smash, doesn't find the combo.
I mean, he's level 5. He's about halfway to level 6, but that ult is such a huge power spike. Smash already half HP.
Yeah.
You have to be a little bit careful. You'd feel a lot safer playing into the Xayah than you are playing into the Aurora Smash right now.
Kane is feeling very safe, though. Just walking into melee range of a Leona in a 1v2. Did, of course, have Duro relatively close by. You can see he's not too worried about how this game is going. Ruler should be a little bit worried as laning up against Doran right now, but there was a Xin Zhao lurking. As we can see, going to be distracted a little bit by this dragon as okay. Faker, no Emperor's Divide just yet. Chovy could steal his away, as he did just ding.
It's crazy just that the chains don't hit, they connect with the minions there, and still Chovy's doing so much damage. Again, Faker answers back. But the problem is, if you keep trading this way, where like Chovy gets a good trade, then you reduce his health to about the same, you're going to run out of health first. That's how it's going to go. As we saw before with the flash.
There's no one here. I feel like that's relatively valuable here for Kane.
Yeah, we're kind of get some adjusted lane assignments here from T1. Did end up picking up the dragon. Kind of maybe get away from the Aurora on the top side, but Keen is just really being snowballed heavily by this. This is a sacrifice when you go for that play with Doran in the bot lane. You are giving up on top a little bit. You know that Doran's going to be behind. And I think ultimately the payoff hasn't been as big as they'd hoped. CS difference between Smash and Ruler very tiny, and because Ruler got so much solo XP, he's actually up in levels compared to Smash. So definitely a backfire here for T1 in what was their intended plan.
Yeah, kind of nutty. But we remember, game number 1, the early game looked really good for Gen.G. And honestly, their macro decisions, where they were moving on the map, everything was good. It was how they were playing together and the micro interactions that they weren't able to navigate as well as T1. It felt like T1 were just doing buttons better
and also
than Gen.G.
The team fighting from T1 was ruthless, honestly, and also where the gold went. But, you know, we have Keen on a carry now. His chance to make the most of that almost 1,000 gold lead he has already in this game.
And most CS in the game as well. Only by 5 now, but it was looking pretty crazy earlier on. So this Aurora could be a problem.
It technically wasn't a swap, but when you have these weird shenanigans top lane, you're so used to the top laners just having no farm, and then Keen just kind of vibing. I mean, this is what Gen.G won. You know, you don't pick Aurora, so you can end up famished in a swap situation.
Yep.
And they've ended up here. We've also seen Canyon have a bit of an edge in terms of jungle CS, and again, that's another situation where T1 are a bit weak in that jungle matchup, because if you see Jax fight Xin Zhao, it's not a fight.
No, it's not very fair. Counter-Strike does relatively well for champions that can empower auto attacks.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
No kidding.
Yeah. No, I've been commentating this game for quite some time. I've learned about the Xin Zhao Jax interactions. It's taken me a few years, you know.
But you got there.
Yeah, I got there in the end. That's the main thing. As Doran just getting abused here by Keen, who's taken the grasp as well. We've seen that was, maybe that's the tech that allowed Anivia to be a top laner. Obviously, Aurora, another Freljordian champion, going to be even more suited because she was already a top laner.
Yeah, and he's just annihilating Doran right now. And especially if he ends up going the Leandra, he's just going to hit so much. Taking more plates in the situation. Doran have to TP back top to defend. Thing is as well, Gen.G already have 3 grubs.
Yeah.
You're never going to be able to get grub pressure if the game continues like this.
Well, we saw last time Gen.G were able to get a whole bunch of grubs, and it did absolutely nothing to the outcome of the game. So, T1 fans, I would not stress just yet, especially with the fact that Faker is playing the Sandy Pigeon. And here's Azir has gotten T1 out of even rougher situations than this in the past. We'll see whether it can do that again.
Yeah, specifically against, there was this 80 carry, I don't know if you know him, he was in the LPL for a while. Wasn't the LCK at first.
Yeah, I seem to remember something about that. I do remember the same 80 carry doing it to Faker, although he wasn't playing this champion, is Duro. That is not where you want to be standing. That's said Pigeon picking up a kill as well.
You know, it kind of feels like the plot of the series, from Duro's perspective, is he's just being picked on. T1 have targeted him heavily. They do so again. This is one of the things when you're playing Rakan, if the CC's layered, which was there beautifully by Carrier, you are squishy. You can't be locked down. This is why, you know, a lot of times Luna was picked into Rakan specifically.
Aww, that's a bit rude.
That's rude.
Well, at least he doesn't have Turtle Port anymore. Does upgrade that to an actual teleport, so that means that at least he'll be able to get to lane relatively fast. But instead, he elects to stick around for another wave. And Duro, yeah, wanders up on a ward, and sometimes you're just not allowed to do that.
Carrier does the ER combo, where when they're still rooted by E, you get the ult down. Just beautifully done. Leaves no time for you to sort of... Because when you E and then go for the Q, sometimes Rakan could W in time. This leaves no opportunity for that. And Duro doesn't have Merc Treads or anything yet, so...
And you still get to Q afterwards.
Still get a Q afterwards.
It's like so much
Same duration.
All right, Empress divides all over the place. Is now Chovy looking to try and make his way out of underneath the turret. Carrier turns up. Duro's here as well. That might give Chovy the opportunity to get in there. Faker once again has to flash. And that is going to be a successful gank there from Duro onto Chovy's lane. Nicely done. No Emperor's Divides left, as we can see in that mid lane.
Very funny moment. It kind of feels like in an anime or something when they just use the exact same move.
Yeah, exactly.
Equal impact, but good moves from Duro there to punish Faker afterwards and get that summoner spell. And now really looking for Smash.
Yep, Carrier is here. Playcaller is going to get a snare, but not too much more than that.
Yeah, rare window where you can really get uptime on the edge. Oh, nice.
Oh, yeah, Duro able to actually get out of it this time, but could be a little bit of an opportunity as the quickness does come down. Big cooldown invested here by Duro, but keeps himself alive this time.
I think Ruler just not quite in range for him to be able to E2, and that's one of the things as well with the EQ. You can just ult when Carrier goes in and stop it. Carrier fishing a bit with that ult, but doesn't find it now.
Yep, so Chovy, actually going to get a stop onto Carrier's recall. Duro in position as well as now Keen moving over Carrier. I think he knows that he's not going to stand too much of a chance here as the ulti is going to be invested in Keen. Going to pay a visit to the Leona. It takes a little bit of time, but he gets there in the end as now Faker with no flash having to deal with Chovy. There's no ulti there as well. All he can do is try and shift some sands, but these sand soldiers are doing so much work. The chain lash not going to connect, and finally finally some buttons come off cooldown, and Chovy finishes off the pigeon. Solo kill for the man in the mid lane for Gen.G.
Solo lane is coming up big for Gen.G. Chovy kind of waiting for cooldowns there. It was a little bit awkward.
Yeah,
but
it felt a little bit like there was maybe a chance. But
he's like, give me a second, give me a second. Gets the rotation back, able to take him out. Dragon picked up by Gen.G, and you know, we felt like kills were going in favor of T1 in game 1, but the objectives in favor of Gen.G. I feel like even more so this time. And they have the kill lead as well.
Yeah.
Things are looking really positive. We did see Doran get some alone time top and get some plates, but ultimately Keen gets a roam that has a lot of value for him, and the feats of strength picked up for Gen.G.
Now, there's a Cloud Soul on the map as well. Trying to hold in my excitement.
You can be excited, it's okay.
It's always T1 games, man. T1 is so reliable when it comes to Cloud Souls.
And you know what? You've been vindicated because Riot on nerfing Cloud
지금
Soul, they said it's the strongest one, it's the highest win rate.
That's what I'm talking about. As yep, Chovy just finds the Leona here.
잡았어.
And now he says he's
마무리
dead.
되지.
And he gives the kill over to Keen.
미드 좀 싸운다 이거.
He's like, I'm gonna go kill mid lane. And in he goes.
이거 미드 좀 붙어줘.
Cover me please is what he's saying. Everyone's coming on over. And you can see the Kingslayer coming back off. And there it is. Lands chains, lands W. All good. Cool, calm, and collected. And an Emperor's Divide. Going to get rid of him once again as the ulti comes down from Chovy. Faker going down so low. The double guards looking real crazy there as Ona does manage to take down Chovy in the end. Canyon trying to fight this one out as the train. That was not really the station he wanted. Duro going to try and get a knock up here, and Doran is pretty heavy, but he's not going to do a whole lot of damage. And in the meantime, Keen's still top lane, and so he's going to be able to grab a feat of strength, and Gen.G will get all of them.
Yeah, that was the first time we saw the Jax interact with Xin Zhao, and
oh dear. I think the Smash show is now starting as Featherstorm going to come down. We'll see if this Blade Caller can actually do anything at all. And in fact, it does a whole lot. True Shot Barrage gets the flash that Ruler still had somehow. And now Smash walking into the wall. He is very, very low. Duro goes in looking for Doran, but he's very tanky. Battle Dance will get himself out. The Q just barely misses. Needs a few more ergs on that one. And Keen not going to be able to lock too much down, but no one dies in that particular part of the exchange.
Yeah, able to disengage there. We see the replay, and as I was saying, this is the first time we've seen the Jax and the Xin Zhao interact. And for Ona's sake, I hope it's the last, because, you know, the initial play, he comes in, he just wants to show you the chain doesn't connect, but there's just nothing he can do. Ona's like, okay, Sion's coming, I can go back in, and Canyon just presses E, and then just bonks him. And,
oh man,
not much you can do.
And it's so easy to play into as well. You see Audacious charge, and then you're like, oh, I guess I press E now.
Yeah.
And then he can't do anything. He can't even get out.
I mean,
so
look what he's doing.
It gets done.
The thing is,
yeah, this is back to live. And okay, ulti coming on down there as Canyon is going lower and lower. The Azir certainly takes care of him. And so Canyon maybe not as immortal as we thought. Is Emperor's Divide going to connect? Faker thrown back towards Ruler is now Chovy. 1 versus 3. Great knock up there from Duro as the Emperor's Divide almost manages to get this one done. But oh my god, Smash able to get out the DPS and they win the fight.
Yeah, I think Canyon heard what I said. And,
oh dear, that one landed. As now Ruler, does he have the Blade Caller? The answer's almost, as Smash manages to get the auto and keeps himself alive. I thought that was the Smash Map movie once again, but not quite enough.
Rare Smash miss there on the Mystic shot at the end. Ruler dodging away, able to make it competitive.
Proving that he's human.
Yes.
Is what we needed to see.
We've learned that now. But yeah, Canyon, you know, you block everything Ona does. You block the stun from Carrier. I think he heard what I said and was just feeling himself a bit too much. Ona also getting the knock up at the end when he tried to leap strike out. A little bit overzealous. And this passage in play, it's not ultimately that bad for Gen.G, but considering the advantage they have, it's kind of just a one after the other situation. And you look at how low
oh my god,
one get.
Keen must be feeling so bothered after that because they were lined up, he was out of vision.
All things considered, really, Gen.G shouldn't be fighting in a way where T1 can get that much of an advantage.
No.
T1 played it well, credit to them, but yeah, Gen.G was strong, and I think they got far too ahead of themselves in that situation.
Well, that means 6-all as far as the kills are concerned, as Keen, this is a bit of a worry. I don't know about that solo flare. That was not really the one, as Faker is going to take a trip out of this one. Duro will be able to deter the rest of T1. But now, with this Rift Herald making a visit to mid lane, that could be just double charges. I don't know what Sion's supposed to be able to do about this.
Yep, they don't have to pilot it, they can just let it go.
Yeah.
Looking for T1 here.
Four-manning the Gromp as if it was a neutral objective.
Canyon we learned from last time.
So it's 3 people that he might be okay with, and he is even going to be able to steal away the Gromp.
Yeah.
That's so sad. They invested 4 people in taking that Gromp.
Oh, but he's focused on the true objective. Securing the Dragon, Cloud Soul.
Yep.
On the way. Still a while to go yet, but he knows what he needs. I mean, to be fair, Cloud Soul, pretty insane with Rakan.
Oh, yeah.
And a lot of these champions.
So, Cloud Soul as well with Sylas, how does it work? Do you get like a boost when you hijack an ultimate and then when you use said hijacked ultimate? Like, where does it take effect?
I don't actually 100% know.
There's so many Sylas interactions that I just don't understand properly.
Yeah, I know some champions you can do that, where you can proc like Cloud Soul with like the initial cast.
Yeah, multiple ways is okay. Blast Cone taken by both Chovy and Ona, as they're challenging each other, as you can see here, because Chovy has stolen away that Crescent Guard.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's some ults where you obviously love the offensive ults for Chovy. Like we saw Doran hovering the Ornn. Chovy would love an Ornn ult, but you know, despite it being primarily defensive ult, the Xin Zhao ult so much value.
Oh yeah.
But this champion is already notoriously difficult to kill, and into a composition where the main damage threat on you is Smash and Faker, who don't want to be in melee range of you, the value is pretty massive.
Are you going to be going home?
I think the highlight was that
steal away the red buff.
Avoiding the red. Smash is like, don't you dare walk through there.
Good support.
Yeah.
Smash is going to move in. You've got another support that's going back as well, as he does get the information that the red was taken. High value. And does
a deep
end up
ward
going.
there as well. I mean, it's a deep ward, but also he has the rune, the deep ward. You can see it has 4.
Yeah.
So it's a deep.
It's a very
deep
ward.
One of the deepest wards we've seen.
Yeah, I've never seen a ward deeper than that, outside of any ward that's deeper than that. But like apart from that, never seen one. All right, Chovy up here towards the top side. Ona was thinking about going for a little bit of a gank Duro in the area, just picking up some blood roses.
Yeah, we're kind of
bloody roses.
Where he just doesn't really do damage to Doran anymore.
And Doran doesn't deal damage to Keen really, and they've both just got grasp stacks all over the place. Keen with a whole bunch
doing a little bit now. Oh, and then
look at that Soul Furnace shield.
So big.
The lane was so interactive, and now he's actually down to 50%. This is kind of getting real. And there's no turret. Does he have to turn into a train? That would be so sad if he had to turn into a train against just a bunny rabbit. There's the Q. That's going to try and buy him some space. But look at this. Continuing to walk. Oh man, took a while. He flashed and ulted to get out of that.
Okay, so we've learned if Doran is there for like 25 seconds, then yes, kill him.
Well, Duro also could just be dead, as another Mystic Shot going to go wide, but gets the heal out of Duro.
I mean, this is just how Smash played Ezreal last time, but he's so aggressive at finding windows to punish.
Oh yeah.
And stepping up. Hasn't got rewarded, you know, when he did it on Ruler. Just get a summoner there from Duro. But just the confidence, you know, I feel like especially when you are a rookie player, you're subbing into this storied roster and they're playing against Gen.G. He's just playing the same, unfazed.
Yeah.
Plates off, doesn't care.
Well, let's have a look at how this Arakan fight does go. They are trying to gravitate, I guess, towards the top side of the map on T1, but now going for a reset. Looks like it's Gen.G that should be able to get there if they would like to. Teleport's available from both top laners and mid laners.
Oh, and which Arakan is it? Is it? Oh, it's the.
Oh, is it a Voracious one?
Oh, it's
for
a Voracious one. Interesting.
Oh, thank goodness for the buff, because I really wanted to see more Voracious. All right, Canyon demonstrating that whole Xin Zhao versus Jax situation that we have here in this game. Actually not doing too bad. When it comes Lightning, doing a fair bit there. We're moving closer and closer to 2 items for Canyon on this Jax. And Ona does have his already, so in actually a pretty good position. Doran just looking a little bit silly there, channeling the blind Q. And Keen with a level advantage, feeling absolutely fantastic on this Aurora. Upgrades the shoes as well. utilizing these feats of strength, and now Duro looking for an opportunity.
Yeah, you can see Gen.G working really hard to push their vision deeper. You know, they like that deep ward they had earlier. They want to do more of that.
Whoa, a deeper ward than the deepest ward you've ever seen? That's crazy, as Faker's going to be slowed down, and that means that he can shift some sands to get himself out of there.
Yeah, it took some time, but they finally got control of that bush next to Raptors, and now just going to be able to push in, look for this tower, but they see Dora moving over, the two-shot barrage comes through. T1 do a good job of mitigating this. Very much this back and forth, though, just trying to establish this vision here.
And I imagine a lot of people are like looking at this game feeling like Gen.G is in complete control, and they are. But I still think that this is anyone's game, and T1 demonstrated in game number 1 that it doesn't really matter how the vibe of the game is going. They can always just turn it on a dime. So Gen.G going to have to stay locked in if they want to make this one happen. We'll see. Artikan was a point of issue for Gen.G, to say the least, in game number 1. So you can understand why they're a bit apprehensive to go for it now.
I feel like it's just a core characteristic. You know, you can switch out the top lane, you can switch out the AD carry. T1 always just has the ability to turn on at a dime.
Yep.
And
it used to be 20 minutes, and now it's 25 minutes for some reason as well.
big nerf to T1, honestly.
Oh no, it's a big buff to game time, game duration.
True. They do need to refine a little bit and maybe work on the random Artikan start, I think. I think they could do well with that.
I don't know whether that was a chain that Chovy really wanted to land.
Sometimes you just throw a skill shot. It's, yeah. You're kind of hesitant because you're like, I don't know if I want this to land. Oh, Ruler, this is so aggressive.
Whoa, what's he doing here? This is crazy. Well, Keen is going to find the angle. Ruler gets out of there. Carrier stunned up momentarily as Empress Divide throws Ruler away. He survives for a fair while. In fact, he's still alive. Ona gets over there, finishes the job. But honestly, why? Why was he there? The counter-strike was decent. Carrier going down so low. It's Duro that's able to lock him down. But now Chovy is missing. It's only Keen left for the damage, and Smash is up and available. And so now all of them are taking so much damage from Ona. Keen has to sacrifice himself. There's nothing he could do. And why, Ruler? That wasn't even the Ruler spot. He was even deeper.
I have no answers to the question. Just completely out of position. T1 pounced immediately, and just as we were talking about the ability to turn a game in any situation, Ruler gives them a bit of a freebie. The fight still somewhat close. Credit to the rest of Gen.G for making it close, but I have no idea.
Okay.
There's no explanation. Every summoner burn for the start of the fight. Smash does respect Flash away from the feathers. And to be fair, Ruler survives for a long time here. Kills Faker. Not quite the same as that shuffle we all know from World, but...
But that's the spot. That's actually where Ruler killed Faker, I'm pretty sure, in that 2017 final. And Faker getting some revenge.
Yeah. And you can see Keen kind of look for Smash at the end, playing very respectfully.
Duro is out of there. I was about to say dead.
Barrage?
I'm going to be honest. I was going to say dead. It's Trisha Barrage searching for it. Thanks, Jonah Strong. Oh, fan reaction.
Oh, the dodge comes through.
Yeah, some sick reactions there from Duro. Sick reactions, get it? It's a pretty good one. Anyway, Chovy going to be clearing out a ward. And Ruler, not the Ruler spot, okay? Let's not do it. They do have vision now set up.
Normally it's supports who die for control wards.
No,
Every support
no.
main has done it.
Normally it's Ruler.
Yeah. Wow.
I feel like he's back in the LCK and we're back to his old ways.
He wants to do it. He's there for his team. You know, he knows Duro wasn't feeling that well. He's like, I got it, buddy. I'll clear this control ward for you.
Nailed it. Well, Gen.G retaining their gold lead. It's not too much of a big deal, I guess. As T1, remember T1's composition, it ages kind of beautifully. You know, they've got the classic front line, lots of DPS. Like, this team should be able to team fight extraordinarily well as the game goes on.
I mean, Sion is getting just so tanky. And still, yeah, Keen, yes, can do damage with enough time with Leandries. But in fights, especially when you look at Ruler's build, he's not going LDR.
Yeah, where is the LDR?
So it is going to be a long time before you're able to cut through this Sion who's got, you know, Thornmail and an Ending Despair.
And then in the meantime, he's causing such a ruckus, keeping Smash so healthy in these fights, making it so much easier for him to play around. Not to mention Faker as well, as Chovy throws out a Solar Flare just for fun. It's probably running out of its duration.
Yeah, I'm not too sure on the Bloodthirst decision.
Yeah.
I guess concerned about the poke from the Ezreal and the Azir, obviously, if he lands like a soldier on you, but it really does delay when this Zaya is going to take over, because you're thinking about IE, thinking about LDR, these items are just so far away.
And you need both of them to feel really good about how this game's going, but that'll be 6 items. That'll mean that this game is absolutely gone the distance. Doran will have approximately 18 billion health. That's an approximate number. It might be more, might be less.
It could be more. I've seen some very tanky Scions in my time.
Yeah. Slightly worrying, but also I'm worried about the age of this Arakan. It's like the oldest Arakan we've ever seen.
Things are getting super dangerous because not only do we have Baron up and Arakan, we also have Soul for Gen.G in 50 seconds, and it is the highest win rate in solo queue Soul.
Yeah.
Is Cloud Soul, verified by Riot. They are nerfing it because it's the highest win rate. So, you know, that's to you, Cloud Soul haters.
This Arakan is going to start putting pressure on us to have children, you know, like really wanting to be a grandparent.
He's getting to that stage of life.
Yeah, it's really getting to that point. Just don't listen to him and let's just play the video game. It can be distracting sometimes, but it's okay. They just want what's best for you.
It is truly the most voracious Arakan. It's like, guys, I'm voracious. I'm here to make you have some action. I give you a buff so you can just, you know, fight.
Now sit down, let's have a cup of tea.
Please fight, please. Yeah. That's all I'm asking for. Gen.G get the memo, but different objective. No, they decide against it. Okay, well, truly the most voracious Arakan.
Indeed. Well, Carrier's slightly out of position, I guess you could say, as Ruler, standing his ground here in this mid lane, does have that Bloodthirster as the cleanse comes down. The train gonna get the ulti out, at least, so that button not gonna be there. Faker looking for the angle where he can, but Doran tanking up for not a lot of value, and Keen keeping them all into position. I think Gen.G should just take the win. Back away as Doran will need to re-up that health bar. No flash now for the next engage.
But honestly, I think this could be...
Carrier.
They need to get Doran reset. They need to TP him back. The question is, can they punish Ruler? He's now got no ult, no cleanse. If they can capitalize on that, it could be big.
Well, immediate CC onto Doran as he does come back. There's so much mobility on this Gen.G roster. It's hard to hold them in place here for T1. As Chovy with that Solar Flare might be able to make something happen. Q not going to land as Doran gets seen. Soulforge comes up. He is going to be all right. So Gen.G now over towards this Cloud Soul that they can get for themselves. And these T1 health bars are getting lower and lower. Flash in from Carrier, doesn't find any joy, and the train misses the station. The knockup is going to interrupt the queue as well. It's a bit of a disaster as Duro gets the quickness, finds the double knockup, and they will be able to take the soul point as well. Chovy finding some dash cannon value is now Keen dashing forward. Ona taken down solo as Canyon, darting in and out of the fight. They lose no one. Doran goes down, they get the soul, and the value's there for Gen.G.
Just feels like skill shots weren't connecting from T1. They were looking but wouldn't find it. And now everyone on Gen.G so mobile, so fast with that buff, it's going to be even harder to connect. Fishing.
Yeah, he wants to find that huge Empress Divide angle. He finds it onto 2. Down goes Carrier, down goes Ona. And that should be a ticket to Baron here for Gen.G.
You just see when he's looking, the fact he's just running so fast, so hard to deal with him. Gen.G, they get what they want. They manage to find the picks on the back end. And now Baron, Arakan, they can just pick up both.
Yeah. This Baron should definitely go down, especially without Ona available. No teleport for Doran to get himself back there as well, even though he's coming back up very, very soon. And Carrier 10 seconds before he's going to be alive again. True shot barrage! That was close. Does get information as well there for Smash, so nicely done. Man, that was so exceedingly close.
Yeah, I mean, good smite from Canyon, but now, yeah, double buffs. Going to be so hard for T1 to deal with. And we see Carrier looks for the stun on a Chovy, doesn't quite find a good dash from him. Doran doesn't connect with the ult. And then the turnaround play comes through. Doran just getting, it's slow, right? They're not shredding him, but eventually he goes down. I think Keen doing a lot of the damage there. And then this ensuing play, he just runs so fast. You can see in the bottom screen like 500 movement speed.
Yeah.
Normally.
It's absolutely absurd.
Yeah, Cosmic Drive as well.
Yep. Empress Divide. And he just walked at them. He's like, yeah, they're pushed up too far. Let's kill them.
Yep. Pretty strong.
Okay.
Do you see the last Whisper coming in now for Ruler, so building towards the armor pen. But Gen.G, so they got Cloud Soul, really fast, really hard to deal with that way. They got Baron for the pushing, and even if you try and fight them, they have Arakan. It kind of feels like a checkmate here.
I mean, they've got Exodia Plus, right? Like, of course they can't have true Exodia because Elder isn't up for another 4 minutes. But, I mean, they've got Arakan buff, they've got Cloud Soul, they have upgraded shoes, they have 6 grubs, they've got everything. as Keen is demonstrating what they're able to do with that, which is basically whatever they want. Crescent Guard not guarding too much of anything at all, as Drew is going to take a quick trip home. Emperor's Divide throws Chovy underneath the turret as Canyon dives in. They take down Faker before he can react as Chovy splash on top of Smash will be able to take him down. And remember, he cannot even dive. Blade Caller value. And we are going to 3 games. We're getting exactly what we wanted out of Gen.G versus T1 here in the LCK Cup. 1 Nexus turret remains. They've got out of combo, but they will not even need to really utilize it because the Nexus is just dead. And thankfully, Gen.G are able to buy us a 3rd game and more of this amazing League of Legends.
Much cleaner game from Gen.G. Felt like they didn't give over as much opportunities to T1, but some great play from Keen and the Aurora get a lot of value there.
Yeah.
Canyon also, the Jax jungle pick, so much power, and I think Chovy locked in on this one.
I think Chovy heard what Chronicler was saying there on the space, so I'm hoping that when we do get to the space after the break, that Chronicler will watch what he says, because now he knows that Chovy's listening. And he definitely played so much better there in that game, finding exactly the angles that they're looking for. So hats off to him. And now T1 back onto the blue side once again. I think that with how this series has been coming together, a very good chance the T1 do just take this one home. But now we have to remind everyone, those tiebreaker scenarios that we were talking about. Keep in your... Was it 55 or was it 35? It was a very specific 18-minute number. If T1 wins at that much, so 18 minutes and 35 seconds. If it's exactly that, then it's a tiebreaker. So that's what we have to look out for.
I think then it would be a 2-1 for T1, and it's already...
No, so if Gen.G wins...
Yeah, but what time was that win? Because they've already had their win.
Oh, they've had their win. So their win has to be at 18 minutes and 35, and I think it was way longer than that, so never mind. That ship has sailed. Time for us to go to a short break. I'll get my brain back together. We'll have the space, and then we'll have game number 3. We'll see you soon.
풀공작 해도 돼, 누구야?
레오나 쏘는 거. 레오나 쏘았어요. 이거 뒤쪽. 레오나 의미 없어.
나 이거 타워 칠 때 이번에 공 한번 쓸게, 이거. 나 그럼 풀공작에 아지로 연계돼. 나 레오나 공으로. 방은 이거 아지로 짜오부터.
우리도 사이언스.
짜오. 우리 사이언스 됩니다.
빠지지 마.
나 아지로 볼게. 타워 넣고. 아지로 누고. 아지로 높을. 아지 잡아 나왔어. 타워 빼면서 볼게. 빼면서. 타워 칠수록 타워.
타워 치면 끝났어.
끝났어. 애초에 끝났어. 어우, 잘 싸운다, 형들. 너 미니언 멀다. 미니언 멀어? 뭐야, 미니언 어디 갔어? 미니언 멀어. 형, 너 지금 가는 중.
온다. 미니언 왔어.
아, 얘 죽어있는 거구나.
So important to deal with is now Humbug on a flank angle. They haven't dealt with the wave just yet. Morgan, there are flanks upon flanks.
They don't know.
Flanks.
Botwave is crashing as well. In they go.
Yeah, Morgan's making his way around. The ulti comes down from Closer. Humbug misses the Q though as Cuz goes in. Closer is the one in trouble, but he lands the combo and it does so much damage. Cuz has to flash for it. As now Doctom dives on top of Hype. Doctom may be the hero for KT as Morgan in the river by himself. Now Humbug and Colin picked up by BDD.
What can they find? Can what they get on top of lane steal. Utah always remember Rich does not have a splash.
Angle here on a doo-doo, but Sponge is kind of going for a walk on the left side. He's so tanky though. UCal again, he's gonna fight the front line. Massive Orianna ultimate, but there's no follow-up. He catches a lot, but the DPS isn't there. DRX are too far ahead, and UCal has put on a show once again.
He's got his balls in the wrong position.
Yeah, I'm like, everybody except Wei is having a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Wei is sacrificing himself, right? So that's why.
I mean, all of KT can never perform at the same time. That would not be KT at all.
야, 노플이지. 오케이, 이거. 간다.
All does that? Oh, he even gets the cat. Does he die? Because Smash just chases him down, has the extra movement speed from the Inspire, and it is so new. Like this should be just Baron. The ebb and flow of this fight, though, you can see now Morgan moving in, spots the teleport, might see that this is the time. Magnustorm this time finally working up the polymorph is gorgeous. Onto Morgan into the backline, he's stunned forever, but he still has access to that counter strike, and he's still going to be feared beyond death. Close against in there, 4 people with the ultimate and now hype. Can you do it? Can you be the savior? Can you be the hero? The flash is so good!
Now they're pushing into the river.
Still standing, but doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. Gen.G on the dragon. Ocean Soul Point. I said they wouldn't fight over it. They're all going all in. Koshik knocking up everybody, but he's super low. And Kasate in the backline is totally fine. But Dudu just got here, and now it's a 5v5. But everybody on the can't see the kick is massive from Canyon. But it might not matter. Dudu in that backline, not able to quite do enough damage. But Punyan as well, still alive, full health, but he doesn't have a front line anymore. The knockup comes in, and Punyan, so sad for him, he gets knocked down.
These Gen.G T1 series used to be 2-0s, nothing to see here, but lately they've been huge battles. Exactly what we saw in Game 2 as Gen.G battle back to tie it on up. As Chovy also heard what Chronicler was saying earlier, like Max said. Welcome back to the space, Digon, alongside Wadid and Cronny. And what do you have to say this time, Cronny?
That's what I want. I mean, I want Chovy to be great, right? That's good. When we have good mid laners, the region looks better as a whole. And Chovy, credit where credit is due, that Silas game was a million times better. I think him and Keen, who Keen funnily enough, I think in a bit more of a subtle way, because Silas is so in your face, but also having an insane Aurora game ended up dragging Gen.G back in this series. I still think Duro is struggling a little bit, but given the circumstances, that's to be expected.
Really great performance by Gen.G just in general, but also I think T1 had great early lead from their bot dive, but after that, it didn't quite age well after that moment.
Yeah, again, the early game was a big part of it. And even in game number 1, we saw how it stayed close throughout until the big Otacon fight. This one, a little bit different though, Cronny.
And for me, one of the things that has made Gen.G such an insanely difficult team to face, and we haven't really seen that much of this far with the new roster, is their ability to outpace their opponent in tempo without getting kills. They are, I think, the best team when they're playing well. We saw this last year at MSI as well, at just generating small laning leads and then turning that into objective after objective after objective, particularly in a lane swap meta. And thus far, I feel like we haven't really seen their strength come through this season, and this game was a great example of where they were able to play that way.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, after the draft, I thought it's gonna be
you were like, this is cooked.
Yeah, 2-0 for the T1, but I mean, you could definitely see that from the draft because there are so many melee champions, and also like Zyra is not really that good into Azrael Leona as well. So I think the draft-wise, it was really rough to like pull it off from their just team comp was just so hard to pull off. But I think, as you mentioned, Gen.G just performed really well. Those just hard enough combo. I mean, as you can see on the bot dive, it was really rough after this free dive on the Xayah. Ruler died at level 2, and I think after that it was kind of easy snowball from T1. That was what I expected, but what happens now is Chovy trading on the mid lane.
So the big thing here is that Ruler was kind of taken out because it was Dove level 1. But then what happens instead is Chovy takes a great trade, which allows the grubs to set up, meaning the swap that T1 did towards topside to try and match those grubs doesn't actually come to fruition. Meanwhile, Ruler is in a 1v1 with Sion, so he just gets to farm up, gets to negate the lead that T1 built early, and then now you have a situation where Sion is super far behind, Ruler is no longer behind, and the grubs have started. And a lot of that comes from the combination mid-prio, Keen playing really well, and then T1 trying to match for an objective and being unable to do so.
Yeah, I mean, I could see the reason why they swapped because of the early grubs, but I think they could just give up early 3 grubs and just go for the early Drake rotation, and also just you can swap later on for the later 3 grubs. But I think T1 was kind of feel rushed on Sion getting humbled on Aurora on top lane.
Yeah, again, a great sign of a team. Not only just what's happening, what are they doing to us, it's what else can we get around the map. The big punish there by Gen.G keeps them in the game and turns it around, which then led to this big fight here at 29 minutes at the Drake where things broke open.
Yeah, after good rotation, they got the full objective controls, and this is the moment that Gen.G got the soul point. I mean, they kind of forced that they cannot do anything on that one because you have to fight for the soul, but you don't have enough power to fight back.
Yeah, you can really see that T1 was, I think, short of hitting some spikes. This time, Smash wasn't nearly as accelerated. This is also after Ruler just trying to collapse onto an Ezreal and just getting caught and dying. Which made the game, I think, feel a lot closer than it should have been. There were still a couple of good fights from T1, but the early game fundamentals that came from Gen.G that got them to free Drakes very early on meant that I think this game was always going to be an uphill battle.
2 points here. You wanted to see a difference between Chovy in Game 1 into Game 2. This one obviously having a much larger impact. What do you think the big difference was in this one, Cronny?
So it was just the execution. Chovy has, I think, been outspoken about after seeing Faker do the things that he did in the World Finals and Chovy his continued shortcomings internationally. He's trying to swap up his playstyle, right? We haven't really seen him play fully lane focused. And I think that the Yone game, he was still trying to do a lot of stuff. The execution just wasn't really there because he's going for riskier angles. In the Silas game, did the same thing, but it does actually end up working out.
I mean, it was even harder. You know, you are playing against Azir.
You were very pessimistic.
Yeah, I mean, melee versus range matchup, you always need a jungler and support around you, but I think Chovy did really well on the trade, like by himself. He didn't even need a jungler, like he just traded really well by himself. So I think all those kind of stuffs comes from just better skill shots, basically, right? It's simple, but
just don't miss.
Yeah,
just hit the goat.
Yeah, hit the
every
skill
chain.
shot.
You know, last thing I'm going to leave the casters here. It's their T1's second loss with Smash. This is probably his first one where it's a little bit more muted, a lot happening around with T1. Let's see if they're going to be able to bounce back here to win the series, or will Gen.G close it on out? Hopefully brain surgery is now done for Atlas as he was trying to put his brain back together, so let's send it back on over the casters.
Much thank you, big time. Digon.
Oh no, it's gone wrong.
Take it. Orcs away.
We'll get you the help you need, friend.
No, it was actually a thriving success. They unfortunately missed on the humor center, so that's why the jokes are still pretty terrible. I was just really hoping...
They couldn't find it, was never there.
Yeah, I was just hoping that they'd accidentally turn me into a funny person, but they didn't quite get there. Let's dive into the draft here and see who's going to be able to come out on top in game number 3. T1 back on the blue side, a theoretical advantage based on win rates here in the LCK, but other regions would have different things to say about which side is more powerful. And in a game 3, in a fearless scenario, things can get wacky. First ban going to be in Italy, and this is why blue side, I think, is so much stronger, because you still have to ban the must-ban champions.
Yep.
And so less flexibility.
Every game so far this series, and most games so far in the LCK Cup have just been ban Skarner, ban Kalista, or Suffer.
Yep.
So they'll take those two out of the way, and then they have one ban freed up to try and work with. They did actually ban Aurora themselves in game 1. And obviously very aware of the strength of the pick, so could look to do that again.
Well, they can't, because it's Fearless.
Oh, sorry, it's Fearless, yeah.
Yeah, so thankfully they banned that one themselves.
Nice.
So strategic, absolutely.
Himself up, yeah.
Indeed. What is the highest priority champion right now, though? That is kind of the question. I'm looking at it, looking down the line, and I'm thinking, like, even Lilia's stock is, like, kind of way up, as Corki is going to be taken away. And I guess, like, honestly, kind of makes sense, even though it's 2-13. Those 2 wins have come in more recently, and Rumble is certainly a big priority there, as Galio going to come through as well. So there are quite a few champions that certainly are worthy of that high priority tag.
It's interesting. They
Galio, big one.
Ban the Galio, given that they banned it on last game on blue side.
Yeah, right.
But also, if you end up picking like the Rumble yourselves, you know, one of the first times we saw Galio recently when he started showing up was played top into Rumble.
Yep.
So they have that flexibility option if you go in that direction yourselves. And
the first pick, Lee Sin, is kind of out there. But Canyon going to do it. You can see, he's like, oh man, I'm going to have to lock in. I'm going to have to make sure that these hands are working to perfection. And last time he played this champion, it was a masterclass. It was gorgeous.
I mean, it kind of makes sense with the priority on junglers, like going down the list of the ones picked, but it's interesting that Sejuani hasn't had a look in at all this series.
All right, Hui is going to be locked in here. Theoretical somewhat flex, but probably not. Chovy has been very, very good at this champion. Doesn't really feel like a Galio counter necessarily, but as far as what kind of compositions you build around Galio, they're kind of the ones that you want to be playing Hui into.
Yeah, I think what's going to be really important for T1 is getting some dive. That is not dive.
That is paper, man.
Yeah, it does have the reset potential, but I think it's going to be really important that when you're playing something like Wei, you want to get on top of him, and especially when you have a Galio and a Rumble, these champions benefit so much from people being able to set them up. If you had like a Vi here, it'd be fantastic, but it's Fearless, so Vi is gone. If you had a Maokai, fantastic, Fearless, Maokai is gone. So they need engage in the composition to set up these 2 picks and to get on top of that long-ranged Wei. So we'll see if they're able to pick something up now that can sort of lead to that.
Yeah, this is kind of crazy because you can see what T1 were doing. Picking the Galio.
Yes, that's good.
I think Wukong works very well.
The Wukong, fantastic. The Viego, honestly, terrible.
Yeah.
Because that would be 3 champions that need setup, but the Wukong can do that work themselves. The sad thing is Rakan would be just unreal with his composition, but it is, again, not available because it was played last game by Duro. So we'll have those other options, and Gen.G are kind of committing to like long-range backline carries.
So they basically need to make sure Ona gets nowhere near them. That is the aim of the game, because unfortunately, when the monkey gets there, the gargoyle gets there as well. And so Ruler and Chovy going to be having a bad time Feels like a lot of finesse required here for the Gen.G composition thus far. We'll see what they augment it with as far as support and top lane. First though, bans have to come in. 80 carries I think going to be looked at here on the Gen.G side.
I feel like honestly supports, if you ban away like the engaged supports, you could get so much value here. Like even removing like potentially Rel. Interestingly, T1 doing that themselves. I would have thought T1 maybe ban away like the Lulu. I guess they're thinking, you know, Gen.G want to play some engage themselves and Juro efficient, but I really think T1, the more engaged you get with this composition, the easier the game's going to be.
I think Gen.G also don't care about engage at all.
Yeah, I think you could have just picked Lulu, and you know we've seen Gen.G play the Jinx Lulu before, so I would definitely.
I was really expecting that Caitlyn would be pretty high priority when it comes to the ban. Smash really good at the champion and does have a lot of range.
T1, it feels like they're banning the picks I would expect them to play, so potentially looking to go in a different direction. Putting a lot of faith into Ona and I guess Faker as well in the Galio to be able to set things up.
The Lulu is really standing out like a sore thumb. Udyr makes me feel no happiness at all.
Guys, this isn't why we wanted Fearless. Oh, it was a mistake. Undo.
Oh dear. Well, Zeri going to be locked in. Zeri Lulu, absolutely gorgeous. That feels like they just moved their rook into like the most unseen place. And that's checkmate. It wasn't actually that unseen. It was kind of walked into, and why not just lock the Lulu instead? Milio, a consideration here is Duro thinking about the Thresh.
Yeah, I kind of hate Gen.G's position.
I liked it until these last two, where it's like they moved to the edge of the cliff and they were teetering, and then they just said, we're going to send it, and launch themselves off.
I will say, if Ona falls behind, this comp from T1 might get a lot harder to play. There's a lot of tools, you know, with the Thresh and the Hui and the Lee Sin that can disengage. So I do feel like by not going and engage support, they lack that to some degree. But the thing they've gained in return is a lot of scaling, a lot of team fight cleanup with the Zeri Lulu. And Gen.G have Udyr. You know, I just think it's going to be a struggle because when the fights start, the team fight from T1 is just so much better. And Gen.G, it's not like they have a composition that like rolls early. So I think they're weaker in team fights. I think they don't necessarily hard win lanes. I think Gen.G, you know, it's not that the draft isn't playable, but I'm favoring T1 right now with what they have quite heavily.
Yep.
But it really comes down to, I think, Ona and Faker, the mid jungle. If things go wrong there and your front line isn't able to like charge forwards, I think the game becomes infinitely harder.
And we have to remember that this game is very important for both of these teams, but for T1 especially, they can be first place in their group with a victory. There were tiebreakers spoken about before. I had my brain repaired. Tiebreakers are actually impossible now. It is either you're first or you're not. And so let's see whether Gen.G can make this composition that we don't really enjoy that much work, or whether it's going to be T1 with this Galio Rumble that works out for them. Time to jump into the rift for Game 3. All right. A little bit of a shout out to the current team that he's playing on there with the Samsung Galaxy Thresh, as well as a shout out to the man who's working for the enemy in Mata, who did get that skin in 2014. Very cool stuff there from Duro. A lot of layers to the shout out.
We'll see what Gen.G's strategy is level 1, pushing pretty aggressively for vision here. You know, Udyr can do fine in swaps. And if they have some game plan based around that, maybe they can find a way to navigate this. But it looks like it's just establishing vision for now.
Yep. And it looks like that swap is going to come on through. You can see Carrier already moving towards the top side. Smash will be following after that recall does come through. And so a fair bit of information, but it looks like the Rumble will be spotted heading down towards that bottom side. And right now, Ruler and Duro, you can see they're hedging a little bit before they move most likely towards the top side. But right now, they are moving bot lane. Ward is pinged, but I don't know whether was he actually out of vision. I think he might have been. As Canyon moves on over here, Ona will be able to secure his popcorn chickens. Couple of them taken there from Canyon as level 2 is gained.
Canyon smited and Ona got it. That's so bad. That's such a bad start.
Oof.
I mean, in fairness, I feel like in this game, you kind of have to go for something a little bit zany, based on my opinions on the draft.
Yeah.
But that couldn't have backfired more for Canyon. He will be behind. Ona's going to get a bit of an advantage at the start. It is lane swap situation. Not very fun playing Udyr into double range champions, but at least you know the dive isn't that strong from like a Zeri, Lulu, even a Wukong as well. It's actually very low dive threat on an Udyr, so I think Keen is kind of okay.
Well, Hook is going to connect max range there, and the playback gets a flash out from Doran.
Yeah,
those Flame Chompers, great position.
It's one of those situations where you're trying to be in range with experience, but if you're in range to be hooked, you're just too far up. That really shouldn't be happening from Doran. Fortunately, Canyon's on the top side and is behind a bit.
Fear, man.
Yeah, that was pretty good.
Exceptionally played. As, oh dear, Canyon's woes continue here. As Tempest going to come out there, not able to cripple Carrier, as Keen's going to move on over to defend his Lee Sin. He's just going to die. All right, Smite comes down as Carrier could be in trouble. Canyon going to have to flash away as Carrier flashes to get the kill. He should be going down for it, but Keen might be sacrificing his life. Ghost not enough, and that's a kill to Smash. Absolute disaster for Gen.G.
I think T1 pretty okay with the situation. You know, Doran being his flash, he's like, oh no, what if I get dove? Don't worry, Carrier is solo killing the enemy jungler. Killing.
And Ruler is going to be able to grab a kill himself. Duro somehow surviving the turret there, very nicely done. Misses a cannon, but I guess the -1s feel a little bit more muted.
Yeah, so just as everything is going right for T1, Gen.G get an answer back. Doran, there's no other way to spin it. You shouldn't be dying in this manner. You're just too far up when you're outside the tower. Carrier just finds Canyon. Remember, Canyon's behind because of that invade.
They're even on levels, right? Like,
yeah.
There's no respect here at all.
And Canyon's like, I just need to finish the camp. I just need to finish the camp. I just need to finish the camp. Let me finish the... And he's dead.
Yeah.
Great flash at the end there from Carrier to finish him off. He does go down, but then he feeds a kill to Smash, and now they're looking for the dive. This is 4 people. This is going to happen.
Yeah, Keen not feeling super good as the extended beam comes on through. It takes a little while there as Carrier tanks the turret really nicely, and T1 just execute the Udyr.
Guys, Canyon is getting these Raptors, okay?
He is.
This is his focus in this game. He's getting the Raptors, yeah. But a great roam from Faker there. The power of the Galio, no surprise to see Faker making good use of it, but you push a wave in, find an angle move there. And what is typically a rough dive, having like Lulu, Zeri, Wukong, becomes so easy with a Galio.
Well, let's have a look at it one more time, checking out this play from Ruler and Duro.
I mean, this is kind of twofold, because on the one hand, credit to Duro, some fantastic hooks, but you just shouldn't even be in range if you're Doran. Like, allowing this to happen, and I know why he's like trying to get in the XP range, but it just backfires so massively. And after the first time we lost his flash, you can't let it happen again.
Yeah.
Here, just a full channel taunt. Carrier has aggro, beautifully played, with the shield as well, can tank a few hits.
Well, now we've got Smash and Carrier down towards the bottom side, landing against Duro and Ruler. Fair bit of movement speed between the two of these, with the Lulu available. So
kills already on the Zeri. This is not ideal. Not ideal.
Pesky caster minion. It is. I don't know whether Wolf would have certified it just yet. He is at home watching along right now, so he can probably let you know in the chat whether he has certified it.
There's still time. There's still time.
Yep. We'll need the paperwork in the mail if we are going to see as Chovy does have the Spiraling Despair now. And I just want to see what happens here towards the bottom side. It's not doomed just yet, but it's looking real close. As now Chovy does throw out that ultimate button. Justice Punch gets Faker out of there, but he's going to have to go back home.
Yeah.
Teleport still with half of a cooldown.
Didn't even pop the taunt there for Faker, which has that damage reduction. I think it kind of shows that you can definitely have pressure on Galio. So hard to solo kill him.
Yeah.
So bulky. But Chovy does a good job of forcing him out of lane, buy some time. And ultimately, it's not so much about, hey, I have prio, I can move. It's honestly more so about Galio can't move. And Canyon now looking, does get a grub.
Yeah.
Will force Owner away a bit, but Faker coming back, Chovy lowish on mana. I don't think he can really stick around here. One grub, he's got to take it and be happy.
Yep, bit of a speed up there as well as Canyon. Oh, just gets in there once again. Owner is going to smite it away. That's with Resonating Strike as well, as now Doran's coming down, and Canyon, I don't know whether he's getting out of this one, and by I don't know, I mean he's definitely not getting out of this one. That is a kill going over to Faker with those Winds of War.
You know, considering how clean the last Lee Sin game was from Canyon, this one has been so rough. He used a smite there as well.
Yeah.
Resonating Strike, still gets out-smited by Owner, lost that camp early, now 0, 2, and 1.
And the only good news is the fact that they at least get one of those grubs, so at least the feats aren't going to be there to worry about. But already, The amount of kills, that threshold is being crossed for T1, so one of those feats of strength already there.
And you know, I was concerned about if Ona falls behind, when he's the one who needs to be leading the charge, Wukong can feel very underwhelming. He's having a great game. He's in a really good position. And I feel like T1, they're looking fantastic already in this game. 4-2 in the kill score, only about a 700 gold lead, but this is the start you want.
Absolutely. And I don't know, I just don't know what Gen.G's composition, outside of like Jinx gets excited, kills everyone, like that is obviously a thing that you can do, is we're going to see this once again. Ona's smites have been ice cold.
I honestly think just in general, Ona's form has been so fantastic in the LCK Cup. And clean with the smites as well, which is funny, especially considering, seeing Ona on a flank here.
Yeah, Chovy does get a bit of a fear, but doesn't want to get taunted. Canyon blocked there by the Warrior Trickster as Carrier getting taken down low, but Smash throws down the ulti. Duro in so much trouble, and Ruler throwing what autos he can, dodging a lot of these burst fights with a flash forward. The barrier, the hook goes wide, and down goes the Jinx, and there's no chance. That's the double, and Smash, oh man, if he wasn't certified before, he is now.
Yeah, I mean, so strong now with those extra 2 kills. 4-0. Zeri and just Gen.G not respecting the level 6 from Zeri. We've had so much Zeri Lulu in the LCK, and one of the big things that's always been true is the level 6 all-in spike is insane. You can see the Zeri Lulu sitting back, not doing much, being pressured. You hit that level 6 and it's a game changer, and Gen.G don't respect it. And especially considering you have a Thresh, you could just farm at a distance and have the Thresh play Lantern. But overzealous, overconfident, and they pay for it dearly.
Yeah, we're going to have a look at this one more time, and look at that Lantern placement as well. I mean, Duro hits the hook and they go in, and then Smash is just in melee range, able to get so much value.
Yeah, the level up comes through. Great flash in there from Carry, gets extra damage. Good dodge there from Smash. Dodged both those critical skill shots. He was so low.
And he was out of vision as well, but they swept it at exactly the right time. Carrier gives him just the information.
Whew. And, you know, we came out of draft favoring one side. We'll be honest, you know, it looked good, 4T1, but when you got a 4-0 Zeri, there's not a draft in the world that looks bad with a 4-0 Zeri.
And it already looked good!
It already looked good. Smash in a fantastic position to carry this game now. Gen.G fishing for something here. They do have Canyon with kick available. And bear in mind, no flashes for T1.
And he has snuck into this brush. We'll see how sneaky he's been as Ona is going to come on over. It's likely a 3v3.
I think you always have to be very cautious into it.
Oh, there's the kick! There's the kick flash! The box goes down as Smash once again with the ulti. See whether the Gatling gun's enough, and it absolutely is. Shutdown goes to the Jinx. And did Carrier actually ult himself because he wasn't quite in time or something like that? Did that just happen? Did I witness that? I don't know.
Didn't quite see, but 613 gold for Ruler there, which just pretty drastically closed the gap. Those are the sort of plays you have to make. Canyon finds an angle, and the thing is, you normally play pretty safe against Thresh in general because he has the Lantern for the extra setup for the jungler. But Ona was bot side, and so I think T1 had this perceived view of safety, which I get. You're 4-0. You're playing Zeri Lulu, you have your Wukong nearby. So it's just a fantastic angle from Gen.G to slip in and kind of go with that overconfidence. I feel like it's been back and forth, a little bit of overconfidence in these bot lanes that have been...
And Carrier had to ult himself because he was trying to stop Canyon from being able to get the combo.
Oh, trying to
just didn't stop the kick. Yeah, that was why he did it. That's what memory is telling me anyway.
Canyon's still clean with the kicks. Smites haven't been on point, but the kicks still are.
Yep, see whether he can continue to redeem himself, because I think he's going to need a little bit more work done after what had happened in the early game. Some plates being stolen away here by Smash and Carrier.
Yeah, they can't really damage Keen, but I mean, at least Keen can stand in front of the tower when Smash Qs and force him to hit him. But yeah, not really making much headway onto him specifically. We got the Yun Tal from Ruler, which has been buffed on this patch, so a lot of attack speed, a lot of AD, a lot of crit. An item that has all 3, which is not really a thing anymore since they changed them.
Yep, Chovy actually coming towards the top side just to make sure that they defend.
Yeah, and Gen.G getting some plates here, so bringing it back a little bit. We'll see the kick coming out here.
Humble kick.
And yeah, beautiful waterfall kick. I think he just ulted to try
so close to the interruption, actually, I think.
Yeah.
But of course, Flash makes it so hard.
Yeah, it's difficult. The thing is, the extra health for Smash probably wouldn't have made much of a difference, although obviously ideally ult. Smash
no, it's the right call for Carrier. He just almost stopped Smash from being kicked out.
Yeah, so fortunate. Do you see a lot of trading of plates here? Thoran does have he doesn't have Equalizer, he used it just before, so this next wave is potentially going to set up a kill, actually. Then they can go for dive if Thorin sticks around.
Well, Canyon gonna move on down here. Does have that kick back up. That gets the mini stun. That is gonna be Flame Chompers, and my goodness, that is a very dead Rumble. Canyon almost dies, but doesn't quite. And so more plates, and actually second turret gonna be going on over here as T1, they do manage to get the feats of strength this game. They're not that far ahead in the gold. Gen.G kind of holding onto it as, oh god, okay.
He's
well,
can count if he can, if he's playing that safe. I will say, Chovy had a lot of pressure there on Faker. You can see Faker trying to move down, got hit by the ult from Chovy. If Galio was able to get in range and ult, game changer.
Yeah.
So good moves from Chovy there to prevent that from happening. And also having the wave prior in the first place. But you can see Faker actually like just runs down immediately on the minimap and gets stopped. The execution there from Gen.G pretty flawless, not much Doran can do, but the backup didn't come in, and the dive ends up being successful.
Well, the thing that is making me pretty excited about the game state right now is that it just really feels like Smash versus Ruler. It's like the old guard versus the new. Can Ruler do what he's done many years in a row prior to this, which is just hard carry? His Jinx, certainly something that he's been able to do on in the past, but Smash has got Zeri. Like, as far as main characters are concerned, she is the champion, as Heal actually going to come out from Keria in response to the hook. Good one there from Duro.
I think my big concern for Gen.G, because, you know, Fed Jinx can do great things, and the gold is pretty even between these AD carries. But the problem is, you know, Jinx gets so much benefit from that first initial kill.
Yeah.
And yes, you can have Canyon kick someone in, but it's tricky to lead a fight with that because there's so much to interrupt you. Like you're playing into Wukong, Galio, Lulu. We've seen Canyon get great kicks. You know, we saw that one that was in the Mad movie, but that was ultimately him getting a kick later in the fight. Getting that first initial kill and setting up Ruler, going to be a tough task, I feel.
Doran's taking damage once again. Owner is just better at smiting as the playback is really good. Flash out just to make sure that Smash doesn't get the value. Immediate cleanse. And Heroic Entrance was immediately also interrupted as Keen is able to press E and boop. And that does it. So all of the ultis now on cooldown. Gen.G with a slight advantage. Super Mega Death Rocket is going to be there.
But I will say, 2 flashes burn from T1. They're more than happy about that.
Yeah.
I think also great flashes to have. Ideally, you'd get Ruler's Flash, don't get me wrong. He is playing very aggressive there, punishing Smash. Ideally, getting Ruler's Flash is the best thing, but the easiest target to pick is Thresh, being that he's so immobile. And Canyon not having Flash means he's going to have such a hard time finding these kicks. So in terms of value, T1 definitely getting a lot out of that play, but still having to respect Ruler on this Jinx, especially the range advantage. This is the thing is, once T1 closed the distance, that range advantage is for nothing. That's why having the engage I felt was really important. But if you don't have those tools, you know, if Owner's not in a position to get on top of Ruler, he can't just sit back and free fire, and so can Chovy.
Yeah. It's really interesting, actually. I really like this sort of dichotomy that we're seeing with the new look T1 with now Smash on the roster, because normally T1 would be the team playing Jinx. They were trying to do this in the Zeri meta that we were stuck in for so long, right? It was the pick Jinx into the Zeri, outrange her, and be that hyper carry with Gumayushi on the lineup. And now Smash, a little bit better at the Zeri side of things, and Ruler is the guy that wants to be playing the Jinx in this matchup.
Yeah.
Kind of interesting how the shoe is on the other foot.
It does remind me a lot of his JDG times, that MSI when he was on Jinx,
yeah,
taking over. We know he can do it, it's just, can he do it against this? Gold lead is still, it's small. It's definitely within range. Feats aren't going to make that much of a difference.
Canyon going in onto Owner. They do manage to get the Cyclone as, oh, Keria could be in trouble. King comes over, yeah, he's just dead. No Wild Growth is going to help him there, and it's actually Chovy that gets the kill. Ruler getting excited, Zap going wide. And Gen.G with control of the fight for now. Oh, another hook connecting! Duro, main character in this one. And there's the Spiraling Despair. It's another kill for Smash as the Udyr goes down. And Canyon, I think he'll win the Smite fight on this one, as he's the only one there.
I feel like we've had so long of Thresh just kind of being that Lantern bot. We had the W Max Thresh, which is a big thing for a while. Last time we really saw him in the meta. Duro is making the claim for the Q Max value, getting the hooks consistently. It's what you love to see, but I feel like it just hasn't been a thing for such a long time. It's so difficult to find picks on the back of Thresh because, you know, his Q is such a long wind-up, it's quite telegraphed. He's making it work.
He really is. This is a gorgeous play. I think the last time we saw Thresh be like so incredibly pivotal was Keria. After that Q buff came in and Thresh for like a patch or two was just broken, Keria really showed us that. So we're gonna go back into live here as another hook is gonna connect. That's another kill for Ruler. And oh man, Duro, I think he's feeling better.
He's feeling better. He's redeeming himself for that Elise game, which is a little bit rough game 1, but he is just carrying right now, getting so much value.
Whew. That's clean. All right, they're gonna now try and take down this outer turret in the mid lane, and I don't think anyone's gonna be able to stop them. Let's have a look at this replay once again. Keep your eyes on Duro.
I mean, it's just phenomenal. Does end up messing up the play a little bit at the end, but still finds the kill, gets the flash from Keria.
And it's this next one that you got to look out for.
Thorin has just been a hook magnet this game.
And I mean, they were honestly, it was like fish in a barrel, but still really nicely played. And who really, he also had a lantern there for Keen, I want everyone to know. But Keen was a bit dead.
Oh, the trap
Flame Chompers
setting it up.
Yeah. And so we gave Duro a bit of credit as we came out of the replay, but great setup there from Ruler. And playing Galio into Jinx is a bit frustrating given the arm time and the fact that Justice Punch does require you to go backwards for a bit.
Considering how doomed this game was looking.
In the draft?
In the draft, in the first 10 minutes. Gen.G are really bouncing back and making this competitive.
Yeah. And it's so interesting, right? Because the same reasons that we're saying that T1 were in such a phenomenal position, and it's those 5 kills that are on the Zeri, that exact same point is now mirrored on the other side because Ruler, he carries these.
Yep. Chovy also over 1,000 gold up over Faker on this way. They can keep those carries safe. It is a very winnable game for Gen.G. IE picked up already for Ruler.
Oh, Faker could be in a little bit of trouble here as he is snared momentarily, but not gone.
Not the easiest pick target.
Yeah, there's some durability.
But you can see the pressure that Gen.G has over the map. You can see them really setting up the vision around where Atakan is going to spawn on the top side, which is, oh, it's voracious. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's surprising. I was expecting Ruinous. Not to be the case this time. As Ruler going to be able to grab that red buff, gives the other half of it over to Canyon.
And now
so close to it being going over to everyone, but not quite.
I think the thing is, we're looking at Owen on this Wukong. We're looking at like angles he can get into approach, and I think having vision is going to be really important. If you're just running into areas where Gen.G has all the vision, they see you coming, Thresh can do such a good job of disengaging the Wukong.
Yeah, I mean, Flay is probably the thing we're looking out for, but even the box will make Zeri's life difficult as you're just trying to run amok in a team fight. We don't really talk about the box being valuable, but I actually think in that instance it does work.
You ideally want it to be a flank because you don't want Thresh to be able to just lantern them backwards. If Chovy clicks all his buttons, and he has a lot of buttons on this champion in one direction, you're just not going to be able to make your way in. So as T1 have started to fall a bit behind, they need to get a bit creative with how they're approaching fights to favor them. It is a Mountain Soul, that added durability, definitely a lot of value for these hyper carries if they can get it.
And Ruler has kind of hit the point where he's just really happy, right? He's got the IE and the Untiles completed.
Good for him.
And it's likely to be a rapid-fire cannon coming in next. Probably wants to get some armor penetration at some point, but maybe not, given the enemy composition that he's up against. No real true tank to worry about.
Yeah, you definitely want it eventually, but you're not nearly as much of a rush as we're in the last game. Although
and in the last game, he built 3 items that weren't those anyway.
Yeah, he took his time. Oh, Ruler goes for a control ward, but Chompers first. And doesn't die.
Beautiful. You love to see it. Ooh, Duro information over to Ona there as he sweeps him out, but the Flaming Monkey not going to be doing anything just yet. It's Chovy doing what he likes the most, which is clearing out minions, successfully taking cannons. Ruler does the same thing. Jonas Strong and everyone watching from home very happy with the satisfaction level of cannons being taken in the last few seconds.
Gen.G just being very rigorous with this vision, clearing it out, using the Chompers defensively. Having the Thresh there as well makes it so hard, especially since, you know, game 1, they had the Vi, right? T1, you have so much CC, you can layer, you have the Poppy as well. There's not actually that much to hold people on Gen.G in place, but they can't, like, grab a lantern in between.
Yeah.
Like, if Ona ults, you need someone immediately there to CC them after.
No, you need someone immediately there to pile control wards on it.
That also works. But, like, you know, if Galio ults on you, he's not going to come down for a while. Oh, Ona in trouble.
Oh, that Warrior Trickster just paid for itself in gold. As Rift Herald goes down, there's the flash hook! Not going to connect, but Doran had to flash to get out of the way of it. Spiraling Despair now on cooldown, not doing a massive amount of damage as Shelly, I don't think she's going to survive for the charge. Never mind. Going to successfully manage to get a bunch of damage onto that inner turret. Is now Mountain Soul. We haven't even spoken about this, but I feel like Mountain Soul is absurd for both of these teams.
Yeah, really is. A lot of tanks get, well, tanks on the side of Gen.G get a lot of value. With the extra durability, if Gen.G get it and Chovy and Ruler are just that much harder to kill, it's going to be painful.
Not to mention if Faker gets it, and then he has that extra shield, and he's that big front line that they need. As Keen just going to walk in here. He can do that. He is a Udyr. See how he's going to go as Warrior Trickster. Does mean that it's just the clone, as every hook is scary. Vidura hasn't been landing very many of them recently.
Just fishing, you know, seeing what I can find.
Non-committal CC is the aim of the game.
I also think Ruler able to just position so aggressively up in the lane, knowing you have the Thresh to back you up. Real game changer here.
And also, like, Ruler was at his peak when he was playing in Tahm Kench Thresh metas, right? And so I feel like he's going back to the old times where he was the true main character. And that is certainly a good sign for Gen.G fans. On the other side, T1 keeping it so incredibly close. Like, this is anyone's game right now. Otacon has been up and available for a very long time. And we're going to have him and Baron on the map together. It's going to make things pretty spicy towards that top side, as we can see. Vision always being traded between the two of them.
Chovy's just been throwing so many of that long-range projectile into these brushes and just kind of...
Don't do a canyon. Oh, he gets the smite!
Redemption.
All right. Post 20 minutes, that's when the smites are going to start landing.
That's when they matter anyway.
Honestly, it is.
Early game smites, who cares, you know? Oh, you got my Raptors, I'm taking your Baron.
Uh-huh. Well, Chovy also able to collect that blue buff as well. That feels pretty nice. And Ruler now with... It was actually Runan's Hurricane that he picked up as well, so we're going to be doing a whole bunch more AoE. Thought it might be going towards the Rapid Fire just for a little bit more safe poke damage.
I think the thing with the Rapid Fire is you already have so much range of the T1 composition. And if you think of how T1 are going to be approaching, everyone is kind of short ranged and kind of going to be running at you, so...
You probably get a bit of value.
Good amount of value there, yeah. Same items across both AD carries. You know, Smash is a tiny, tiny advantage from the feature strength boots.
Yep.
And that's already looking at. But damage galore for both of these. And especially when you compare, like, you know, Faker's just recalled only got his second item. Owner's work on his second item. Like, these AD carries are all monster fed. And, you know, we normally see that in pro play where you funnel resources to them. But even with that in context, like, Ruler has 40 more CS than Chovy. Yeah. By the way. Chovy's on 10 CS per minute. Chovy is Chovying. Ruler is just...
Ruler is rulering.
He is rulering. That's top of the kills he has as well.
There are a lot of objectives here in this top side of the map. I feel like this is where the game is going to be changed. As Canyon dancing around the river. And Keen going to get melted here momentarily as Gen.G have started this one up. Oh, I'm nervous. I'm anxious. But let's see what T1's going to be able to do about it. Faker, heroic entrance up and available as they back away from the Otacon. And just look to lock this one down. Cyclone not getting the most value ever as they dive on top of Ruler, smashing that backline. Ruler survives for a while. Smash as well is just diving on top of Chovy. Takes down both of the carries. And Keen gets one, but it is all over for this fight. T1 matters into their own hands, and Smash comes in clutch.
Owner does his job perfectly. We need to engage, we need to get on the back line. He finds an angle, and Smash is there for the follow-up. Using Zeri perfectly, both carries go down, team fight's over, and in a blink of an eye, Gen.G crumble. Owner just, it's a good flash from Ruler. He avoids the initial CC, but Juro's on top of him. The lantern has little value. And Smash is there to follow up. Carrier sends him with the wild growth, says, go with my blessings.
Oh, yeah.
And he does.
Oh, man. T1 finding exactly the window they're looking for. And I actually didn't think that the Cyclone was going to be what they required, right? You saw that flash come out as Ruler avoids a lot of the CC, but Smash knew exactly who he needed to kill. And he's like, this is good, keep going. Takes down both of the damage dealers, and then the fight is just over.
No, interestingly enough, even though the initial ult... That's exactly what...
You can see the stress relief there for Coma.
Even though the initial knockup didn't hit Ruler, Owner's initial ult CC Duron Canyon, and those are the ones there to disengage him, and it meant he got that follow-up. But I just love the confidence. You know, I said my concern for T1 was, you know, Are you going to regret not having engaged support? Is Owner going to be enough? The answer is yes. He absolutely is.
And you pseudo do have an engaged support, I guess, as Canyon was fishing for an opportunity there as another Cyclone comes down. Remember, Otacon buff means that they're just going to be sent home. Not too much more to worry about. Oh my goodness, they're kind of in the blender though, as one of them does go home. I'm pretty sure, no, never mind. No Otacon buffs actually going off, and that is just a kill onto Keen.
The redemption value oh, he's looking.
Yeah, Faker manages to get the Justice Punch onto Chovy, who takes the Lantern to get himself to relative safety. Zap connects on to Smash, as Canyon has to flash to get out of this equalizer that is shredding them. Doran just wanting to put them in the barbecue, and they're diving underneath the inner. They're all going to be taking a swift trip home, but it's a double for the Zeri. And so it's already kind of doomed. They managed to get Ruler as well, and that is precisely what they were looking for.
Yeah, now they got time on the map. Long spawn timers for Canyon and Ruler. They've got the Mountain Dragon to pick up. They have options.
All right, Faker just, I think, wanted to get a bit of value here, but let's have a look at this replay one more time.
Yeah, so Canyon goes in, doesn't immediately get out again. It's some good CC in return, and Chovy does so much damage, but the redemption value here, actually massive for T1. They would have lost Owner and Carry, I think, if they come through. Maybe even Smash as well. But here, this was so close to be even worse because we get this initial play coming in. But look at Doran. So Doran ends up ulting. And look, he's about to flash. He's about to flash. Feared. So tragic. He was going to melt both Chovy and Canyon there. And it still goes well. But that fear from Chovy, I think it could have been game over if that fear had not come through.
I feel like that, yeah, that managed to get like a couple of... 200 gold pickups, as they do send a few of the T1 members home. Still not great news for
don't get me
Gen.G,
wrong,
but it's a bit there.
The game is not in a great spot for Gen.G, but I think they actually would have ended if that fear had not stopped Doran from just toasting them all. Doran hasn't had the best game. It's been a bit rough. Got put behind, but his equalizer in the last the fight we just saw and the fight around Otacon had a lot of value. So really coming back strong. And now, we saw these 80 carries at item parity for such a long time. There's now a 3,000 gold lead for Smash. He's got a Bloodthirster completed where Ruler only has components, and he has a QSS on top of that.
That's pretty ridiculous. Ruler now wanting to complete said Bloodthirster, but he's still a ways away from that one.
It's absurd when you look at everyone else, and like, people have like 3 items at best. Everyone else, and he's on 4 pushing 5.
And he's got all of the money on the Rift. As we can see here, 5,000 ahead of the nearest on his team. And that's exactly where you want that money to be if you are a T1 fan. Gen.G still trying to hold on as best they can, but I just feel like the Udyr is kind of past his use-by date as far as being that front line. He kind of melts if Smash even pays any attention to it. And there's the equalizer just to bully them away from this inner turret. Hook connects onto Faker, but Faker able to tank for quite some time. With that movement speed as well, the fear even gets him out of dodge. Oh dear. Still, Gen.G hold on to their inner turret for the moment, as this Warrior Trickster not going to be anything they're going to be too worried about. And next thing to be up and available is looking like the Baron in 2 minutes' time. And so can Gen.G get their ducks in a row? That's the question. Owner goes in, Owner goes out. And they're able to just have a look as another hook going to connect. That is one of the longest I've seen in quite some time. Dura not opting to go in. Canyon was thinking about kicking back Faker into the team, but we know that he is relatively tanky here as Smash, like we were talking about, if he does get some free time with Keen, will do some pretty legitimate damage to him.
It's crazy just the ebbs and flows we've seen in this game. We had so long where Gen.G just had complete pressure, T1 were always hesitant to approach one big fight, and now it's just complete reverse where Gen.G are just kind of fishing for options. I will say, at least T1 is still whiles away from the Soul, so that's not a concern right now.
Yep.
But the problem I have with Gen.G's composition is Gen.G want T1 to come into them and then play defensively, peel back, Ruler gets space, Ruler does damage, gets the resets. But when T1 are the ones who control the space, Gen.G have to push forwards and enter. When this Baron starts, Gen.G have to approach, and it can make it really dangerous if T1 have vision because you're scared of Wukong flanks, you're scared of Galio flanks, Rumble flanks, Zeri flanks, you know? Yeah. So it makes it very difficult. So I think T1, no time pressure on them. They just need to establish vision around the Baron and force Gen.G to come into them. But they're going for a cheeky play here. Gen.G won't expect them to be on this side of the map. They don't find Keen, though. And in fairness, you know, they were looking for a cheeky pick, but this now means Gen.G's actually done a good job of pushing the vision back a little bit. You can see this line they're kind of forming around their red buff. They're still hesitant about pushing deeper, but T1 basically just don't have vision on that side of the map.
And Chovy is 3 items in, but you can see on this way, just trying to clear out waves around this map. And it is feeling like things are kind of evening out. But I'm just so worried, right? I feel like the team fight that T1 managed to find around that Otacon that was so incredibly game-defining, it feels like there's not enough tools for Gen.G to stop that from happening again.
Yeah.
Unless Duro finds an exceptional flay out of like some dance through a wall that Smash is able to accomplish. But that is so difficult to replicate.
It's like you're hoping for like a miracle kick from Canyon, but you land the Sonic Wave and Faker just stands on top of Carrier, and there's just nothing you can do. They find a hook on Ona. Ona can disengage, just lose some health, but he's a jungle, he'll just sustain it back up. It feels very hard to find the angle.
Yeah, it feels like Gen.G needs to start the fight with an advantage. They need to use their range advantage to poke down T1 a little bit.
It's kind of like they want to walk up.
Oh, I knew he was coming as Ona gets in there with the Cyclone right on top of Chovy as he takes the Lantern out. Keen tanking exactly like he wants to as he dives into the backline. Smash trying to replicate the play once again, and Chovy is so close to dead. Ruler is surviving this time, but Smash is getting underneath the enemy turret. They've used a bunch of cooldowns, and somehow Keen is still alive as he's running really quickly around this one. But it looks like T1 should be able to get back towards this dragon as it is spawning to try and lock that one down.
Gen.G pretty happy with that though. A lot of tools in from T1. All summoners from T1's bot lane. They survive. This is kind of what they wanted. They push up, T1 trying to engage. They managed to mitigate it, and now you're lacking those engage tools that you need. So Gen.G finally back a little bit in the driver's seat. They're going to start at the Baron. They want to make something happen.
Well, they do have some tools. Smash without the ultimate for now, as Chovy does have that health bar back, but taking damage from Baron can be dangerous here, as Canyon as well, struggling to tank it effectively. Duro finds his way back in. Speaking of in, Ona gets on forward. Lantern Ride going to be taken out there from Canyon, who is now looking a bit worse for wear. And the Baron loses interest in the fight.
It's fine for T1, just buy time. Wait for those tools to be available again. Cyclone's coming up soon, the Zerial's coming up soon. You're not forced to fight then, and Ona did a great job of just forcing them away, not committing too much. It's an excellent decision, and now Smash can just go solo this Mountain Dragon. Look a little bit shaky for a second, but they regain form pretty quickly.
Yep. Ruler going to be picking up the wave in mid, and then moving back towards the fray. As, Smash securing Soul Point here for T1. Really starts putting pressure on Gen.G as well, but I don't know. I feel like the game-deciding fight will happen before the next 5 minutes. It feels like it's due, you know? And you're the man who knows about things being due. As the Hummer Life Esports win in the LCK Summer Finals last year would dictate to us. So do you feel like it's due? Like, when's the game-deciding fight, in your opinion? Like, when's it going to be? Prediction.
I feel like it's coming soon. If it's not around this Baron soon, it's going to be when that dragon spawns, because Gen.G are not going to let them get soul, and they'll have to commit heavily enough that it's going to be a big fight. So I think at the latest, it's in 4 minutes.
Oh, man. That's so many people looking at this young player. Smash, so many eyes glued to him. Also, a lot looking at Ruler as well, as Ona, he's the one you really should be looking at, because he'll be starting any fight that T1's going to win. Flame Chomper's going down, and everything is used. Like, they're focusing so hard on this Wukong to make sure that he doesn't ruin their day.
Yeah, so cautious about it. I mean, that's one thing, is they know he is going to be the one diving in, so they can kind of just respect him and they're fine, but he's just playing with reckless abandon, and it's working.
Yeah, although I thought it was Smash who did the reckless abandonment.
Yeah, he did, but it was his choice. He wanted to go back to Europe, okay?
Yeah, fair. All right. Ooh, they're closing in. Doran, potentially out of position.
Oh, Chovy! He's got a flash!
Yeah, Ona is going to get on top of him. The Lantern, not even necessary, though, as the Flame Chompers were enough.
Well, the fear value is so big. Chovy's been so crisp with those.
I mean, I'm struggling to breathe enough in these moments. Baron's still there, still going to be this key objective. And even though it's 5,000 gold, it just feels like it's dead even.
Yeah, and remember T1 fighting for first in their group if they can win this final game. That's what they need.
Yeah.
There are stakes here. But also just T1 taking down Gen.G, always something they're looking to do.
Well, only going to go in once again, but out. Not going to overly commit. Remember, does have the GA as well. It's a lot of lives.
It's getting to that point of the game where the carries are like full build.
Look at Ruler's opinion as well in comparison to Smash's. Smash's like, I just need to be alive and do damage. Builds a GA. And Ruler's like,
I need more
nah,
damage.
I'm killing all of them.
Yeah.
And we're doing it quickly.
I think it's a thing where, like, when everyone else... I mean, you look at Doran. Doran has 2 items and some bonus stuff. And
are we waiting for Lord Doms? Is it coming?
Should be coming soon. But, like, if you get caught and hit, like, by a couple of autos by either of these 80 carries...
Oh, there it is.
It is brutal. And now with this LDR, Ona, you know, he needs the disruption to get value. He's not going to be that tanky against the damage from this Jinx. Even things like the Galio are going to feel squishy. Oh, double Zhonya's actually just picked up for T1. So they have the stasis on those frontliners. They have the GA on, you know, both the Wukong and their 80 carry.
I'm so worried for Gen.G. I just feel like Ruler is way too squishy, and there are so many resets and extra lives for T1,
and also
that there are too many threats to look out for.
The Rabadon's not quite finished for Chovy, and the fact we have, it's like, if you look at the goal difference, it's not that big, but it's about, like, the difference between having those extra Zhonyas, those GAs, all these extra things. Like, the GA in particular on Ona is the advantage they have over Canyon.
Yeah.
And it just makes it so much harder. You can see T1 playing aggressive, knowing this Dragon's in a minute 30.
Yeah, as Kane doing the walk relatively quickly maneuver.
It's a good strategy.
Yeah,
but not sure
pick up the lantern
here. And now T1 are just complete control. They just keep running around and chasing down members of Gen.G who dare to step too far forwards.
And there's no more vision left.
Yeah.
Especially here on this bottom side, which is the problem, right? Like, in a minute's time, T1 can get a permanent buff. And Gen.G, I don't think they can afford to give that one up, because already I feel like T1 are stacking the deck in their favor with the utility items that they've been able to purchase. Whew. Okay, still not over till it's over. And Canyon hitting level 16 now. We've almost got a death cap done for Chovy. He'll be doing some big old damage.
It's so rough because you do not want to give over Soul, but you also don't want to fight when Chovy's so close to Rabadon's. You would love to be able to just buy a bit of time. In an ideal world, there's some scenario where Canyon gets a smite steal and gets a lantern out. That's like perfect for Gen.G, but it's wishful thinking.
Yeah.
T1 are not going to let them get away with that. They're going to force a fight around this objective, and Gen.G are trying to find a way in right now.
Owner is just trading Warrior Trickster for lots of buttons over and over again. This Wukong is so dangerous. As Chovy off to the side here, he's going to miss the fear onto Smash. And now Canyon has to kick him back, and there's the equalizer. Ruler now has to flash away as well as Owner is dashing forward. The extendo being so much damage onto Ruler, and he is out of the fight. The redemption helping the front line of Gen.G here. But 48 seconds until Chovy's back.
I feel like Smash is just ruthless. If he senses even a slight misposition, he is the player who will hunt for it, commit his flash to make it happen. He's bringing that challenger's aggression to the LCK, and he even catches Chovy off guard. Now, Doran looking.
Yeah, Canyon, he's going to have to flash away from that one. The flash taunt from Faker as Ruler is dead once again. And T1, they weren't going to wait for it. Keen is now a beautiful little snowman, but he's also heading to the death chamber. More kills piled onto Smash as T1 will march up the mid lane, and the game, ladies and gentlemen, is done.
It's been a close series, so hard fought, but T1 as a unit, you know, we questioned how will they look with Doran. We saw Smash come in, who's looked fantastic, but as a team, as a unit, they're just making
the
it work.
equalizer once again is doing beautiful things here as the spiraling despair is more what Chovy is feeling and not what T1 are feeling as they take down the Nexus and they secure first place in the group. And this game against Gen.G that's going to feel fantastic. Another win as well for Smash. And this time, it was so much about him. That Zeri play, absolutely beautiful.
Just feels like, you know, at times we maybe seen them before against Gen.G where things start to go wrong, they start to crumble. It feels like that clutch factor is there. And, you know, T1 are no strangers to clutch factor. We've seen it many times before.
Yeah.
But it's not every game, and sometimes, you know, you wait for these big matches at Worlds, which obviously won them titles. Like, that's when you want the clutch factor. But we're in the early stage, in the group stage of the LCK Cup, and we're seeing it. We're seeing their ability to re-examine, to bounce back, to find these great angles. And it feels like as much as Smash has been such a highlight since he's came in, everyone on this roster has really looked like such a solid performer in this series. It looks like everyone has had their moment. And even players like Doran, who got set behind in multiple early games, like he had so much value there. That equalized at the end, killing Chovy, flashing in to find those kills.
Well, I want to...
great.
I feel like POM, that's up for debate. But as far as, like, for T1 especially, like, maybe even for the whole thing, but for player of the LCK Cup, I feel like Owner has just been, he's been so good, man.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I can 100% say that Owner has looked like, I'd say, okay, maybe Lucid is a strong argument, but I think probably Owner or Lucid, best jungler so
100%.
far in the LCK Cup. And I think I'm leaning Owner, to be honest. He's just been so on form.
Just so consistent. Every single game, it feels like
And
if he finds the window, they're going to win.
My concerns with that draft this game was, okay, you're relying on Owner completely. If he falls behind, if he can't find the engage, if the enemy team is peeling well, your comp might really struggle. And he just made it happen. Even when they fell behind, even when they started to lose out in the game, he finds the angle. And I think he's you know, we've seen that before in his Vi, but Vi a lot easier to pilot in that manner. But he just seems to be slam dunking on these picks, on these 80 bruises where he can find an angle into fights.
It's very impressive. This, not so impressive from the Gen.G as far as the start was concerned. Canyon, a bit of a whoopsie here. The splash from Carrier, very, very sexy. And even though he does eventually go down, 2-for-1 trade, and the Lulu manages to execute the enemy jungler, that's crazy. And this is where it all started to go wrong, as the hook missing because of an incredible sweeper there from Carrier gives the information to Smash, who's then able to avoid it. Whew. Clean. Dura tried to get it back, and this game was so incredibly close.
Yeah, some great death sentences from Duro, and especially since he wasn't feeling too well today. I think he had a really good performance in the game. Really did a lot of work. So, fortunately, not enough. And this, I think, was the play of not just the game, but even the series. Owner finding this beautiful angle, Smash sliding in, the confidence, the trust in your jungler to make it happen, and then just sliding in, like, yeah, I can do it, I can clean up. Yeah, making it happen.
I mean, I want to go back as well. Like, this Lulu was so valuable for T1, and that could have been the R4 choice here for Gen.G.
Yep. And that was
so many
there,
what-ifs.
though, where, you know, he dodges the fear from Chovy. Chovy being so crisp. There's so many fights you saw it land, and able to dip away from it there. You can see here T1.
Yeah, you can see the concentration here from T1 as well, contemplating whether it's a dragon angle right now, as they're confirming no vision here for Gen.G. And then Doran finds the angle. Yep. Follow up, I'm going in with my flash, says Faker. And it is so clean. As Faker on a utility champion, and I just think that it's so incredibly good for T1. As soon as Faker can make a decision and make things happen, yeah, he does 11k damage, who cares? He started so many of the game-winning fights here for T1, and even the one that, like, Smash, like, absolutely exploded in, right? Like, the engage from Ono was fantastic. I mean, Faker didn't do a whole lot in that one, but when he is able to make an impact, it's beautiful. And I just never want to see Udyr again. I'm sorry. As player of the match, obviously going to be Smash here, dying twice in the entire series. 13-0-4 on that Kaiser. It feels like such a long time ago that game happened, but he was, yeah, pretty impressive in that one too.
It really does, and it feels like he's thriving on these picks. It kind of feels akin to the way kind of Aiming played last year, where, you know, he's playing these things like the Kaiser, like the Zeri. You start a fight, and he is there. He's diving in, he's cleaning up, and he's just so reliable, it feels like. There's a lot of trust clearly given to him, but he's just making it work.
Yeah, and we get another conversation with him as well, which is fantastic. So let's throw it over to Smash, waiting alongside.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the LCK Cup POM interview translation, joined by Smash on the side of T1. So you're with your victory in the last group battle match. You have secured the first place spot of Group Baron. How do you feel? No, rather than the rankings, our opponent was Gen.G, so I just really thought to myself, I really want to win. That was my priority. But it's such an honor, and it makes me so happy that we're also able to secure first place. And you played against the super senior veteran ruler, so how did you feel going into this match? You know, normally I actually grew up learning a lot from ruler. And I've always thought to myself, you know, I really want to try playing against him one day. And I knew, I was told that one day I will have my dream come true. And it's such a cool experience. I'm just so grateful for this experience. Game 3 against the enemy Jinx and Thresh, you played Seri and Lulu. And from the start, Seri took so many kills and ultimately carried the game. So did you expect this to happen? No, it wasn't really about expecting this to happen. I think my teammates, my bros actually fed me so well, and eventually the game flowed in a way where, oh wow, I started believing that this game is definitely winnable. And so it's like your entire team does have your back as you scale. Does this kind of support ever overwhelm you? Yeah, they do let me get all the kills and they actually support me really well. I don't think it's much of a overwhelming experience. I think I do get really excited at the moment when I'm playing the game and I just feel like I can carry the game. Any message to your supportive teammates then? No, bros. You guys always help me out so that I can have a good time and I can play comfortably. So I'm just so thankful. Thank you. As we waited for the interview, you told me that your hands are shaky, but you seem so confident and you seem great. And now that you have locked in the first seed of play-ins, you'll have to prepare for a best of 5. So what will you focus on? For best of 5s, I know that it's going to be Fearless draft until the very last game. So I think we'll just have to be prepared and we'll have to think about all the different comps that we have to come up with. So I think we'll just have to prepare, really focus on the draft. And that's the end of the interview with Smash, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya, as it is a 2-1 victory, a nail-biter in something rare that we don't get to see in the 2025 season of League of Legends. It going very, very late, where both Perrin and Otacon were up at the same time on the top side of the map. Welcome back to space. Digon alongside with Did and Chronicler to break down that fantastic series that we had.
Yeah, depending on your read on the draft, which I think we collectively agreed was win lane or lose game for Gen.G, I'm shocked that the game lasted as long as it did. So if you're a Gen.G fan, you can take that as solace. The reality, unfortunately, is that we kind of see the same struggles as in game number 1. Canyon just looking completely off. Chovy missing a couple, and I think he had a relatively good game here, but missing a couple of key skill shots and being the one to go down in the final fight. Ruler, I think, had a much harder game to play in this than in some of the other sequences, so I think he gets a little bit of a pass from me. But man, T1, the team fighting, and the debut of Smash has been an absolute pleasure to watch.
I mean, we already agreed on that draft gap was on point. I think Gen.G played really well, even though they had a rough draft.
Oh dear.
And also, top of that.
Sorry, I got something stuck in my throat that should.
Yeah, I mean, on top of that, I think they were kind of unlucky as well in the early gaming phase. We could see it from the replay as well. I think, especially Canyon had really rough start since level 1, right?
All right, let's take a look at the player of the match. Votes. How did we go here? 10 of 11, one dissenting. Daniel Locks Harrison. Get the Ox sausages in the chat.
No N cost KegW. That's based. Owner was the one that won him this game, by the way. Owner's engage onto Ruler was what set up. Like, Smash played amazingly.
How did you vote? How did you vote?
Well, because I still think Smash over the series was the guy that I'm going to go for. But like, if you look back, if Owner doesn't force those sums and gets that engage at that exact point, Smash can't kill Ruler and the play doesn't work. I think that if you look at the comp as well, Owner is their only form of engage. And he has been playing incredible against one of the best junglers in the world who currently, I think, also isn't looking like that. I think Kane has just not had the greatest season so far, but Owner definitely has.
I mean, it's not a simple game plan that you have to look for Jinx, who is getting like defensed by Thresh and also Lee Sin and Udyr at the same time.
And Hui?
It's really hard. It's really rough, but he landed some good engages, so that's why it happened.
All right, what did you guys put in there?
I mean, yeah, I told you. I mean, we all know that Smash is playing really well, but also at the same time, we have to shout out all the different players in T1 as well. Like Keria, he's landing so many good engages, and also Lulu again.
Yeah, you almost voted
at level
Keria.
2. Yeah, I almost voted for Keria too. Like his poppy game has been really great, and also a Lulu game in the early game, he almost solo killed Lee Sin, and he actually made that. And I think that difference in the early game made huge, big deal in this game.
Yeah, the big thing here is that you can see T1 become a team. As I couldn't resist smash jokes because he has been smashing. He's been amazing, but it's also the transformation of T1 with 2 new players coming in into what now looks and feels, and obviously there's still the 3-man core of Keria, Owner, and Faker, all of which I think right now are also playing great. But you can really see them gel together in real time, and it's always a pleasure to watch teams kind of go through the process.
Yeah, let's see how the Korean side took a look at some of these plays. Yep, Smashish! As he's surprising people while breaking down the Gen.G hearts. Pony going with, if you're good at LoL, you're my young, and Smash has become my young.
Yeah, that's a typical Korean meme. You know, if you're good at League of Legends, it doesn't matter how old you are. You're just my young. You know, you're just my brother, older brother. That's how it works.
I mean, he's got a lot of youngs on that team that now are calling him young, according to Pony. An amazing Lionel Messi cosplay by Cloud Templar, the GOAT.
Apparently, a Smash is S plus Messi. So it's like Smashi, you know, in Korean. So that's how it goes.
Thanks,
with
Wooded.
Smash, yeah.
I did not clock that one at all. I just thought he was good at the game.
Yeah, and also, like, whenever you remember when he's on Prime with Messi, the strategy in Barcelona was just basically just pass on Messi and you're done, you know? Like, you just look at him and he's gonna do it by himself.
Set up the Messi of T1. You'd imagine that would be Faker, but no. According to Cloud Templar, it's actually Smashy. Let's take a look at some of the highlights here. Early on in this game number 3, we're looking at jungle.
This is actually really tragic, right? And I think Canyon had a rough game outside of this, but this is such a tilter because it looks like he gets the E-Smite timing perfectly at 6:03, and still Owner's auto gets it, right? And like him, unironically, him not getting the Raptor ends up being game losing. Because him not getting the Raptor means that right here, he's not level 3, which means that Keria can just bully him, and then he dies. And this Gen.G composition, and as much flack as we gave to Udyr, and I think deservedly so, this feels like you have Prio in every single lane, because you outrange bot, you have Udyr who should be winning the 1v1, and he got an early kill as well, and then you have Fuey who can generate Prio in mid. And then you get this, this setup, and then instead, Smash gets early kills, which leads to this 2v2, which basically means from the entire game, they're on the back foot. And I'm not gonna lie, Duro has an excuse today. That ult had to hit from Ruler. We can't miss those. You need to hit those. And Smash just straight up outplayed him today, I think, in all the games.
I mean, we can say a little bit of unlucky moment happened, but those kind of small details and also small victories kind of snowballed in this game especially.
Well, speaking of small details, this one was a tough fight for T1 to get into, but they find the angle through Owner and Smash closes the door.
I mean, Smash was like already looking for the plays here. I think they all knew that what they need to do in this team fight. They just need to jump into Ruler. If they look for just normal front-to-back team fight, I don't think there's a chance for T1, but I think that was just so hard to look at it, but it was just so clean by Smash as well.
It's one of the things that with Zeri you need to really be on point with, and particularly if you're Fed Zeri, you have so much power in these situations. The fact that Ruler, like, Owner gets him, he gets body blocked by Otacon, and then he just has to kind of walk around. Smash gets access through the Baron pit. And from that point on, again, I think Gen.G did a good job of stalling, but this is kind of where the game was done. And then Chovy got so close, and I really want to kind of highlight how close this game still was as we go to the final moment, because specifically, Chovy right here is like 100 gold away. And if he can get that cap, it's not enough, but that is, I think, why he's so desperate, why he's this far up, and why he ends up just straight up dying to Smash, is because one more wave, and he can fight. He has teleport, he can fight for that dragon, and death cap is so insane, and he just doesn't get there, and the game is done.
Yeah, the whole point of this part is that Gen.G's game plan was just getting decap. basically. So he was on
At that
gold.
point, yeah.
Yeah, like he had like 700, 800 gold each. So like it was only one wave like after those moments, but they couldn't get it in time. So that's why he was kind of desperate. But I think after that, his positioning was kind of off.
Yeah, he gets caught there, Smash with the decisive move, and T1 take the victory as we take a look at the standings now. Atop a group Baron, it is T1. They are 4-1. They still will have to play in the plans, but they have now locked the #1 seed in plans with Hanwha Life as #2 and DRX as #3 after that game.
And all this is setting up for Bro to get another upset win. Because if DK is the only team that goes undefeated, I won't know what to do with myself.
That's right, guys. You know what time it is. The waiting room is
Oh,
over.
no.
No! It's bro time, baby!
Guys, remember,
they're up against the undefeated D plus Kia. Big tall task. We'll see how they do in the next game.
Don't do him like that.
화이팅!
K3형 화이팅! 미건 화이팅!
디플러스 기아 화이팅!
디플러스 기아 화이팅!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the LCK Cup. We just had an absolute barn burner of a first series here. T1 coming out victorious over Gen.G, but it was a difficult and hard-fought battle. What if I was to tell you that that was not even the best matchup that we had today? What if I was to tell you that now the big game hunters themselves are out for fresh meat, and that is the Bros. Up against DK, arguably the best team in the competition right now.
We had a nice warm-up.
Absolutely.
You know, opening act definitely did its job. We're at the meat and potatoes now, though.
We definitely are, and I want to shout out Leo 074074125 in the chat. If you are there, if you could pay your bro tax to make sure this is as competitive as possible. That goes for everyone as well, but it seemed like Leo really had it dialed in that win against Gen.G.
Came in at the right time, but I think it just demonstrated the true factual power of the bro tax. If you were a doubter before, you now believe it. And, you know, based on things like scores and win-loss and points.
Weird.
Yes, T+ is significantly ahead of bro. But this is about vibes.
And also, this is about a repeat of the Kesper Cup final. And that's not even a meme, ladies and gentlemen, because in that final, both of the teams were fielding their LCK rosters. It was a 3-1, best of 5, not even close. The Giga Chads destroyed them. And so, DK, a lot to prove if they want to be able to take them down at the second time of asking in a very high-pressure situation. And here it is, right here, the 2024 Kesper Cup Finals rematch. And DK definitely out for revenge.
Yep, I mean, the chance to go undefeated in your group is obviously massive. Bro, unfortunately, not able to move any higher, but they can keep themselves ahead of DNF in their group. But at the end of the day, this is about pride. Something that Bro has a lot of.
They do.
But, yeah, D+, I think you said it before, I've been saying it, D+ over their form. I mean, it's no surprise because they're 4-0, but they have looked like the strongest LCK team.
They have. And it is kind of mind-blowing, you know, a team that has Beryl on it, who has been up and down. They've got a brand new player in Shiu as well on the top side, who has looked brilliant. But this is the Giga Chads. You can see it right there, Breon, big letters, undefeated streak-breaking specialists, Bro. And can they do it against DK here once again? Seems like Bro are just the bane of the Group Elder undefeated teams. Humbug, 10-15 as far as their head-to-head record going into Challenger as well. These were the two, without a doubt, best junglers in the league when they were both there.
And I'm going to be honest, I am super hyped for this matchup because Hambak's Lee Sin performance was one of the best games I've seen in years. Because we've seen great Lee, but like his impact in fights past the point where you Lee
and it wasn't like just one fight. Like I feel like Canyon had that one moment where he found like every kick angle possible, but that was one moment. Whereas Humbug did it all game.
And the thing is, that's what you expect from Lee Sin. It's like, it's a late game, I'll get a big kick, my team will do the... No. He's like, I'm diving in. I'm doing the damage. I'm the carry. It was honestly insane. It was so good. So I'm really hyped for this matchup.
And you couple that with Lucid's Lilia performance, for example, where he was just the main character for the entire game, like, and winning absolutely everywhere. This is going to be hype. And it's starting off with Morgan and Shiu leading the charge as both of the teams make their way out. Will DK be able to hold on to their undefeated streak, or are they shook from the loss in the Kesper Cup Finals? You can see there was some higher spirits, but also some wary faces on the side of D+ Kia. I think they know that they should be the better team here today, but anything can happen, especially when the Bros are around. Hands in, let's see how this one's gonna go. As the Giga Chads versus Beryl's Band of Merry Men. And you know, Beryl has kind of got the craziness out of the way. You know, he got aiming killed in the first match and like has done a few weird things so far in this tournament. And Polo's debut anniversary is today as well. That's what those fans were holding up there. Very, very cool.
Yeah, Max, I'm gonna have to disagree. Say Beryl's gotten the craziness out of the way. There is no end He is a...
I mean, it's true, but like the excessive craziness that works in a negative way maybe has dissipated somewhat.
He's just been tapering, right? He's just been refining. He's just been, you know...
I mean...
the perfect amount of craziness.
I mean, if you're not smart enough, you can't see the difference between crazy and genius, Orcs.
It's so true. It's
Okay.
so true. You know, some people have watched Barrel play, and I've seen people say, how has this guy won Worlds twice? Well, he has.
Yeah.
Wouldn't get it.
Yeah,
He just
exactly.
wouldn't get it, okay?
And you might call it results-based analysis, but we have a different word for that on this broadcast.
Yeah, outcome-focused assessment.
Exactly. And that is actual Gigabrain stuff right there. This is actually so much fun. These are like my two favorite teams that we have in the LCK. I'm so excited. I know that that might make me sound a little bit biased, but they're just really fun to watch.
I love how you say two favorite teams. Your two favorite teams are always Bro, and whichever team has Barrel.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm not difficult to read. It's especially nice when Beryl is back home, of course, on his original roster, where he was able to claim that first world title on, alongside that guy that was just on your screen there, Showmaker. I think this guy's also got a bunch of pressure on him as well. Hype has been so good. KT obviously seething a little bit at the fact that they loaned him out because they could probably use him.
I'll only say one thing. Good thing it was a loan.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, imagine if they sold him.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like D+ have just looked so good, and for the longest time, you know, since D+ lost their support they had when they won Worlds, they've been trying to replace him, find someone who can be that shot caller, and they have.
Yeah.
They replaced Beryl with Beryl.
That's the best replacement.
It's worked.
No one's going to judge them for that one. You can't say that it's better or worse. It's just Beryl. And he's up against this guy right here. I think Polu's had some up and downs.
Yep.
I feel like we were sort of riding the Polu hype train, and then it faltered and fell off a cliff a bit. But he's climbing back up. You know, like that scene in Game of Thrones where they're climbing over the wall. I think he's like halfway up, something like that.
And also, I mean, we're talking about playing having ups and downs. Keep bringing it back to Beryl, but
all roads lead to Beryl, my friend.
If he's the support GOAT, maybe you're supposed to have up and downs.
I mean, if you're taking a leaf out of the Beryl book, I don't know whether you're... It could be a good idea, it could be a bad idea. Maybe Beryl's the only one that can ever make that style of play work.
It's an idea.
Yeah, it is. It's the theory, it's the vibe, it's Marbo. I don't know whether anyone is going to get that movie reference. That is a deep cut, very Australian. But this is indeed where legends are born. It's on Bro. And Morgan has been their lead man for so many years. Feels like he's the last remaining original Giga Chad. You know, we had, you know, LOL King Lava there in the mid lane in the past. We had Umpty, of course, the general leading the charge. Yep. We had Henna. And where's he gone? You know, there's a lot of names that have been and gone here for Bro, but Morgan is forever.
Yep, and the vibes are eternal.
They are.
You know, they can change the players, it's still Bro.
Mm-hmm. Well, they're going to be banning away the Nidalee and the Rumble to start us off here. Freon on the blue side with that slight advantage, given the fact that Skarner and Kalista need to be banned every single game. That mistake was made. Humbug does have a game on Skarner. He doesn't have a definable KDA, though, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Dying too much. You're going to ban the Azir away from closer. Varus still up, Ashe still up, Jace still up. A lot of the power picks. I feel like maybe if you want that Jace, you can pick it up now. Probably would get traded for a Cassante though. So they end up just going instead for the Vi, prioritizing a pick that can really shut down, I mean, against aiming, a lot of value. And now it's up to D+. Do you want the Jace or do you want the Cassante? I think ultimately the Jace has a stronger overall power level.
It does because it's so flexible. And this is how DK have been drafting, right? They draft for flex, for getting all of that extra, you know, draft power that you claim from it. But instead, the strength of the Cassante is going to ring true. Will be the Varus locked in there as well. And Vitalia is standing out like a sore thumb, but Closer can go towards something more assassin-based, right? Like a LeBlanc could come in here. Like, there are so many options. Ari, that he's fantastic at. Aurora,
insane Aurora game. A lot of options there, especially when you know you're going into a mobile AD carry and you have someone to back you up to lock them down. Do you also think that if they do want the Jace, they could lean towards that in this rotation? Not necessarily now. They instead go for the Elise, prioritizing that for Polu.
I feel like this is a pick away. Varus Elise is very, very strong.
Yep.
And Beryl is kind of crazy. and also manages to win games even if he dies 9 times. So they're going to take that one away from him. Certainly, pick composition well and truly on the cards. Like, Closer locks an Ari in here, and Cocoon into Charm is so dangerous if they do make that happen. But instead, like you were talking about, the Jace going to be picked up does give them a bunch of extra range. That flexibility, like we were talking about, still applies.
Yeah, I think they figured that, you know, there's enough mid picks that we can take that we're fine. We need to secure this Jace. So strong.
Showmaker was jealous, man.
So early today what is able to do, and now over to D+ here, I think securing a jungler here. We often see jungle pool
there it is.
thinned out quite quickly in the draft.
What about the jungle pool and support pool at the same time being thinned out?
Yeah, well, you covered both bases. They have the flexibility with this one. I do think it's really stronger in the jungle, to no surprise, but have the option there if they want to go in another direction. And it does make it a bit trickier for Bro to ban. Now, they do ban that Aurora away from Closer. I think that makes complete sense.
Yep.
He had an insane game on that pick.
And do you ban an AD carry next, just because you can't ban both Ari and LeBlanc from Closer, and also you're not even sure whether he's going to be just not playing the Jace?
I think if you're really concerned about something like Ashe is still open and has been left available, you could definitely take away that. They ended up going for Kai'Sa, makes sense with the Vi.
Oh, this also deters them from flexing as well. Less options as far as AP champions on the bottom side. Ziggs still up and available, but a different playstyle, right?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, you can still follow up when you dive in, but Ziggs at least is a very goofy lane.
Yeah. The Zillion ban, ladies and gentlemen.
I mean, honestly, makes sense when you think about what it can offer to the team and how it can pair up with Pantheon.
And how they've already played it.
From Showmaker, so yeah, I think you should respect that one.
Well, he now has to give himself away. This would be a lot of lane power, as we have seen the Karma pick into the Elise before, and that will be happening once again. Beryl's Karma doesn't exactly fill me with joy, but we'll see what is going to come of it. As saving Showmaker's pick until last, we'll have confirmation as to where the Jace is going at that point. But man, this pick comp is really coming together. Pick and poke here for OK Savings Bank Brion. As that Ari that we were talking about, we're expecting that one to be pretty high priority, and that will be picked up. So the Humbuck Closer combo is in full force here for this game. And there is a Jhin or an Ashe. Like, both of them fit this composition gorgeously on Bro's side. And I feel like, once again, blue side and, like, making the perfect archetypical draft is once again ringing true.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult to see how Bro can protect their Varus in this situation and what they end up picking for Showmaker. A lot of threats coming in here. The Silas pick makes complete sense. Good value with both the Vial, the Oriel, and the Ashol.
And you can also
options.
Oh, there's the Swain. So it's one of Showmaker's favorites. If we remember all the way back to Worlds a few years ago, is Swain absolutely dominating.
Yeah.
This is the guy that really put Swain on the map here for our LCK mid laners, and is continuing to find success on it.
Yeah, I think Swain is a pick where, you know, in the right situation is just so valuable, so strong, but also can be quite feast or famine. If he's behind, you can burst through him before he really gets out value. If he's ahead, he just feels immortal. And you're playing into a comp where they have to dive into you. It's almost definitely going to be a poke Varus. He's going to be sitting along range, firing off these arrows. The job of Brion is to close the distance and engage, and you're diving into a Swain, you're diving into a Cassante, a Pantheon. This doesn't feel that good, but that's what your comp is locked into. So I think it makes a lot of sense. Also kind of eliminates you as a target, so sorry aiming, you are now. You're the target, maybe Beryl as well. But yeah, I think it does what D+ need to sort of round out that composition. They are very much playing the anti-dive playstyle into what Bro have.
Yeah, Bro do have a lot of sort of ranged keep away that they can play around as well. Jace a fair bit of range as well. It's just like you were saying, Ari wanting to be going forward. Vi is always going to be going forward.
Yep. I think
so they can play around with it.
If they fire like an Ashe arrow into a Charm, into a Cocoon, you can deal with Swain without really committing. Which is a lot of power. So yeah, they definitely have that aspect to the composition.
Some Chain CC available here for the Giga Chads, but we'll see how they do against an undefeated D+. As we jump onto the Rift. I don't know whether you guys can hear it that clearly at home, but the fan chant leader for D+ sounds about as unhinged as he absolutely should, being a fan of this team. Certainly very, very much giving the right energy. As they're making their way through, Aiming and Lucid sitting on top of a ward here right now. As Beryl with a very old skin for Karma. Actually was a release Karma, Sun Goddess Karma or something like that.
Oh, is that the one he had? Oh, okay.
Yeah. It was a good one. It was like the release skin that no one used. It's like the secondary one. Everyone used the dark purple one, and I don't remember the name of that. But anyway, I liked it, and so did Beryl. So there we go. Let's see how this one goes. We can see already lane swap has come on through as Hype and Polo are moving towards the top side.
Yeah, I think it makes sense as well. The Varus Karma level 1 is so obnoxious. And the thing with Elise is you don't really have that much trading power in terms of like, you can fire your Q off, but you're outranged by the Karma. You kind of need level 3 really to just look for an all-in if you want to have pressure. So the swap makes sense. Bro already leashing some XP towards Morgan in the mid lane.
It's exactly what we saw from Doran in T1 earlier on today, as Aiming and Beryl with a free lane here on the bottom side, just going to shove this one in. Shiu doing his very best to pick up some minions. And there is a lot of parallels between Game 1 of our previous series and this one. Outside of the fact that Shiu hasn't been able to get the first round of minions and all that experience, as Lucid here towards the bottom side is going to be just stealing away the enemy jungle, one after the other.
Yeah, and then not wanting to put the Jace in the bot to set up for dive. It's no longer, they changed it, you can't block tower hits with your Pantheon E, which made him so insane at dives, but he's still pretty good at them.
Yep.
And this is where it's a tough decision. Morgan's just going to force him out.
Yeah, so he just dives in. In fact, if a Vault Breaker connects, it could be real dangerous. Shiu has to flash, and they'll take that. And Bro also zoning him off an entire wave of minions.
Yeah.
In the meantime, of course, this wave of minions is also going to go down. So as far as the trade is concerned, it's really not a huge deal until plates come into the equation.
Yeah, it definitely, this gives an advantage towards D Plus's bot lane because it's only 2 of them getting the XP. They're getting a bit more gold. But it really means his top lane matchup is going to be really advantageous for Morgan. And especially as the Jace, like earlier when we saw it, it was the Cassante having the advantage over Doran on the Jace. And you can't really do that much with it. You're just tankier, right? But yeah. Jace can really apply a lot of pressure in the matchup if he does start snowball and gets ahead, and then still ends up just being really tanky in the later stages.
Well, you can see in the mid lane, Showmaker and Closer just trading farm. Very much looking forward to seeing whether this Swain is going to get more done than the first time we saw it here in the LCK Cup. I believe it was BDD. It just wasn't able to get off the ground. The Swain kind of did less than nothing in that match. And it felt like it left us wanting more, you know?
Yeah.
I feel like you want to see those big demon flares, you know, that big value. But we just didn't get that.
I love the fights where he's just...
Oh, well, Showmaker going to get cocooned. There's the charm. The layering is gorgeous as Lucid's going to come in. Showmaker drinking the potion. No, actually hadn't had it because he'd already drank it, but not quite enough damage there, so Showmaker makes it out. Flash now down.
Yep, super close. Lucid coming by, I think, really avoided that being more because I could have seen them maybe flashing in, diving, looking to finish off the kill, but Lucid will ward them away. But a good start. Puts Showmaker on the back foot, allows Closer to push the wave in, and takes away that flash. So just a nice use of the time when you're leaving your 80 carry to 1v1 and get extra XP. Now Morgan could be in... I think he's just dead, honestly.
I think he might be dead, yeah. By might, like that is like he's dead. As Beryl is going to pick up the turret aggro, even throws down the cheeky little Q and survives. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, it is a dead Cassante. As Hype is calculated.
Yep, drink your potions. I'm pretty sure Hype used the biscuit as well there.
Yep.
I was thinking he's going to barrier. Doesn't have barrier this game, so no, the answer would be... but yeah, both teams successfully pulling off their dives, but now I think you just have to go back towards top lane, and we should see normal lanes returning here. Yep. Overall, you can see bot lane aiming is a bit ahead in terms of gold, but not really that much. But yeah, I think Morgan already taken so much poke here. He tries to clear out the wave, fine, but that means you don't actually have any abilities to use on Beryl. You can just kind of walk up and press W. And here in return, it's just you're against an Elise. It's no matter how well you play it, that's what's going to happen.
Yep.
And the thing is, even if Hype died, it wouldn't be ideal because he'd missed the wave, but it wouldn't execute. So
yeah,
it wouldn't make that much.
Wasn't actually able to touch him. So Morgan back up towards the top lane now. Might actually be able to get some farm, as we can see here, evening things out against Shiu's Cassante. Both of them sitting at 0, 1, and 0. So See when they can actually get something going for themselves. It's a tough time being a top laner here in the LCK Cup, I'll tell you that much. As Beryl, he picks the difference between both of them and misses entirely. You love to see it.
Yep. Closing on level 6, this gives a ton of power to mid-jungle 2v2, but then Showmaker hits it a second later. I thought he was a bit further behind when he got punched. Apparently not.
Yep.
He's fine. So I think both these champions get an absurd amount of power from that ult, so definitely something to play around. We see Comeback going towards the Grubs, starting them up, but Beryl are moving over in response. Remember, Beryl's level 5, Polo is level 3.
Oh, that's going to be a rough time. As Lucid, let's see whether he can lock down 2 of these. Does manage to get 1 here as Humbug goes in. The flash out from Lucid. Here is the Demonic Ascension, and Showmaker trying to get work done as the Repel brings Polu up and he makes it out. Still, Showmaker just pushing them all away, and Shiu going to be able to grab his kill as the Elise does go down. Beryl, surprisingly, is really far up in the enemy jungle, but he is not going to be going down this time. There go 2 of the Grubs over to DK, and 2 kills as well. So they're 1 away from a feat of strength, 2 away here for Bro if they can find it.
Yeah, the damage just wasn't there, and they're focusing everything onto the Swain, who's so bulky. Just wasn't really going to work. I think also Polu got kind of unlucky.
Oh, Arrow going to connect here onto Showmaker. He finds some Sith Lightning onto Hyper as the Nevermove pulls him back. But Closer with that Orb of Deception is deceiving nobody because we knew exactly what was going to happen there, and he takes down the Swain.
Yeah, good moves, finding an angle. I mean, the thing with Swain is without your ult, you're so much weaker, so it's a good angle to kind of make back what they lost in the fight.
Oh, Q looking for another angle here as they're both just diving forward. Q going to miss on the second time of asking.
This is what I've missed with
Ragdolls. Yeah. Oh my
lane.
god, aiming the value.
Oh, the minion died!
What goes up must come down, ladies and gentlemen, and aiming is going to kill the Elise 1v2.
I think Hype might have just trolled Polu a little bit there. Definitely the plan was I'm going to repel out to that minion.
Yeah.
And then the minion was
arrowed.
Yeah, so a bit unfortunate, bit of a lack of communication. Definitely Polu stepping up a bit too far. It feels like him being down next speed. You're feeling it. Already 0-2-1, although if you judge things based on the Beryl book plays,
yeah,
he's got 7 more deaths to go.
Yes. He might be writing that in all chat as well. It's like, Polu, you're doing great, but you need to stick to it. As we have a look at this replay one more time, this is some value of the Swain. We will immediately follow this up with the not so much value of the Swain. But if he can get in the middle of these fights, it does work out.
And you look at the repel from Polu, I think he was trying to go to the Grub, but it was just out of range. So he ends up having to drop down in the middle and flash away immediately. If he could have gone to the Grubs, he probably would have just gotten out. So really unfortunate there. But definitely bad target selection from Bro. This was just Showmaker. He wanted some honey fruit.
Sometimes you are just not allowed to eat the honey fruit.
And
this is you're not allowed to kill the minions if your Elise needs to get out.
Yeah,
Look, aiming you. Aiming you as well.
Just you did him dirty.
I mean, he did him dirty, but like, Beryl was also coming down. He had no flash. I think he was dead regardless. But still, it was funny.
It was very funny.
All right, there's the Vault Breaker flash. Oh my god, the kitchen sink!
What did he say to them?
I don't know.
I mean, to be fair, layering the CC so we can't press R, very important. But also, what did he say to them?
Yeah, I know. Well, we'll be digging into that to see what kind of insults Showmaker has been throwing around, as we've got a Q connecting onto Hype. Oh god, the poke from this lane. I'd forgotten just how filthy Varus Karma is.
Yeah, it's pretty obnoxious. And Elise just isn't really doing anything to help you out here. Like, Elise, in this matchup, if you can all in, great. If you can't all in, you're just kind of sitting there.
Yeah. And you can't all in.
You definitely cannot all in.
As that is going to be a second feat of strength. So DK really speedrunning that one prior to 10 minutes, even though it's only 2 seconds prior. They will be able to lock that one down.
Yeah, especially since you now need the 3 kills being a lot slower. Feats of strength coming in.
Yeah.
Before, you'd sometimes have them before anyone even had the tier 2 boots, which, funnily enough, is actually the case here. D+ have the feats. Okay, yep. Beryl just bought them. He's like, I'm immediately making the value out of those.
Yep, getting the value. As, all right, Hex Flash over here from Polu is okay. Shiu decides to go aggressive, all out onto Morgan, but Polu's tanking the turret, sidesteps the Shock Blast. And Polu just misread that entirely.
I'm sorry, but sidesteps?
Generous. He definitely dodged it. I'm not sure he had to step anywhere. Some whipped skill shots from Bro there. The concept, the idea, I like it. The execution a little bit off. See, we're doing a good job though of trying to drag Morgan on a turret.
Yeah.
But just a shock blast was just like, is there a Teemo there we don't see?
I mean, there always is. Everything's separated by Teemos. Is Lucid going to dive forward onto Humbug? As once again, it looks like Bro are just going to be able to get 1 out of the 3, unless Arrow going to be connecting here onto the Pantheon. Demonic Ascension, but they just take down the Spartan Warrior right in front of them. No smite available, but DK is still able to grab one of these grubs. Humbug diving forward, cease and desist into that backline as they're just trying to block it. As Aiming getting a fair few shots through, flashes out eventually, but there goes the Karma, there goes the Swain, and Bro with a gorgeous team fight.
Siwu just played Protect the President for Aiming there and saved his life, but it was still really well played by Bro. Initial CC on the Pantheon, not the Swain this time. They wait out the Swain ult, they go for the re-engage. They're playing the comp as they should be, and they're kind of demonstrating why these scores are a bit fake. I want to see this again, because the timing seems so perfect. I mean, it's a good initial play. They get the arrow, and Hype is getting bullied out so often, but his arrows have been so good. They charm the follow-up, they get the kill, they're like, okay, we're out. Morgan even flashes, he just want to keep Showmaker's ult channeled. And then I want to see this, because we see the ult come down on Aiming, and like this flash that comes in, and blocks the charm at the last second.
Oh, so sick.
That was crazy. Like, that could have been a lot more dire. But yeah, ends up saving his AD carry. Still a bad fight, 4D+, but the rookie top laner knows who pays the bills or gets paid in this team.
And he saw the crown. Like, that's sitting at the team house. Like, he knows.
He knows
who
the Gold King is, yeah.
This guy's the Gold King. That's the guy you want to impress because he will give you the cool presents if it's your birthday. As Xiu now back towards his top side. Closer has been sort of the huge beneficiary of everything so far in this game. 124 CS, more than anyone else on the map outside of said Gold King. But 104 Malignants in hand. Oh, shoot.
It's such an insane game, by the way, for Hype to be 204. And every time we've looked at him, he's like half HP getting bullied by a virus.
Yeah. This time, not hit by that hail of arrows. Nice. Must feel fantastic. He's 32 CS behind, and that's doing more to demonstrate the situation here. Is of course close to a 400 gold lead in favor of Aiming.
That looks bad, but then if you move your eyes just slightly up towards the mid lane,
yeah,
swings and roundabouts.
Yeah, it looks like the maybe it wasn't BDD, maybe it was Swain.
Yeah. Still trying to make Swain work. And I think the point you raised in draft, though, is really valid, that Bro can just fire all this CC at a target. It's not like Showmaker can not ult. You kind of have to ult when that happens. But then they just pull away, just disengage.
Yeah.
And you wait out the ult, you start fighting again. It's why I think it would have been better if they had champions like...
no. We're zooming in. Humbug. Surprise, Showmaker. He is very dead.
Yeah.
And probably going to pick up the kill. Not exactly ideal, but they'll take the turret.
Yep, it is. Bit of a struggle street for the Swain. Not giving him a chance to ult, not giving him a chance to heal. And I think that's why Swain into melee champions is really good. Like if there's like a Galio, things like Wukong.
Yeah.
Really, I mean, even in Vi, it's still good, but it's just...
When you can't do anything, it's...
Yeah, it's a feast of famine pick. You're 0-4. You're going to die in one rotation, and then you don't get to do anything. Or you ult early, so you don't die, and then they just run away.
Well, they're praying for a mid-game that is not with a whole lot of action. I believe, as now, Aiming, walking towards Hype. He went the Edge of Night first. Really does not want to take any of this CC.
Yeah.
It's pretty free-flowing on the side of Bro.
It's good against, like, Cuckoo, and it's good against arrows.
Oh,
Deceptively... No. Oh, he's still...
Oh, no. Yeah, she is in a bunch of trouble, but Lucid comes down as well. Morgan going to be taken out. The arrow sails by majestically. And Bro just lose their top laner. And Closer now also might find himself out of position. His teleport, awkward position there, but does have to use the ult, but uses it to get out of the way of the ultimate flying at him from Aiming. So trades 1-for-1 as far as that is concerned. And now DK can get themselves this Fiery Dragon.
This is a great strategy from D+. So what they do is they fight around the 4 people on the bot side of the map. And just don't have Showmaker there.
Yeah, and then Showmaker can try and get the heck back into the game.
Yeah, and ultimately you're not relying on this slightly weak Swain. Like 181 gold that was, by the way.
I'm glad we saw that. And he's just giggling about it as well.
바이 노.
He's like, bye no ult. After having a laugh.
At least no Ignite as well, by the way, you know?
There we go.
Always gotta look at the positives. But yeah, I mean, he's just so tanky. The ult comes in from Lucid, instantly just bursts down his Jace. He's not that tanky yet. The arrow, unfortunately, a little bit late. Rare miss from Hype on that one. And they end up getting the dragon, specifically because they get that advantageous play.
Ooh, Ox. We haven't seen this Chemtech Soul in quite some time.
I've been trying hard.
I know.
But we were in the replay, so...
Yeah, couldn't pay attention. It's not your fault.
I was watching the replay, you know?
I'm kind of into it. I wouldn't mind a Mega Blast Cone or two this game, you know? So that's what we're going to be doing.
Brendan Valdez would be so upset with
I know,
me
he's
right now.
fuming somewhere. Hopefully he can just look at Bryce and feel happy.
Yep.
Might be able to do that. All right, the two archers here in this mid lane, it's like I'm watching Brave. Absolutely fantastic.
The thing is, this Chemtech Soul is so bad for D+, because you're in a situation where you're down in gold, but you have these two early dragons, and you low-rolled quite hard. I will say, as far as compositions go, you do have quite a durable composition. Swain and Cassante well with it. You also have a decent amount of shielding from the Karma, healing from the Swain. So it's not like the worst. It's like, as far as comps go with Chemtech Soul, it's a decent comp to have Chemtech Soul, but it is definitely still a weak soul. And D+ were definitely hoping for like a Hex deck or something that would make their early investment pay off a lot more.
And also, I mean, I think the main thing that they want is for Showmaker to not be 60 CS behind as well as 0-4. It's all just bad news. 2.3k. The gold lead. The good news is the Gold King is doing what he's supposed to, which is having gold. So he's got 2 items now complete.
I think that's the thing is, this Bro lineup, Close and Handback, I feel like have been such a shining light.
Oh yeah.
The aggression these two have, the confidence, and despite being a new pairing, playing so well together. And especially because this is something we really praise Lucid and Showmaker for when they started being a duos. They looked really good together. A lot of games that D+ won on the back of these two, and now they're going up against the new kids.
Is Cassante broken enough? I guess we're not going to find out, because Bro thinks he absolutely is.
He is so tanky right now. There's a lot of armor shred on Bro, to be fair, with the Black Cleaver from Jace, and there's a lot of natural armor shred from both Jace and Vi, but I don't think it's enough.
No.
I just think you kind of let him do his thing, and hopefully you can just kill everyone else and hope he doesn't kill your team.
And that's what's sort of happening here. Having a look at the gold, about 2.5k. It's a good lead for Bro, and I feel like their composition will be able to snowball this quite nicely, especially with the Siege that they have available. Siege is something that we don't talk about as much these days, because I feel like it's a lot of dive and poke and setup and stuff like that we've been seeing. But this composition sieges really well. Arrow going to be flying through, and that interrupts the back on this Cassante, and now maybe they can kill him. He doesn't find the Q. As now, looking to get on top of Humbug, who just says, nah, I'm going to Vault Breaker you. Polu comes in just to make sure that they're going to go down, and she will fall.
Hype's arrows has just been so good.
Yeah, man.
Zero, unfortunately, not using the W to block it out, but there was so much CC to come in. Maybe you could have done that. You would have just got been chased down afterwards. Handback did mess up the Vault Breaker a little bit over the wall. But regardless, some good picks. Just helping to extend that gold lead for Bro, and this should lead to a tower as well.
Yeah.
Won't be the first, but...
Bro's going to be pushing in. And it looks like the Kesper Cup champions not wanting to let DK forget about how that one went. As Close are going to help lock that one down. 1-0-5 now on this Ahri. He is definitely the scariest on the map right now, but Humbug as well, 3-0-3. This Vi, very scary. 2 items now complete. I mean, Lucid's only got like a toy sword and a rock in comparison to the Black Cleaver.
And especially, I feel like Vi is one of these champions where when you get fed, like she's still valuable even if she's not, but when you get fed, she just becomes kind of obnoxious, spamming her Q and just not taking damage. And Pantheon, no one has ever picked Pantheon and think, don't worry guys, said I'm going to scale in the late game. That has never been a thing ever.
No.
Even before the rework at any iteration of Pantheon, so not ideal. I don't think Lucis had a bad game as such, but it's just, you know, jungles rely a lot on mid, and mid
isn't here.
Mid's a little boom at the moment.
Yeah.
Not mentally, you know.
Showmaker was
still vibing, still having a good time. Just a little bit of scoreline damage.
I would say the scoreline damage is a very nice way of...
A little bit of 60 CS damage.
Yeah, it's a fair bit of, well, a lack of CS damage, I guess. But, yeah, the mental taking a hit. Shock Blast going to be avoided there very nicely from DK. That's Humbug looking to take the first quad Chemtech Soul on the cards.
Some big shields. You know, that's kind of the tragic thing. I mean, sorry, that's the good thing, rather, about the tank chase is that you don't need to hit your Shock Blast, you know? It doesn't matter if you hit. It wasn't doing damage anyway.
Yeah, they barely do anything.
Oh, look, we have a little graphic. Just if you guys
500 away from being Gold King aiming.
If you weren't aware, by the way, Close is very far ahead of Showmaker. If you weren't able, maybe you're in a neck brace and you can't look down.
Arrow. Otacon. That was a scouting arrow. The E does that as well, but may have not had the charges.
If you have a neck brace, or maybe the bottom of your screen is broken, like you spilled something.
Got it.
You can now see to the left that there is a massive gold between Closer and Showmaker.
And it's just not really getting better.
No.
I mean, I guess it's still 60 as far as CS. So
yeah,
let's keep it at 60. Showmaker. Let's
eventually, if we just keep going, everyone will get full build. You know. So
there you go.
Item advantages aren't real when everyone has their items, and you know you'll have a Poke Varus and a Pantheon. Notorious late game. I mean, to be fair, Poke Varus can still do some work late game. We saw him slay a dragon that one time.
We did. We've also seen, players like Viper use it in the ultra late game to solo win games.
Yeah,
that has happened.
It's still good, and there's not that many tanky people on Bro, so it's not like the.
Oh, we are Otacon.
Oh, this is sneaky. This is very. They did see the spider though, and they did see the cocoon, and then they saw the ward. So I don't think D.
I think D+ are clued in, ladies and gents. As Chains of Corruption and Humbug was just standing there, ladies and gentlemen. He will get stunned up and then poked in the back. And that is Lucid to lock that one down. No jungler, no chance of stopping this Otacon unless they all group up and try and go 4v5. But that will be a big old gamble. Arrow going to connect there as it lands onto Lucid. He does get freed as now Closer dancing around the fight. They take down the Cassante to start this one off. Can Bro do it? That is going to be Otacon taken, and now they can take a very short trip home. Morgan surviving for so long, aiming to lock down the kill, and very quickly they take 400 gold from all of them.
Yeah, that doesn't feel nearly as good.
200 gold from all of them.
It doesn't feel nearly as good as it used to with the amount of gold that Bro actually get from those kills. I'm not going to sit here and say this was bad for D+. The first pick is obviously initially great, and they get the Otacon. Well, they had no right to do so with this deficit, but they're not going to get any value from the buff.
Well, apart from the fact that they didn't get aced immediately afterwards.
Sure, but it's not like they can do anything with it. So if we actually keep track of the gold a little bit, the arrow on Lucid is fine. We see we're doing a good job of blocking off, but Close's damage is so absurd.
God, it's insane.
And the thing is, they get him before the Otacon buff, so they got full gold for him, and then they're just picking up extra gold here. And sure, on the other side, you do see a bit of gold in return from those kills, but I think Bro are actually pretty happy with how that panned out.
100%.
And the thing is, as much as Otacon's really great to get if you're ahead, D+ no longer have that as a comeback option.
Oh, good sidestep there.
Nice.
As Arrow's still going to connect. Humbug making his way over. Not actually overcommitting to this one as, Polu almost just explodes as into the backline goes the Vi. Maybe a bit too far, but there's so much damage, my God! The Bros just tidy it up. Barrel also not going to be safe. One more charge left in that Spirit Rush. As you can see, Dagon going absolutely ballistic here as they push up once again. The inner turret going to be taken down, and the inhibitor turret as well should follow suit. DK, can they defend? It looks like they're not going to defend this inhibitor. Not going to be losing the game right now. 6,000 gold though, and with this composition that scales a little bit better than their opponents, looking real good.
I love the patience here. They're threatening constantly, and D+ trying to position to help. And they just keep throwing skill shots. Aiming moves back because he thinks he's got the Elise. Repel comes through. Ult from Handback is beautiful. And then Morgan, he's just on top of them.
Yeah.
He's just driving forwards. It's so nice to see. It's not just that this Bro team are playing well, but the way they play, the shared aggression is something that I feel like this organization has been missing for a while.
It's the coordination. Yeah. And this is something that Bro has been able to do in the early stages of games.
I believe it's
so often.
It's Bro ordination.
Sorry, yes. Yeah. And the Brositivity and all of that stuff. As DK back out onto the map somewhat. Is Chains of Corruption going to connect? That's going to grab a cleanse, but the arrow comes in. Lucid now looking to switch targets here as they dive towards Humbug. Never Move is good, and they take down the jungler. As DK, they've taken down the jungler before. Charm out from Closer doesn't really connect. He's completely oomed, which is not so great. Now without an ultimate available, wants to use that next charge, does so. True damage working very well.
Bro definitely weren't ready for a fight there, and D+ aren't confident enough to go for the Baron on the back of this. They will pick up the Dragon, but it's Chemtech, so you know, it's a small consolation prize. And honestly, Bro can just take that top tier 2 probably, get some vision around Baron, reset, and it's still a good play for D+, don't get me wrong, but it's not going to change that much in this game.
Yeah, and you know, they invested a whole bunch of ultimates as well, and things
I will
like
say,
that as Hype is starting the Baron.
Yeah, I'd say the biggest thing is the fact that they got Hype Summoners. If they can capitalize on that, that's pretty big. But yeah, they're just starting up. Remember, this is a Bloodthirster Ashe and staying off the Baron, and actually at least does a fair bit of damage to Baron, even if she doesn't have like jungle items or anything.
Well, they get the vision of it. They're going to stick to it by the looks of things. Morgan diving on in as well. This is certainly dangerous, as Lucid going to move forward. He can get into the pit. Can he get the steal? That's the question. No, they just burst him down. The all-out brings the jungler out of the pit. It's down to 400 as he flashes back in. Closer goes golden, but he's going to get knocked back here. Shiu, can you take down the mid laner? The answer's no, not quite. And the Baron is secured by the pros.
Just the confidence, you know, you have a player that goes badly, you lose your jungler, you bounce back. Hype's like, guys, we can just Baron. And they do. And it works. They manage to deal with this as well, and it's once again this team knowing exactly how to play out the encounter. We see this play ends up quite messy. Handback kind of peel for his AD carry, does end up paying for it. And as you said, this is not a time where Close want to be TPing in, bit all this matter. But here, the patience. They know Lucy's coming in. They're not scared of him. The Charm and the Seawood does a great job of mitigating his pressure. He drags Handback out the pit, and Handback's like, no, I'm securing it.
Yep. And Aiming could have actually had the most, you know, single hit damage, right? With an empowered Q. And so flashing back in for that, definitely worthwhile here for Humbug. As Bro, I mean, Vision of Empire doing absolutely nothing here for Showmaker, and they're going to use this Baron buff to push in this bottom lane, mid lane. I mean, it's still down for another minute and a half. And so DK, if they weren't on the ropes before, they certainly are now.
Yeah, and this Swain is just so useless.
Oh, so useless.
Closer is so strong. Level 16 as well, so max rank in the ultimate means the cooldown super short, but also just doing a lot of extra damage. Shock Blast, you would like to hit those on Aiming to get the spell shield, but it's not that important.
Oh, Arrow going to be soaked here by the Swain. Maybe that's a good use.
That's your job.
Yeah, I feel like it's not even Demonic Ascension anymore. It's like Demonic Stepladder. Like, only gets up one little bit.
Yeah.
We're not really ascending.
And not one of those tall step ladders, like
no.
Yeah, like the ones you have when you.
It's the one your Gran uses to reach the jam that's on the top shelf of the cupboard.
Yeah, and then Showmaker unfortunately stumbled and fell.
Yeah, well, cease and desist into the backline, Aiming taken out of the fight as Lucid soaking damage pretty well, and that demonic stepladder is kind of doing things. Shiu's going to be able to take one kill in this fight as Polu dives up, and then he comes back down. They take down the Varus very comfortably in this CC layering one after the other. The Bros will just casually waltz towards a Game 1 victory in this best of 3. Blue side is strong, but man, it was a dominant one here in Game 1.
And the thing is, despite their scoreline in groups, after the performance against Gen.G, and regardless of how the series goes, the performance now, Bro are looking like a real terror.
Oh, yeah.
A real threat. There was a point during which, after the first week, it was like, are Bro going to make it to the next stage?
Yeah.
They lost against some of the weaker teams, and it looked like they might end up bottom of the group. Now, you're hoping, I mean, it's too late now, but you're hoping we do not want to face this team. You were wishing they had gone out, because Bro are taking names. Really good performance against D+, a couple of hiccups, but against a team of this caliber, it's pretty insane.
Yeah.
Brotax is definitely getting their money's worth.
Absolutely. We saw it flying in. Of course, we do need more Brotax for Game 2 as well, especially because the look on Bengi and Hachani's faces, like Hachani was feeling a little bit rough about it, but Bengi was still laughing, still happy. They know that it's the best of 3. You know, going into game 2, you'll have blue side. They might be able to turn things around, and then game 3 is kind of a free-for-all. It's all about who has the deeper pockets.
And
so
you know,
this game, an amazing one for Bro, but they're not out of the woods.
100%. But I feel like LCK has so much been about the big 4 mid laners. Everyone always talks about them. Closer,
so good.
Honestly, outperformed Chovy when they played Gen.G. I mean, it wasn't Swain, but just outperformed Showmaker. That he is looking really good and trying to break into that top 4.
Well, let's see whether he can do it with a win after this. It is going to be a short break for us. The space is going to break it down with a very happy Dagon, and then we will have game 2.
빠졌고 이번에 우리 들어간다. 주현이 형 봐도 있어. 갈 거야. 같이 간다. 간다. 안 많이. 앞라인 봐봐. 스윙. 야, 다 잡아봐. 딴데 봐봐. 이거. 바로 노플이야. 나이스. 매우 길었고. 나이스. 엘리사 하는 게 맞는 거 같은데 이거? 그래, 엘리사 하면 있잖아. 이거야, 신궁 변정은 뭔데? 신궁 변정은 공에 남았는데? 아, 좋았다. 신궁 변정은 지리는데? 한번 해보자. 나이스. 형이야.
That edge of night is so important to deal with. Is now Humbug on a flank angle. They haven't dealt with the wave just yet.
Morgan.
There are flanks upon flanks.
They don't know.
Flanks.
Ball wave is crashing as well. And in they go.
Yeah, Morgan's making his way around. The ulti comes down from Closer. Humbug misses the Q though as Cuz goes in. Closer is the one in trouble, but he lands the combo and it does so much damage. Cuz has to flash for it. And now Doctor dives on top of Hype. Doctor maybe the hero for KT as Morgan in the river by himself. Now Humbug and Polo picked up by BDD.
What can they find? Can they get on top of Lazy Field? Yuka or Rich? Remember, Rich does not have a splash.
Angle here on a doo-doo, but Sponge is kind of going for a walk on the left side. He's so tanky though. Yuka again, he's gonna fight the front line. Massive Orianna ultimate, but there's no follow-up. He catches a lot, but the DPS isn't there. DRX are too far ahead, and Yuka has put on a show once again.
He's got his balls in the wrong position. Yeah, I'm like, everybody except Wei is having a pretty good time.
Yeah.
Wei is sacrificing himself, right? So that's why.
Yeah, I mean, all of KT can never perform at the same time. That would not be KT at all.
Yeah, 노플이지. 오케이, 이거. 맞나.
How does that Poe even gets the cat? Does he die? Yeah, because Smash just chases him down, has the extra movement speed from the Inspire, and it is so new. Like this should be just Baron. The ebb and flow of this fight, though, you can see now Morgan moving in, spots the teleport, might see that this is the time. Magnustorm this time finally working up the polymorph is gorgeous. Onto Morgan into the backline, he's stunned forever, but he still has access to that counter strike, and he's still going to be feared beyond death.
and 4 people with the ultimate, and now Hype, can you do it? Can you be the savior? Can you be the hero? The flash is so good!
Now they're pushing into the river.
Still standing, but doesn't kill you, makes you stronger. Gen.G on the dragon, Ocean Soul Point. I said they wouldn't fight over it. They're all going all in. Pyoshik knocking up everybody, but he's super low. And Kasate in the backline is totally fine. But Dudu just got here, and now it's a 5v5. But everybody on the kick. The kick is massive from Canyon. But it might not matter. Dudu in that backline, not able to quite do enough damage. But Pungyan as well, still alive, full health, but he doesn't have a front line anymore. The knockup comes in, and Pungyan, so sad for him, he gets knocked down.
Came to the LCK to see the best League of Legends there is to offer, and then I got to see a perfect season by Gen.G. I got to see Hanwha Life Esports win the LCK season. Then I got to see T1 win Worlds, but now we get to see Bria up 1-0 over the undefeated D+ Kia. I am D-Bro. Welcome back to the space. Joining me is What Did, and of course, Chronicler Maker, as he is on the space right here.
Yeah, I don't know why you're so upbeat, Dagon. I saw the Pantheon and Swain locked in, so I figured it was a freebie. I went to get popcorn.
What's on your
why is
forehead?
Dagon happy?
What's on your forehead?
Shoo, he carried, right? Did he not 1v9 a Kassan? Like that?
No, they lost. They lost, Cronny. They lost the game. The Bros won. All right.
What do you mean?
Yeah, they got broed. They got broed, Cronny Potter. Let's. How did this happen here? The big thing in the draft, Swain kind of jumped on up.
So, I think it's really easy, but with any team that tries to take big risks, some of them are not going to work out. But to me, as rough as the Swain looked, all the credit here for Brion, because their team fights have just looked impeccable.
Yeah, especially from Closer and Hype was just amazing. The way how they start up the fight was just perfect. They had insane engages, but at the same time, you have to land the skill shots, and they have to be in a correct positioning. And I think Closer and Hype, both players, are just popping off with their champions.
Yeah, the synergy in Brion was at no point missing, even after Hype killed his own support. Didn't matter. All for the bit. And particularly with DK, the strongest part of this team consistently has been that mid-jungle duo, that 2v2. And Hambak and Closer just dunked on them. Like, it was kind of crazy to see Lucid and Showmaker. I don't think that they've been this outclassed specifically in the 2v2 for the entirety of LCK Cup so far.
Yeah, and I think it comes from fearlessness. Even when things don't look so great, which is what happens here in highlight number 2 at the Otacon fight, you lose your jungler early, they still pick the fight because you got a lot of gold on closer to put damage on the rest of D+.
Yeah, I mean, again, just look at closer how he positions himself. Like, even though it's 4v5, he still look for the kills, look for the moment that he could jump in. And I think when actually he lands on Charm, on Sanse, that's the moment that they could actually win the game here. And I think after that, it was just clean up from hype right there.
Yeah, particularly post-buff. This is not actually, like if this was pre-buff and it's only 100 gold, I think denying the Otacon is also big value for DK, but instead they don't really get anything. A lot of gold still gets funneled into Bro, and the denial by itself doesn't mean that much because the composition doesn't really scale that well. And Brion, as Dagon was kind of still scared, actually just played a basically perfect game. Won the early skirmishes, had great objective control, and just set up an impeccable game number 1. It's actually really cool to see. Particularly hype. His arrows were crazy.
I mean, I think DK wanted to try something out because this game actually didn't matter that much for them, but I don't think that was really good tryout for their new picks like Swain and support Karma. And I think they gave up too much for Bro's side. They have Vi, Ari synergy on the mid jungle, and also they have Ashe and Elise, which is really high tier in the bot lane right now. So I feel like they just need to ban out some good picks and then maybe try out some new picks here.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's been one of the greatest parts of this D+ renaissance. It has been how much they've cooked in Champ Select, how unique the champion pool has been. This time they get a little burnt there in the kitchen. They will go back to the blue side, though, comfortable here in LCK.
Yeah, and most likely DK should be winning on blue. Blue side has been incredibly strong. The only thing that kind of makes you wonder is that I do think that DK, both in their losses that they've had thus far individually, because they have gone to free games a lot, and in their wins have looked very fast and loose here, with Showmaker going 0-4, getting murdered by Vi again and just giggling and throwing his hands up. But Bro have also 2-0 Gen.G. So I don't really know where we go from here. Normally, we talk about draft, we talk about the fact that DK, as you said, on blue side is going to be able to secure a couple of power picks that this time they weren't able to get access to. But is that enough against the magic of Brion? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
Because DK, I think, are right now the best team in the LCK Cup. But
that's how I feel.
But does that mean that they then guaranteed lose?
Well, that was my decision-making when it came to predictions as the only...
Oh, hey, don't you try to play this up. You felt guilty.
Yeah, just throwing this one out there. Bro up 1-0. Will they close it out here against D+ Kia? Well, that man right there, Commander Closer, looking to do so. Let's send it back on over to the casters for game number 2.
Oh, Dagon. Karis absolutely reeling after his title has been stolen away by Closer. And yes, Brion in great position. They could just 2-0. DK right here. And what the heck?
He's a chill guy.
He is definitely a chill guy. And also Showmaker as well. It's actually so good. Everything about this is extraordinary. So we do have a few stats. If you want as much League of Legends as possible, there are a few stats that could make you feel a little bit better. D+ have lost a total of 0 games on blue side. They've lost, prior to this game that they just did not manage to find a win on, they'd lost 3 times on red, and were actually on a less than 50% win rate as far as that is concerned. So red side has been a problem. They will have to eventually win on red if they win this game. They still have to win this game. So can that 100% win rate remain intact?
Well, I'll give you another stat.
What's that?
D+ have a 0% win rate in games against Bro in the LCK Cup.
True. Whoa. That's heavy-hitting stuff. I don't know whether I'm ready for the draft anymore. I might need a little bit of a breather. Okay, let's. I'm going to do my best. As we start off the ban phase, the Aurora taken away from Closer makes a whole lot of sense. He's played that the most so far and has looked great on it, as they are really making sure Closer is not playing all of his champions.
Guys, who do you think was the problem last game?
Yeah,
Don't say it, just spell out in the bans.
Well, it's currently
I think that's how Showmaker felt in the last game.
I would agree. They're spelling it perfectly.
Yeah.
In my recollection. Oh, what's the last one going to be here? As we're waiting, like Akali. Just ban Aurelia. She was nerfed on this patch, but that was Close's one trick coming into the LCK. Humbux Lee Sin.
A lot of respect.
That's a worthy one.
Yeah, and then presumably Clister, yep, and now D+.
So they've spelt sack, and you've got OW on the side of D+. Did that spell it out for you?
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome. Nidalee going to be locked in first here for Lucid. He's a pretty good Nidalee player, but I think this like being face up does give Bro a bunch of information. See what they're going to put together. And I like what the space was talking about when it comes to they're happy with D+ cooking. Some of the problems are like if you really get it wrong, right? If you really burn it, then it can explode in the oven, and that can cause damage to the oven. We'll just have to see how the oven is. As double yordles picked up here.
Yordle combo. One of these yordles I feel differently than the other one. I'll say that much.
I feel like it's a true dichotomy here as far as how Orcs is feeling about these two yordles.
Yeah. I will also say that, you know, playing Ziggs into Nidalee has a decent amount of sustain. Can make your poke a fair bit less effective. Kai'Sa going to come out as well. Decent amount of poke from D+2 between those two champions.
I'm feeling it could be a Yone angle, but it's not going to happen as the Poppy is locked in. It's extremely face up. Could also be a Poppy heading towards a top side of the map, I guess. But that is a Maokai. The immediate response to this Poppy, kind of gorgeous. I love this because Twisted Advance, of course, ignores the Steadfast Presence. You can really get the Maokai in there.
Yeah, and the thing is that a lot of support champions or just engaged champions are shut down by Poppy, but as you said, Maokai really one that isn't. But also, like, you're playing Kai'Sa and you're playing Nidalee, champions that once set up, one engage. You're only engaged so far as a Poppy, who's not that good at sort of locking people down. Like, if they're against a wall, that is the main condition you need, which is in a lot of situations they won't be against the wall, especially when there's a Poppy on the team.
No, it's going to be top lane Nidalee. They're going to lock Jarvan and Nivea so that they can do double walls, and there can be walls everywhere. Beryl can stun them all over the place. Doesn't matter.
I could believe it.
Trundle, you know? There's a lot of construction that can go on Summoner's Rift.
I like the Yone ban a lot. We've seen it paired with Nidalee a bunch, but mostly just because it provides an extra way of like engaging the setup. Denying that one, I think, pretty important. Yone ban coming out from the side of D+ Kia. Want to limit those engage options, maybe force Brianna into a situation where pick that doesn't do well into Poppy. You know, you really want to play Rel.
Set.
Yeah, denying that one away from Showmaker, presumably.
That's one that Showmaker has played so far. He's played, you know, all sorts of things. Like, he's played Zillion and Zoe before as well. But the set certainly was a victory. Did look pretty good. So limiting his physical options in the mid lane, which is sort of aim of the game right now, as the Jax to be taken away from Morgan. His Renekton is available.
You know, honestly, I feel like the comp could maybe work for... They feel forced to go into the Rel. I mean, it's not unplayable into the Poppy. You can, like, Q and then dash in, but I don't like it. Yeah, picking the...
Because Renekton, it's also a pick away from Showmaker. Because they want to have synergy with the Nidalee. They need a physical option for mid. There's not that many, as Gangplank being considered. Likely the Shio option does give them some scaling and also adds to their engage, right? You put the Cannon Barrage down, as you're not going to be picking that. That's a Tryndamere. That's a lock-in.
Tryndamere mid into the Corki. This is certainly a matchup back when Tryndamere was first sort of played mid lane. This is sort of matchup we'd thrive on, just being able to get an advantage and dive.
I'm also pretty sure Showmaker has played this in the past. I don't know how recently. I'm going to check it out now.
I'm going to be completely honest. This is the sort of composition you end up with in solo queue from D+ Kia.
Yeah. Okay, guess the win rate. And guess how many times he's died.
Oh. I mean, his ult stops him from dying.
Yeah.
How many games has he played it?
I'm not going to tell you that.
Okay, let's say, has he played it 4 times?
No, well, I said I'm not going to tell you that.
Oh.
You have to just guess a percentage.
And win rate.
Yeah.
Win rate, 37.
Uh-huh.
Deaths, 9.
Win rate 100%, death 0.
Oh, okay. I guess I didn't believe. Apologies, Showmaker.
I won't tell you the sample size. It's one game.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go. One good game. Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Alistar value here is massive. Alistar can struggle on a Poppy, but also just good at disengaging things like the Tryndamere. I feel like it's a pretty straightforward front to back for Bro. A lot of tools to engage, a lot of poke, a lot of late game power. And D Plus are just like, let's just win lane, you know? Let's just win lane, and then we'll win lane, and
yeah. And then maybe we'll see what happens as the game goes later, but we'll think about that when we get there. And they're all about crossing bridges when you cannot cross a bridge if you're not at the bridge.
Exactly, it's future D Plus problem.
Exactly. And we all know that. They're procrastinators. These are pro gamers and procrastinators at the same time. But that's a Tryndamere mid. He's already brought out the Zillion, the Set, the Zoe. He's just a trendsetter. This Showmaker guy in the mid lane, and we'll see how he's going to do. Can he once again hit that 100% win rate on that trend and bring us to a game 3? We'll have to find out as we jump into the game. All right, bro fans, you know what to do in the chat. If we do not get enough extra bro tax, we may not be able to fund this next victory. So highlight those chats and get them in there.
Yep.
If you want bro to win.
Very important.
But maybe you just want more games. And honestly, that feels like the Giga Chat attitude. And so maybe just say bro tax, or say like DK tax if you just want more games.
Whoa.
Maybe is that crazy? Is that like not a bro thing to do? Because I feel like bros, like the Giga Chads are just givers. You know, they just want to give more to the world.
You pay the bro tax, bro decides what happens. If bro wants more games, that's within their rights. But
yeah, right. So bro has all of the decision-making power.
Yes.
And the bros may just give us a third game.
Yes, they decide to be generous, okay?
Although I think right now their draft is looking really good. Orcs.
Yeah, it is looking very good, I would say. You know, we normally talk about Nidalee being a champion, also Kai'Sa being a champion where you want setup, you want someone to lead the charge to provide that CC. If they're standing against a wall and Siwu is in Mega, they have setup.
Yep.
Otherwise, nothing.
Yeah, it's rough.
These are two very, very strict conditions.
We have to remember as well, Xiu is a great Na player in general. Was certainly dominating on that one in the in Challenger, as you know, as we know, almost all top laners. It's like junglers and saying, "Oh, he was a Lee Sin player." It's sort of like saying he's a jungler. Same really can be said for top, but Xiu has found a lot of success on this champion as well. Morgan is the Renekton guy though.
Yep.
So we'll see how he goes. Right now, aiming in barrel with a lot of control of this bottom lane, and it feels like so much comfort. Like, Showmaker is on a crazy pick. Beryl is on a champion that can completely warp games. It's aiming's Kai'Sa, one of his best champions of all time. And Lucid on a carry in the jungle.
Yeah, I'm surprised Closer didn't go like a defensive summoner, because one of the adaptations we saw when it was like Tryndamere versus Corki is Corki would also go a defensive summoner like Exhaust to kind of limit the... Because at level 6, sometimes you can just get dove by the Tryndamere and there's not much you can do, and the Exhaust can really save you there, so... Didn't end up going for that.
Yep.
Obviously, early levels, you're kind of okay until he spins on you.
Yeah. And Spear not going to connect, but gets the Valkyrie out. It's a bunch of mana.
Man, if only someone had some CC. Just like a crumb of CC.
Well, we'll just have to see whether Lucid can do his best Canyon impression, because he's not going to get help from his lane, so he has to just abuse the enemy jungler. Yeah. And of course, Maokai not the fastest and not the most battle-ready earlier on, and so definite possibility. And I don't know what you're talking about. The setup is there from Showmaker. If they have their back to him, he can make them go a bit slower, okay? I will have you know. And there'll also be an adorable chicken above their head.
Yeah. That's all you need, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, maybe it's not all you need, but it helps.
We're getting even more conditions. Na needs to be Mega, they need to be against a wall, and they need to have the back stinned.
Yeah, there we go.
And the comp has CC.
Or Lucid just hits it. You know? Maybe that happens.
It could happen.
Yeah. Not likely. Well, there's a wall, as Hype is is in a little bit of trouble here. Humbug was coming over for a potential dive. Aiming is low.
Yeah, Hype resisted the urge to just immediately satchel away and get down aggro. I wouldn't be speaking from experience.
No. Never happened to a player like Daniel Orcs Harrison. As Showmaker used that spinning strike the wrong direction and is now possibly gonna. Never mind. He's just not going to do anything. Presses
powerful walking.
Yeah, that is some. Whoa. Never would have thought that that would be the true counter to that that little gank attempt. But Humbug, the lumbering tree. The Ents are not known for their speed. Beryl's not known for his decision making. As he is now going to also do the same thing. He's flashing. Polo's flashing.
He actually traded it advantageously.
Beryl's 1v1ing. The Buckler shield does absolutely nothing. Hype's going to move on over. The Ignite goes down. Voidseeker comes through. Beryl's dead.
You wouldn't get it.
And Beryl's dead.
You wouldn't get it. You wouldn't get it. Okay.
Can you decipher it for me?
This guy's a 2-time world champion. Okay, you just you wouldn't get it. Okay.
No, it's my bad.
You have to trust in the process.
Okay. He gave aiming a free lane. Am I right?
He gave him.
I want a slow motion replay. Because we need to get to the bottom of it.
God, I wish you had it. We did the voice comms. I didn't know what he said before. He said, "You're aiming. Watch this."
All right, here's the replay. Okay, break it down for me, Ox. Really on the same page. You can see Beryl goes in and aiming channels his back.
Yeah. Well, he's just trying to. He's like, you need to push the wave. Here's how we're gonna let you push the wave. He unlocked Hex Splash. Sorted. I guess.
Yeah.
It was a tempo play.
I think I get it as much as you do now.
Yeah. It was a tempo play. Okay. He's playing to get his AD carry a faster reset so they can play for grubs.
Got it. Well, there is some vision. Beryl throwing bucklers. Spear narrowly missing there as the Hextech Minefield is going to try and block the entrance. Beryl going to get flashed on by Morgan. Hepa pulverized and Beryl's in the blender and will be taken down. Can they get more is the question though. Shu, really good Naba. Morgan in trouble. They're diving in. Shu actually not activating the Mega Nard just yet as the wallop connects onto Humbug. They do manage to get one of these grubs as Showmaker is going ballistic. The ultimate's available and now Hype in the back of this pit really going to struggle, but he does have that satchel in place. And Undying Rage comes down, triple for the Tryndamere. This is what Beryl was looking for, I guess, in that play earlier on. As aiming wants to kill Closer. Closer wants his plane to drive faster as Beryl doesn't get the heroic charge, but he does get the buckler because that one's targeted. Aiming not interested in what Beryl's doing once again, and I don't blame him.
I got it, okay? So Beryl wanted to create space for his team, right?
Got it.
So he burned his flash, but he needs them to know his flash is down.
Got it.
So because his flash is down, Morgan engages on him. They use every bit of CC on him as he's flashless, and that frees up Showmaker to take over the fight.
See, this is the thing. This is the thing. You're going to think it's crazy if you're not on the same level. I understand. She finds a great angle here, and this is where Tryndamere thrives. Like, could you imagine a better Tryndamere angle than everyone's incredibly low and you haven't pressed R yet?
Yes, I will also say, in terms of the amount of CC you need to use on a level 4 Poppy, all of it.
It's not about that,
probably not, you know, because they use the stun from Morgan, the combo from Polu, then they use the
I feel like you're detracting from the magic.
Yeah, but it's mind games, you know?
And it's success.
It works. It works.
Well, now we've got a killing spree Tryndamere situation.
Yeah, that's a problem. Not sure who's going to deal with him in the side lane.
Well, we'll have to find out a little bit later. We're all about bridges that are actually approached being the things that we're focusing on. As Polu taking a bit of damage here. Humbug clearing out a control ward as he also gets a free trip towards his turret and dances away from the brambles. Humbug's like, wait, don't go away. I want to kill you. And he says, no, I prefer that not to happen.
I hate those sort of ganks that junglers do where they know they're not going to kill you. You know they're not going to kill you, but they just come in and chunk you out and be annoying.
Yeah.
It Nidalee is so... When Nidalee comes in lane and just autos you a few times with red buff, grinds my gears.
Yeah. Well, it's currently grinding Closer's gears, and he has those because he has a plane. There are gears.
Valid.
So, yeah. That's
they're being
canon.
ground.
That is canon. Some ground gears. Someone who doesn't have ground gears is Beryl, who's chilling out here towards the top side of the map. See whether he goes in aggressively once more. Showmaker just eats his Q and is going to be able to grab himself a plate.
Yeah, Closer's at least able to clear the way pretty quickly for now. And mitigate pressure coming out.
This is a wacky series. I don't know what's... Like, imagine if we get to Game 3. Like, what's going to happen there? How do they top this?
I'm not ready for it yet. That's for future us to work out. Similar to how...
Oh, yeah, the bridges thing!
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, it all comes round, doesn't it? Well, Shiu trying to avoid these bouncing bombs.
Yep. Little switch up to have the Gnar Poppy duo lane, and then just let aiming solo farm.
More yordles as Hype is going to take a bit of damage here. That Pulverize was weird, not sure what that was about, but the Satchel is gorgeous.
Yeah.
Hype is going to disengage.
Defensive Satchel, a lot of value. Yeah, so some interesting lane assignments, trying to get some solo XP for aiming, but he's still kind of about even to Hype. Hype on the Hextech Alternator first.
Huh.
Not something we commonly see.
It's a Shadow Flame Rush. Oh my god, Dash Cannon Ziggs? Could you imagine Battle Ziggs?
Well, here's the thing, right? You know, we saw aiming go Blackfire Torch Ziggs, and I incorrectly called it Deathfire Grasp.
Aha.
They look similar.
Whoa, Deathfire Grasp would be sick. You'd always be in range for that as Ziggs.
Exactly, and if you were playing Deathfire Grasp, it would probably, in the modern era, it'd build at a Hextech Alternator. You gotta...
That's true, but you also should have a Dash Cannon if you're going to use the Deathfire Grasp.
Close the distance with a Rocket Belt, Deathfire Grasp them, Satchel them into you.
And Deathfire Grasp them before the rockets land so you can maximize the damage from the amp of the Deathfire Grasp. Oh god, that'd be gorgeous. Let's focus on this fight potentially down towards the bottom side as Beryl probably going to be denied this little engage moment. This is awkward though because now the tree is smashed into a wall. The double knockup from the ulti here. Short channel just to keep them in place is aiming. Killer Instinct, and it's going to be the Buckler wielder that takes them down. And now Polo trying to play defense. Will be able to pull 3 and get away, but that is still the pick successful for DK as Lucid getting a bit of his own medicine here as Hype makes his life a bit frustrating. And it's Showmaker versus Morgan here towards the top side. Wow, that is an old matchup. Renekton versus Tryndamere. This reminds me of solo queue in 2013.
Yeah, big throwback, you know. Has been a while since we've seen that sort of thing. But not been a while since we've seen a little bit of over-aggression coming out from Bro there, trying to make the play happen. Counter gangs there from D+, aiming there to clean up. You can tell very quickly they realize this is a bad idea. The ult from Handback does a lot to kind of save the play, but unfortunately he's not able to get out, doesn't have flash.
And one of the big things here is that aiming doesn't get the kill. I actually think that if aiming gets a lot of kills in this early game, he will be really, really scary to deal with.
But it's Barrel's kills.
It's Barrel's kill, so we understand that that is...
He's trying to fix his KDA a little bit.
Yeah. Well, he does, you know.
Barrel just wants to be involved. He wants to be all the kills, all the deaths.
And right now, he is half of the deaths and a quarter of the kills. So honestly, not a great effort thus far.
Hey, there's 5 people, right? For support, he's doing a...
Hey, true.
His best.
Yeah. But I think Showmaker is the one with the big target on his back. Right now, not actually ahead by that much, even though he does have a killing spree's worth of kills. Closer is 1-0-1, also has a lot of farm. Shiu trying to keep him at bay right now. But we'll see whether Closer can be one of the players that manages to escape the Corki curse. We have seen a few people do it, and more recently than not, he has been finding some wins. But it was a tough champion to make work in the early phase of the LCK Cup.
Yeah, Hype's got his Luden's completed, good amount of poke. He'd go the tier for the extra mana early as well. Kind of why he can afford to go Hextech Alternate before Lost Chapter. Oh, Polo could be... he's okay.
I mean, Barrel's... Yeah.
Yeah, these are some decent spikes though. Triforce coming through, Luden's coming through. A lot of one-item spikes across the board. People are setting up around Dragon. It is a mountain. I think we had this last game where it was Infernal Mountain and then Chemtech. So like...
Are you saying that it might happen again?
Could happen again.
Well, it could be first Heartblood going over to Morgan as well, as we managed to get a feat of strength.
It happens again.
Oh, gorgeous.
I'm nothing if not consistent.
I know, it's beautiful. And closing out, taking a bit of damage here, as we do have the Stride Breaker done for Showmaker. Able to get in there, spin around an extra time. Shiu going to look to try and defend this, keep those feats of strength competitive.
And you know, once again, D+ can have a composition that's decent with Chemtech, give the healing from Lucid.
Ooh, there's the wallop. The Gnar pushes him back as, oh no, doesn't hit the wall, and Hype's able to flash. Still, Keeper's Verdict gonna get them out of there, and Beryl not taking as much as Bro would have liked from that Mega Inferno Bomb. Now that's on cooldown. Now Hambuk is very low. DK could get something done up here. Showmaker is just pushing. This is, yeah, this is what Tryndamere does, guys. He sits in side lane and he go hit turret.
That's his job. And Bro gonna have to figure out ways to match him. I think, to be fair, Morgan is strong enough that you shouldn't just be able to dive him anytime soon. So just has to be there and wave clear, which obviously means he's not there for the fight, but I think he can live with that. Also, Showmaker no TP, so you don't have to worry too much about that. And that really is one of the limiting factors for D+, is when you get to team fights late game, is Showmaker gonna be there?
Well, I'm wagering a probably not on that one.
Yeah.
And I also don't know whether that's the worst decision for D+ to make as well. We'll just have to see whether they have enough wave clear to keep their turrets alive if that does indeed happen.
I mean, they have a Ziggs. One of the things with Ziggs as well, when you have like a split pusher, you can just ult a wave.
Yeah.
And you have so much wave clear that, like, yes, Showmaker is going to be a threat in the side lane, but Ziggs is one of the best champions at just eliminating that threat.
And Showmaker should probably be just, you know, zombie pushing as this game continues. Currently level 11 as well, so a bit more duration on that Undying Rage is going to be pretty important if he does ever actually, you know, contribute to a team fight. Doesn't have teleport, which helps with the whole I'm not going to be there scenario. At least he's honest about it.
Yeah, and Morgan's just kind of fighting the wave and not him.
Yeah. And the wave doesn't do too much to Showmaker either. So he is extending his gold lead that he does have by trying to catch up to Closer here.
But what a chaotic early game. It has kind of slowed down a fair bit.
Yeah.
Both teams like weighing each other up. I think Bro pretty happy with just leading into the late game with this one.
Yep, and I think it's a little bit like the Chemtech hangover. You know, like the dragon goes down, everyone's amped up, they're like ready to Hextech people.
The flower's right there.
Oh no.
Why wouldn't you take it? That's for your whole team.
Seen a lot of this.
He's got places to be, I guess.
Well, we're looking to kill a turret.
Closer, notoriously not a romantic guy. He doesn't care about the flowers.
Yeah, and this is going to be feats of strength as well for Bro, as they do just overload the bottom side of the map. They are going to be able to take this one down, and so that is some upgraded shoes that they put together for themselves as Closer is... Oh, yeah, he's dead. Thrown into the wall and mashed into a pulp. That is going to be the kill. They decide that they will let the Lord live for now. And meanwhile, Closer's dead.
Two conditions. Mega Gnar, an extra wall, and D+ are making those conditions work.
Yeah, they really are.
They're finding the angles. You know, they got Hype Splash with it. Now they get Closer with it. I think Closer had to flash out from the Poppy there, but held it. Was thinking he could wait it out.
Yeah. So was there an extra kill that happened at some point on the map, or did I just lose my mind for a moment? Humbuk's going to come on over and stop Showmaker from taking this, and he's going to get the good old Teemo thumbs up. Showmaker does like to put down. And the answer to my question was no, I'm just insane. As Slice and Dice going to be declined there, as why was Beryl there?
Why? I think you can just say why was Beryl.
True, very true. But it was just it was comical in the timing. House going to come on through there to clear out the rest of the wave as the Trinity Force Gnar goes on. Yeah. So Closer was dead because he was the one that just died and I commentated it. So my brain is suffering just a little.
Yeah, he needed a flash there, I think is my... If he wanted to be in his flash.
나이스. 야, 따면 이긴다. 따면 공승. 나이스.
Yep.
나이스.
Nice. He's like, if you kill him, it's a free win. That's what he said. And Showmaker... Yeah, he's like, top demolition and GG. Showmaker is having a really good day by the looks of things.
He's surviving.
He is really, really having a good time.
Just got like beaten up on Swain, and then it's just like, yeah, time to play Tryndamere. I'm having a good time.
Did he go back and just build quick blades?
Oh man, wait, I think Closer, yeah, had to flash. That's the replay, but it's so scary now when you're playing into the Nobori quick blade Tryndamere. He just doesn't have any cooldown.
He spins a lot.
Yeah, he's Beyblade Tryndamere.
Man, imagine if AP Tryndamere was still a thing and quick blades was in the game.
Disgusting.
Yeah, Boy would have had, he would have been the best top laner in the universe.
I mean, as
if he wasn't already, yeah.
I was about to say.
I'm sorry, he's the kid. We know that. Bro gonna be starting off this dragon. This dragon means about 0. As Showmaker is in the mid lane, letting them know that they care about 0 about it. As Mega Inferno Bomb comes down, that's not gonna kill this one. As Beryl charges the ulti, doesn't actually throw it through, and big ones are starting to rain down. Shu does have Meganar prepared, as now the ulti comes down, but Beryl, he's gonna walk, aiming, walk. A lot of walk being a good strategy here as Morgan trying to be that front line. Showmaker able to just slash his way out spinningly, and DK will disengage.
Yeah, bro, heavily commit to the Chemtech Dragon and then just give up 2 mid towers for it, which is such a poor play, especially considering the composition you're playing into has about a Kai'Sa's length of range. And basically that's it. So like sieging for this D+ team is actually really hard, and they can get towers in the side lane easily with the 1-3-1 or just the 4-1. But getting mid tower is such a battle into Ziggs, Corki.
Yeah.
I feel like it was actually something that would really prevent D+ from pushing the pace of the game forwards, but bro just kind of give him a double, not even a freebie, a double freebie.
Man, do you know what I'm sad about? What I'm sad about now is that we can't have Showmaker playing Tryndamere in Game 3. Because he's just having such a good time.
Yeah.
And doesn't it make you happy when Showmaker's happy? I know it sounds biased, but Showmaker is such an entertainer.
Yeah.
And he really needs to be feeling it to do his best work. So we, as LCK fans, are just blessed if Showmaker's having a good day.
Yep, it's true.
Closer going to complete the 2-item spike, though, on the Corki. But it's really feeling like an early weeks Corki situation here in this game, despite the fact that he has been farming quite well.
It's kind of just been like farming and not really achieving very much. But
yeah,
fair, not much has happened for a while with Bro.
Yeah, and the gap is completely closed, right?
Showmaker
was about 20 CS behind.
People have been slacking on the Bro tax, that's for sure.
I think that might be it. I haven't, like, I'm looking at the chat right now, and there is no purple.
Wow.
I see nothing.
Wow.
There's someone talking about Odd One's Nunu, which
that's what
honestly, based.
I feel like some people think it's like, you know, taxes in real life where you pay it once a year and then you're done. That's not how it works, guys.
No, that's not how it
works.
Not with Bro.
Not with Bro.
Not with the OK savings bank.
Bro is like when there's like a dictator or tyrant, it's like, no, more taxes, more taxes, more taxes.
Yeah. They're levying. As,
all
right, it's another wallop and pulls back Closer. Oh, God. Oh, it's just lunch in a plane. As Aiming is going to be able to supercharge his way out of that, and you can't even kill the wave. There's one melee minion, just enough.
Apparently,
and they're able to take it down.
Just Meganar engaging is all you need. That's just the strategy. Every single kill, basically, that D+ have had has been set up by Bro. Apart from that team fight, sorry, set up by Sivu. Apart from that team fight where Showmaker got 3.
Shu's amount of like E forward, transform, and just wallop them.
You'd think they'd learn
every time. He does that, and it works.
But yeah, it's just panning out. It's working. Oh, big spear.
Ow. Yeah. They can't kill Showmaker. I know that. And Humbug has got to work on this Arakan.
Oh, it's the just start Arakan time of the game.
Yeah.
Why not?
That's the strategy.
Guys, make Tryndamere team fight.
Well, I mean, they are in the lane that Showmaker is in. So that will help Showmaker team fight, as Shu's going to teleport in. He has Meganar for another half a second, as Keeper's Verdict says goodbye, cow, and Humbug's in so much trouble. Showmaker's getting CC'd a little bit. He's got Undying Rage, but now he can even just reset and go home if he'd like to. Lucid is pouncing forward over the wall there as well. I think that might be a little bit, never mind, it's not over-aggressive because he can just withdraw. Goes back home. Beryl is dancing forward, gets himself a beautiful steadfast presence to lock them in place. And now Closer, I mean, he'll kill Beryl, but Beryl will set up the killer instinct for Aiming, and there is the ace for D+. Oh, the third game. It is looking absolutely gorgeous.
D+ just, they just leave the Arakan there, and Bro can't resist starting it up. They feel locked in, they've lost too many turrets, they're scared of the 1-3-1, the 4-1, they're like, we just have to Arakan. And they fall right into Beryl's trap he set when he died in lane at the start of the game. He saw this all coming.
Yeah, he did. He knew.
Yeah.
It was in the tea leaves or something.
Shiwu just jumps in and ults, and then here, the ult from Beryl pretty good, moving the Alistair, all supports his handback splash, and then they kind of just slowly approach them. Again, this team is lacking CC, and they don't have the Meganar, so they're really just...
But what do they do if Showmaker is just hacking them apart?
Well, I mean, that's the thing, they just walk at them, and then just attack them.
Yeah.
It's that simple.
They're using the death CC
Yeah.
very, very well.
Yes. Very insightful. You know, I don't think Beryl realized he had the buff. This is just him.
He would have done it without the buff. 100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Yep.
It's only encouragement for Beryl. All right, Aiming going to be starting off this Chemtech Dragon, and we'll be able to take that one down with Lucid's help. There is nothing that Bro can do about that. You can see it's looking like a bike jump as far as this gold graph is concerned.
I mean, a pretty lethal bike jump.
Oh yeah, no, you are. It's almost a quarter pipe. You would be coming back down the other way. However,
serious speed to get up that thing.
True. It's maybe a motorbike jump.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah. As there's a really cool new game where you're a motorbike with a gun. It's coming out on Switch soon. I'm really excited about it. But that's a bit of an aside.
On a motorbike or you are the motorbike?
I think it's both. I'm not entirely... I didn't watch all of the trailer, but I'm still excited about it. Aiming is just killing Humbug. The turret might keep him alive for now as the Unbreakable Will is a lie. It's looking a bit breakable. Until we get into Game 2, of course, GigaChads. Don't you worry.
Yeah.
Sorry, into Game 3. This whole series is just mind-blowing. But it's been my favorite. Like, I feel so blessed, you know? I've got to cast Gen.G versus Bro and DK versus Bro.
It's been a ride.
It's been the best ride.
Yeah. I mean, Bro just up in the ante, right?
Yeah.
Take it to the Game 3. I don't think it's interesting if they play a game where they're already 1-0 ahead. They have to take it down to 1 each. They're fair. They're generous.
Well, look at this. Morgan going back to base. He's going to buy some new shoes, and they're pretty well upgraded. Just don't know whether these the feats of strength or the feat of strength that Morgan now has is going to be enough to stop this. Because look, Showmaker, like, just there is nothing stopping him apart from his jungler from just taking anything that he wants.
Lucid just speared red buff and stole it.
Yeah.
From Showmaker.
I think he just wanted to. He's a jungler, you know, like it's hardwired.
I mean, I'm pretty sure I heard some warning things on.
I really hope Showmaker is that guy in chat, like in the game, that's like, no, don't help me. No, don't. I need to see if I can solo it. I can solo it. I can solo it, guys.
Look,
no, go away, Aiming. No, go away. I'm soloing it. No, guys. All right, well, that is Keeper's verdict. That's going to get rid of Humbug. That is going to make sure that this Baron is not long for the world. Now Beryl is keeping them busy. Showmaker is spotted by a sapling and now just flashes in to everything. Undying Rage is going to be used here. He will have the Q, but he's still dead. Closer able to survive this one as well as Shiu wanting to hop around this minefield.
Oh, the Gromp!
Oh no, the Gromp, the flash forward, and there's the takedown from Lucid to get some revenge. Aiming with the Killer Instinct will take down the Lord. It's a double kill there. Shiu is done with this game. It is way too silly. And Monty Python, they told us all about things being too silly. Shiu knows exactly how that feels as he looks to take down Hype on the fountain, while the rest of his team finally gets their act together and sends us to a Game 3. There is no series that I want 3 games in more than this one, and the Giga Chads will give it to us with DK there as well, helping out with their pretty textbook win with their Tryndamere mid. This chef here making his way out of the stage. What a genius.
Yeah, first course, a little bit rough, you know, a little overdone.
It didn't blow up the oven though, is what we learned.
Second course, a lot better. Yeah, I mean, I kind of knew it was over as soon as Beryl did that thing where he went in level 3 and just died. I knew it was over then. It's just aura, right? You can't compete with that. You can't understand it.
Good luck, Guga, is what I'm saying, who's like trying to figure out what the best feedback is.
They don't need CC, they just need vibes. That's
the CC was what, like, Beryl's moves were that game. That was the CC.
They just confuse them,
yeah.
right? In Pokemon, that's just CC.
Yeah, pushes, like, Beryl gets to manipulate them into the positions that he wants them in. Hype did a lot of damage, much as Ziggs is wont to do, but Shiu's, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, he did. He was mega, and they were against a wall several times.
Several times.
That's the condition.
Yeah.
It's a very strange game.
I feel like this wasn't the best one to be an analyst, but it was definitely the best game to be a viewer.
It's making me question everything.
Yeah, and thankfully, if we're here, we're also viewing, so it's a benefit to us too. Time for us to go to a short break. When we get back, the Space is going to figure that game out. Good luck. And then we're going to have game number 3. Oh, baby.
이거 이조 전령도 잘했어. 그냥 슈링. 전령도 잘했어. 전령도 잘했어. 유충도 잘했어. 슈링 개재밌는데? 괜찮아. 딕스도. 나이스. 나 W 있어. 제제. 와! 지유. 와, 나루 빡인데? 못 잡냐, 하루마? 나비. 이거 안 들어갔어.
The D plus chefs went straight back to the kitchen and cooked up yet another one where we're like, Swain? Nuh-uh-uh. I'm going to make you pick Corky, but more importantly, we're going to pick Tryndamere for Showmaker. Welcome back to the space. I think I'm still D-Bro. I am D-Bro. Yes, D-Bro here alongside Wadid and Chronicler Maker. He's feeling good after that one.
Better. Yeah. If you can't read it, this is Shiu is autograph. That's on my head. I have been told permanently. I hope that's not true. And they had a much better game this time around. I think that this series, both from the casters and just from the viewer's perspective, is just giving peak. I don't know what exactly. I don't know if it's League of Legends even necessarily, but it is. I know what we're witnessing is great.
I mean, at this point, I'm not sure if DK is actually playing for fun or
yeah, they are.
It's the way that they playing serious. Take it serious. They need to have some fun. So how does that work for DK?
How can you know what your opponent is doing if your opponent doesn't know what they are doing?
That's true. I think it's very tough to predict. The guys on the cast did their best to predict what Beryl did, which led to this fight. It's our first highlight here at the Grubs. Remember, no flash on Beryl.
I mean, basically, they have tons of CCs, but they used everything on Poppy. So that's why Tryndamere was so free to hit every target in the CC. So, I mean, this was the team fight that when you have no CC on Tryndamere, this is what happens, basically.
Yeah, and Swain and Tryndamere are very similar in many ways. They feel unkillable. Yeah. If they fall behind, they don't do anything. Tryndamere at least has the possibility to scale eventually once he gets his items. But when they get ahead, they do become a bit of a nuisance. And that Swain game was really stressful.
He didn't get a free kills, right?
That Swain game, that really hurt. I think that was Showmaker was, he was trying to put him a big face. He was trying to have a good time. So he earned a little vacation. Right?
He deserves it.
He deserves some time off.
Without TP, by the way.
Oh, TP? Oh, it's fine.
It's fine.
As soon as someone joins my lane, I can leave. I don't need to be here.
I also have a ghost as well to speed up.
Oh, it's so nice. I have free kills. No one can match me.
Who cares?
Walk, walk.
Who cares about the rotation?
It's another turret gun.
Who cares about the team fight?
Man, that Swain seems like a distant memory.
I mean, they actually deserves it because they already got the 4 wins and they already locked in for the playoffs as well. So why not vacation?
This is just what you dream of when you're a Tryndamere player. Just having a good time. And guess what? It's not just turrets. It's objectives as well. Here we go. Walk, walk. Doesn't it just fill you with joy?
Yes. It's a dream. And popcorns as well. Paid by Riot. Free popcorn. Thanks to Jason.
Thanks, CGV.
Well, definitely as we got to see inside the mind and thought process of World Championship winning junglers, we here at the LCK like to present to you some cinema as well, which is why we popped out the popcorn. Again, Beryl doing things that action stars wish that they could do as well.
It's actually not very commonly known, but Beryl does always own stunts. There's no stuntman involved. This is all him. This is all 2-time world champion. One of the most successful supports in the world. Made it to 3 world finals in a row.
Yeah. I mean,
what did he mean by this?
This is so good, actually. What at it?
The best part is, we have a game free, and I don't know what's going to happen.
I don't know either. It feels like the thing that when I think about Closer throughout this LCK Cup, he's been very, very impressive, except on the Corky. I don't know why they picked it. Is the Aurora. And that is the one thing, the one ingredient that D+ has not allowed the bros to cook with. I'm hoping that maybe they do let them cook with that one, but I'm not sure. If you got to pick any champion here, Wadid, that gets thrown into a draft that'll be fun to build around, who are you thinking about here?
I mean, there's a meme about Showmaker and Syndra, is that Syndra is his ex-girlfriend, Because he actually left Syndra for a long time, right? And Syndra kind of popped off with BDD. Yeah, and it's his favorite champion. So maybe it's time to get back with that relationship.
I would love it. You can't let PDD outshine you. You
Yeah.
already took the Zoe. Give us the Syndra!
I mean, Bengi and Bumandu over on the side of D+ have unleashed the champion pools for this squad. On the opposite side, the Bros looking to go 2-3 and defeat their rivals as they did in the Kespa Cup one more time here in the LCK Cup. Will they be able to do it? Let's find out as we send it back on over to the casters for the final game. Atlas and Docs.
I really enjoyed the 6 Shius that were there on that sign.
Yep.
I did not enjoy the relationship advice of
Yes,
Chronicler
it
and
was.
Madid.
Get back with your ex.
That is not the advice any good friend would give. Just get back with your ex though, dude. You were so happy, right?
We're friends with those guys.
Yeah. Oh man. Okay. I mean, thankfully we're happy in our relationships, Ox.
Yeah.
Because if we weren't, the advice we'd be getting would be not good.
Maybe this is why, right? All the LCK crew are in long-term relationships, right?
Ah.
So they haven't had to give out good advice.
Yeah, so they're out of practice when it comes to good advice.
Yeah.
And that certainly could be true. Here we are, into game 3, ladies and gentlemen. OK Savings Bank Breon are now on the blue side. With a slight advantage there, they do manage to ban away a bunch of things, coordinate this first pick like they would want to. 1 free ban here for D+. After this final ban comes in for OK Savings Bank Breon, and Shiu going to get a lot of the focus out of these first couple of bans. Morgan wanting to hard carry this one as the Lilia going to be removed.
Yeah, I think especially, I feel like jungle is a pool that started to get really pinched later in the draft in Fearless. Just feels like the pool of the junglers you want to play. But to be fair, I feel like the junglers we've seen in this game, like Pada Pantheon, Pada Nidalee, which is often banned, there's still options available. Yeah, the Rakan ban coming out, bit of an interesting one. Definitely something Polu does like to play.
The Aurora is up.
Yeah, I think you just take it first pick.
I would agree, especially because you can flex it in theory. And Bessa also up. This is Lord Morgan's favorite champion at the moment.
Man, if they get Ambessa Aurora, it'd be insane. So I'm assuming D+ have the plans to take away the Aurora from him.
I think Aurelia is probably the choice, especially now that she's fresh off the nerf bat. Certainly a good idea.
Sejuani's just been missing today.
She has.
Hasn't shown up once.
So, Sejuani or Camille. I don't know whether that's one that's going to get picked away from you. Because there are lots of... Okay, Camille's just locked in. We saw Zeus on it yesterday. Yeah, Zeus on it yesterday. I get confused because I still associate Zeus with T1 and they played earlier today. But it was yesterday on HLE that he did play it. Lucid, what are we going to be picking? I think Aurora probably should happen. Then you can provide pens for people.
Yep.
You know, like you can really put them in a box comfortably. Not an actual box. Thresh was played in our previous series, hasn't been picked up here yet. That's Ezreal. I'm not...
I mean, it's a good pick for aiming. Not super jazzed on the pick in general. I feel like it's not been...
Yeah.
Kind of a little bit rough recently. But, you know, I feel like the Aurora is still there. They go for the Rel. They really want to secure a pick for Polo early on. MF is one I probably feel even worse about than Ezreal.
Yeah.
Based on how it's been going.
That was like a hold my beer situation because I saw the Camille Ezreal and I was like, wow, I'm underwhelmed. But then the Rel MF came in. And so my level of whelmed has gone even further down. And now it's a Braum. And we're not questioning Beryl. So my whelmedness is not going to move. So
Yep,
he's
going to lock it in. His job is to stand there and block the MF ult.
No, it's not. Don't define Beryl. How dare you?
Yeah, that's the thing, is you can W flash R on Braum.
True.
It's just like Rakan.
And if you max Q, you can then do a boatload of damage afterwards.
Yeah.
Am I right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wow. You could really hear the pain in Orc's voice.
The ban away the Kindred, trying to remove junglers that can stack up with the Braum. But to be honest, like, Zinzao is still available. Wukong is still available.
Sejuani is still available, and so is Yone.
Yeah, Sejuani Yone would be a neat combination.
It would be relatively neat. They would be missing a bit of magic damage.
But they have true damage. Camille, Cho'Gath every 3 seconds, remember?
True. Do you know what,
against that?
Do you know what D+ are going to do? They're going to pick Zyra. Because why else would you ban the brand?
Yeah, they could actually. I think it's a decent angle for it. But you lack a bit of engage, to be fair, is the only concern.
because there's no Ziggs, no Kai'Sa.
Honestly, I feel like the comp would have worked better if they'd gone Leona instead of...
Why did I say Kai'Sa? Kai'Sa's not relevant here, but there's the Sejuani ban.
Because if you had Leona, you could just ult to stop the MF ult, and it's really good with Ezreal. So,
yeah.
But, you know, hindsight's 2020. Yeah, Wukong and Xin Zhao are both just there.
Warwick's up. And that's a big deal. Warwick has been very high priority here in the LCK thus far.
Yeah, he's in Arcane, so everyone wants to...
All right, that's a Nocturne.
Well, they do lack... I think the Wukong is probably... Yeah, he's pretty good, you know, and if you're not aware...
That's making the brand seem really confusing to me right now.
Yeah.
Just because I feel like Zyra is just kind of better.
We saw Brand played into Xin Zhao, so maybe they were thinking we'll go Xin Zhao, and then they just decided not to anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, somehow Aurora has just gotten through to this rotation.
True.
Yeah.
Right, so they're going to lock the
But I mean, they
champion.
had to ban Brand, right?
Yeah.
They had to ban Brand.
I think forever that brand is going to be in my brain, and and this is the thing, because I'm just not at the intellectual level that that Beryl is, and because Vladimir was up.
Ah, yes.
So how, you can't play Aurora into Vladimir.
Oh.
I've never seen it.
And remember last game, they first rotation banned the Lee Sin.
Okay, it's LeBlanc.
It's there and it's available. You know what's funny is Showmaker looks so happy with the Vlad, and then the LeBlanc comes in.
He's like,
that's serious.
Yeah. Not even happy about it. Lee Sin's a fun one though for Humbug. He is so good on this champion. We've been singing his praises for quite some time. This draft makes little to no sense for me on D+'s side, not from what it has turned into now. Like this, you know, the pick composition, the way that they can really make sure that they kill someone and then have a lot of mobility around fights. But just the opportunities that they passed up.
I think you're using your brain a little bit too much there, Max, right?
I'm never one to do
This is two compositions. It's a vibe check, okay? Lots of skill expression.
True.
Champions where you can just, look to outplay your opponent. It's just hand stiff now. That's what the teams are looking at, right?
That's
true.
true.
They're looking for a bit of hand stiff. It's vibes. This is what this series has come to, and I'm here for it.
And honestly, LeBlanc is the closest thing to Vladimir, because in the lore, there are a couple and spend a lot of time together. You saw in the cinematic, they have a lot of communications and stuff. You know, they're both similar vibes. And so I guess you just, that was a lot of friend words for Showmaker there, but I need to do my very best to concentrate. We need to do our best to get our brains into the level so that we can comprehend this game. Everyone at home and here at LoL Park, I hope that we can pool our energy so that we can become smarter as a unit to be worthy of this game. Let's get into it. All right, I'm starting to think that there's only D+ Gear fans in LoL Park right now. They are so loud.
We are on their side, to be fair.
And they are also undefeated here in the LCK Cup.
Sounds are louder when they're closer.
True. If I had a nickel for every time I said that a certain team was louder because I was on their side, it would be a lot of nickels.
Yeah.
I could afford, I don't know, lots of things. A sandwich, an egg, like a boiled egg.
An egg sandwich.
An egg sandwich?
Oh my God.
Probably.
That's...
I could even afford to buy the bread and the jam and peanut butter and make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich at home with the amount of nickels that I have.
I was about to say, when you said the bread and the jam, I'm like, why are you putting jam in your egg sandwiches? What is wrong with you?
I couldn't afford the egg as well. That would be too much.
Gotta pick and choose, you know?
Yeah.
The monstrosity that came to mind when you said that.
Have you ever done that challenge with your friends where you have a selection of stuff to make sandwiches with and then they're like, just put everything in it?
No.
I did that once on a camp and it was disgusting.
That sounds disgusting.
Yeah, there was creamed corn, and the problem in Australia is we often have Vegemite. I know you've got Marmite in Britain as well, and it's just, that's not it. It was an incident. Anyway, she is here in the mid lane because, of course, there is a lane swap going on. We have the Rel MF towards the top side of the map. And Closer is having a pretty good time here in this mid lane.
Yeah, Morgan's just trying to get some XP bot lane. Dangerous against Ezreal Roam, notorious for having a lot of power on that level 1 with the Mystic Shot and the Winter's Bite.
Yep.
I'm not sure if he has actually picked up any XP yet, but Polu's going down. Okay, so he's got a little bit. Polu's got a decent amount. Hoping to stave off the dive at 2v, potentially 4. They might be going for this without the Wukong though. This is very risky.
Yeah, this is like a hookshot dive attempt, and Polu is lying in wait. Will finally show himself before any... Okay, Beryl stands behind the minion, beside the minion, sorry.
Rare Barrel.
They will get, yeah.
Rare Barrel disengage moment, you know?
Exactly. And they do manage to get the plate and get themselves out, but Polu staving off disaster.
Yeah. I mean, good moves from Polu there, so covers his top laner, gets the farm, gets the XP. Done pretty well.
And Showmaker doing LeBlanc things. This is a champion that we know him very well for.
That was a zoning strike from Polu there.
Yep. This particular LeBlanc skin, I always just assume is his world skin, by the way, because he uses it every single time, and it just feels in the same vibe as the DK world skins. It's Close a Flash.
Yeah, remember, Showmaker has Ignite.
He has Ignite.
Yeah.
Wait, is this also the Electrocute buff patch?
No, that's next time.
Oh god, I'm not looking forward to that, as Hype takes a turret shot. And she was level 3, so pretty comfortable. There is a lot of vision here in this rush. Alright, let's see whether Lucid's going to be okay. As the Ghosty Wukong. Don't mind this one. And Hype now just continuing to farm. So things pretty even across the board. Top lane is anemic as usual.
That's how it goes. I love how we get this really hype matchup. Emil against Ambessa. Both of them just, you know, a lot of dashes going ham.
Yep.
No.
Yeah, no, it's just not happening. Beryl tanks turret shot for fun.
A lot of damage.
Yeah. Oh god.
That's
okay.
even more damage.
Procs it, and that's 2 more Mystic Shots and he's dead. And they'll take 2 plates for their trouble as well, as Morgan dashing around trying to get what he can. 16 CS to the 10 of his lane opposition.
Yep, if you're wondering why everyone plays Cassante all the time, that's why. Because you can't do that to Cassante.
Yeah, you can do it to Ambessa though.
Yeah, not as fun in the swaps. If swaps weren't a thing, think how broken Ambessa would be.
I mean, we've seen it. Even when swaps were a thing, she's still broken.
Well, yeah.
But imagine if they weren't. It would be, she'd be nerfed pretty immediately. Already has been since the first time we saw DK versus Bro this year at the Kesper Cup. That was, of course, a series that Bros were able to win. They did lose a game in said series, though, as a 3-1 victory.
They lost a game here as well.
Exactly.
It's all coming together.
So we know that they should win this game, and if there was another game, although there isn't because it's a best of 3, they should win that too. Is aiming once again back to facing off against Morgan. This time we've transferred our lanes. And yeah, the lane swap sadness continues for our top laners.
Yeah, not getting any reprieve here. Grub's spawning up soon. The thing is, Deepos have that bot lane on the top side, so, I mean, that's free for them. Hamak really needs to make his way down towards the boss side and look to take this dragon. Just trade and return, unless he wants to try and maybe steal a grub, but it seems very risky.
I feel right now, though, DK are feeling pretty good about it. I feel like you look at any of these drafts that have Wukong, and you're like, if the early game is kind of just not a whole lot of action, then you're pretty happy. As Polu, yeah, he's not going to be making Showmaker's life any different than what it was currently.
Bot lane up here. Shiwu doesn't have TP, so...
Lucid's already managed to get one of the grubs, so... Yeah, just gets himself out of there. Big rotation, big investment, and that means that Shiwu gets a whole lot of time.
Yeah, there's no TPs to respond to this.
So, aiming, Arcane Shift.
Yeah, I think Deepos pretty happy with how this pans out. They don't commit too heavily towards the top side. They get a grub, they deny like the feature strength stacking. And they just give Shiwu some alone time, getting some XP, getting some farm, maybe a plate.
Yeah, probably going to help Morgan shove this one out so that he can answer the push towards the bottom side. As you can see, Closer actually down there trying to match. And Hextech Ultimatum is up here for Shiwu. So once again, we have DK with a composition that 1-3-1s really well, actually. LeBlanc in a side lane is something that has worked very well in the past.
Yeah, I will say, I feel like Bro's composition is okay into it. It's not as good, but
yep,
you can definitely hold your own in your side lanes compared to some comp.
Yeah, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, like a Corki or something. Yeah, Bro will eventually get their hands on this dragon.
And they also get the most of the grubs as well. So if they're able to actually put up a good fight for the next pack, then 5-1 is actually a whole lot of pushing power. So like you were saying, both teams wanting to work in side lanes could be a point of contention as Lucid's over the wall and Hype gonna flash immediately, gets the Cyclone out of Lucid.
Got the flash at a Showmaker, I think pretty big. You know? I mean, obviously it's a LeBlanc, so not the most punishing cooldown to be without. But it just feels like he waited for like a split second until D plus fully committed and then flashed.
Yeah.
So good moves.
Like that angle, as Morgan just continuing to do his thing. This is Shu potentially in trouble. So Hextech Ultimatum has got to be used very, very well if he is going to survive. Let's see how this one's going to go. He just doesn't get to use it.
Doesn't get to click the button. Yep, well executed. Good kick from Handback to set it up. We see some scrapping going on in the top side. Morgan's half HP. Lucid is coming with no ult. He could turn this. Look at Aiming's mana. This is playable for Morgan.
Yep, see whether he can actually find the angle here. Can he press R? That's the question, as Winter's Bite says probably not, although Barrel is in trouble. Calculated. Aiming, gets that turret stacked up, and even Lucid having a taste of Morgan sitting pretty.
I think D+ can be just happy they didn't lose anyone.
Yeah, right.
Dangerously close. Morgan, great moves there. Waits as soon as Barrel gets aggro, ults onto him to lock him up. A dangerously close encounter there. Just didn't have the right setup, I feel. Didn't have the ult from Lucid, don't have the ult from Barrel, and Aiming very low on mana. It was a dangerous one to go for.
Yeah, and I feel like DK don't want to be scrapping too much right now. I think Bro have a composition that does do very, very well in the early stages. DK won a couple of items, but let's have a look at Shu not being able to play the game.
I think Shiva was waiting for like the stun to come out from Hollow, which is a bit more telegraphed. Handback just walks up and kicks him. And this one, yeah, just great ult on a Barrel. Catches him when he has aggro.
I didn't even see the animation for the public execution there. Really nicely played from Morgan.
Yeah, and to not hit Lucid was huge.
야, 잘 받았지?
Oh, it's just easy for the Lord. It's
그래도
easy.
돼. 6층 볼 거잖아.
Damn, that's exactly how I expected him to react to that as well. I'm so glad that Morgan is just cannon.
Damage.
Well, dashing around. And we were talking about this guy as being really far behind and struggling in the early game. He's 15 CS up.
Yeah,
he's chilling, absolutely.
As literally demonstrated in his player cam.
Yep. Just having a sip of his water, no worries.
Yeah, looks like Robot Lane a bit under pressure, but should just be able to clear this out quickly. Aiming Barrel definitely would have appreciated more time in this 2v2 matchup to punish it.
And that has not really been given to them. We do have Grubs coming up in 20 seconds time. That should be the next point of contention. I think both of these teams really wanting to get a few Grubs under their belt. I've taken some damage. Polo as well. Winter's Bite stacking up, has to crash down.
I think really where this matchup takes off for the MF is once you get that First Titan Bloodthirster, it just becomes so hard for Aiming to walk up.
Yeah.
You just shake off all his poke. And obviously Aiming gets strong on like 2-item spike and stuff, but that Bloodthirster spike is kind of just obnoxious for getting like lane priority. Do you see Handback starting up the Grubs?
Yeah.
We see Morgan already moving up. Shiwu has no TP again. So...
yeah, and they are pinging onto him. He's actually going to stick around, and it looks like they're not going to be denying any of them. So, Bro, as we were talking about before, those 5 Grubs on the cards. Aiming and Barrel still in position, but I think if you're going to give it up, give it up. And they're going to move back over towards this turret. The wave going missing, but oh, the Make It Rain. Enough damage to take down that cannon. Feels absolutely fantastic.
If you look bot lane, nothing was lost. Morgan had great timing to roam up, was there just in case, walks back, doesn't have to burn TP. Top lane, you know, a couple of minions die, and that's about it. Just really well executed by Bro, covering their bases there. And it's the ideal rotation you want when you contest an objective, where like you move everyone to it, but you have like your side laner, like just moving to cover mid if needed. So ticking all the boxes there. 5 Grubs, already have that first dragon.
Man. So, okay, I've got an analogy for you. I'll see whether you think that it's right or whether it's stupid. I feel like Bro are kind of like a hybrid car, but the petrol engine ain't great. You know, and they were using the petrol engine in Game 2.
Yep.
Wasn't all that good.
But they have to, so they can charge
so
the
they
electric
can
engine.
charge the electric engine,
Yeah.
and that thing, like, I mean, it's ironic in this game, but it might have been Kia that built it. You know?
Yeah, I mean, what I would think, is that they just have a regular engine but it's powered by the bro tax, and some people were slacking last game.
That's true.
So
that could be that actually sounds like it makes more sense. Mine was very convoluted.
I'm looking at, you know, if you're in the chat, you haven't paid your bro tax. Things start to go pear-shaped. You got no one else to blame.
Yep. You know what to do, chat, by the way. All right, Polo's coming down. Showmaker, this could be a rough one as he's just running away from the turret, and he's fine. The turret maybe not as fine as Beryl is moving over. They're sweeping out the vision. Full information given over to Bro here. Shu almost with his teleport back up, but Morgan has his. And that's going to cause some troubles. Beryl comes down and misses the Winter's Bite.
Yeah, Bloodthirst now picked up for hype, so this is kind of where we see Ezreal having a bit of a struggle. TP coming in from Closer. He's just picked up the Malignance.
Yeah. And this dragon should belong to Bro. They have had such a monopoly on these objectives so far this game, so that will be the feat of strength going over their way.
2 games in a row, right?
Yeah.
D+ get the first 2 dragons, they get Chemtech Soul, the lowest win rate soul.
And now we get the highest win rate soul?
Yeah, Bro get first 2 dragons, they get the highest win rate soul.
That is your Bro tax at work, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep. Can't dispute it.
It actually affects the RNG within the game.
It's coded that way.
It is. That's what connecting your League account to Twitch does. And much more. As Aiming and Hype facing off against one another, you can see that obnoxious Bloodthirsty you were talking about doing some work, but you can see Aiming still able to farm pretty comfortably as Closer will just take the feats of strength, exactly right. He will be able to utilize the ultimate to get himself away, but Showmaker was not interested in that at all. And so he's going to retain his CS advantage, but not quite the gold advantage. And it feels like Bro have played the map so much better than DK so far this game.
Yeah.
We need DK to kind of come alive here. Where is Beryl's great adventure, you know?
True. I think one of the problems is they're kind of relying on Showmaker making pressure, or like Lucid and Shiwu being the ones to get. Braum, I know Beryl will try it, but Braum not the best at being the one to create pressure, and I feel like it's just, he's not unleashed, you know? It's not a champ that I would be like, yes, let's get Beryl and Braum.
Yeah, it doesn't feel good when it's leashed Beryl.
Yeah.
You don't want leashed Beryl.
Unleashed Beryl is the best Beryl.
And he might be able to force it on this Braum. We've seen that attempted in the past, but not with very much success.
Yeah.
Aiming on Ezreal, though, this is certainly a champion that he can hard carry on. Pretty close to that 2-item spike. Showmaker hitting level 11 is a big deal as well.
Oh, man. I just saw it. No one had tier 2 boots on Bro. They get the feats of strength. 3.
Oh, immediately getting that value?
Yeah.
You love to see it.
Yeah, I mean, this is the problem, is that you hit a Q on Polo, it's actually relevant. You hit one on Hype, it's just not.
No. Just immediately gets the healing back, and then the shield, and then he's just more than fine. Humbug is waiting. For what? We may not ever know.
Probably Beryl.
Probably killing this ward.
Yeah.
As Beryl is not going to get hit. We get the zoom.
He's unfazed.
Thanks, Jonas Strong. Look at it, like the creation of drama, where it otherwise wouldn't be there from our observers. I have to say, it's extraordinary. Because there's been one kill this game, ladies and gentlemen. It has not exactly been riveting stuff.
Oh, which out account is it? Is it Ruinous? Because they did buff the chance of Ruinous turning up.
That's true.
So,
and maybe off screen, the players have been hitting each other. Because it wasn't on screen, I'll tell you that much.
Yeah. I won't hold my breath on being a Ruinous out account.
I do really like the amount of emotion that the observers put into just a small zoom.
Yep.
Of like, Shiu is here by himself on the map. As Lucid has started this off, but Humbug's the one to continue it. Beryl can stand beside the monkey as it goes in, but I don't know about this one. Bro, 4 members towards this Rift Herald.
Well, top laners do have TP.
Yeah.
It's like, Morgan's pulling the trigger first. Shiwu just isn't.
He is not. True Shot Barrage comes in. That is Humbug with Smite. And so that will secure it. As Shiu, he is doing his very best Showmaker's Tryndamere impression. As Aiming will stand his ground for now. Does have Beryl there with a door. And that's successful. Immediately, Shelly goes down. Shiu is looking to lock down this turret. Will be able to do so. So success on that front, but it looks like this outer turret in mid is also going to go over. Humbug could be in trouble as Beryl's
diving forward, finds the Winter's fight. Humbug just, yeah,
we can
presses
see
safeguard.
She actually TP'd there to move in. They wanted to punish the overextension for the mid tower, but unfortunately not able to do anything. It was a good move from Bro, and importantly, made the Lee Sin be the one to ride the Herald. Definitely the preferred choice, I would say.
Yeah, and there's one thing that's really standing out to me, and that is DK think that they win in the late game. You know, we've all had those games where it's like, don't worry, we win late, says the Viger in the mid lane. Just don't die, says the Nasus in the top lane.
I'm not gonna lie, I say that every game where I'm down.
Play Ziggs every game.
Well, true. Even when I'm not playing Ziggs, I just always
Morgan,
say,
you can get the other one too!
Yeah, what the heck? Pick it up. But I just always say, don't worry, we outscale, we outscale.
Yeah,
it's not just about the champions, it's like, they'll have Kassadin, Aurelia, and Sol for some reason, they have both, and I'm like, no, we outscale, we outscale. we have bigger brains, our IQ scales well in the late game.
Yeah.
You just gotta, you know, just hype yourselves up.
Well, you can also do things in the early to mid game to put yourself in a better position to win, ladies and gentlemen.
That's the Bro way.
That is the Bro way, and they are certainly set up for success here. 5 Grubs getting to work on this top side with Closer just by himself taking this turret down. DK, it's a bit of milling about. Outside of this, where Showmaker is dashing on top and Humbug's dead, the chains connect! Beryl? I was going to say why, but that is the one word you're not allowed to use.
It's his kill. If he's using his ult and his flash, you think he doesn't deserve the kill?
I don't. I don't think that he doesn't deserve the kill.
Good. Yeah, so that means we're going to get Dragon. Going to stop that Cloud Soul stacking. Pretty nice.
By stop that, you mean they're going to start it.
That's true.
As Morgan is fighting Shu.
Okay.
And winning for now, but the Dragon is just going to go down. Aiming takes a combo from Closer, and that's 50% of his health bar.
Can you believe that Rune's getting buffed next pack?
Oh, some of those tweets were absolutely hilarious. Yeah, I can't believe it, actually, as it turns out. Okay, let's have a look at this one more time. This was finally DK making a proactive move.
Handback, I just don't think the Raptors are worth it. Look, your whole blue side jungle is up. You're just taking anything there.
And he also could have not flashed because the whole reason that
yeah, Showmaker flash to
flashes.
Yeah. He's still a rookie. It's okay.
Yeah,
he'll learn. I feel like sometimes I see a flash and I'm like, you're just trying. You're trying to show that like I'm really trying. It's like just save it.
Yeah, just you don't have to.
Well, flash on Lee Sin notoriously not very high value, so it's fine.
Yeah.
What can you do with a flash on Lee Sin?
No idea. I certainly couldn't make it work. As Hype will just move back towards his mid lane and, you know, double up, aiming. Bit of damage there.
Yeah, aiming, pretty big spike, 2 items with the mana immune fully stacked.
Yep.
Still probably not going to be able to do any damage to Hype, but
we've got double Trinity Forces as well for Shio and Lucid, so that's certainly good news.
Triple overall, though.
Yeah, that is a lot
it's a double Eclipses. I mean, you look at Morgan and Handback's items versus...
Ooh, Flash. The barrel respect is at where it needs to be.
Yeah, the engaged Braum.
Yeah. As Closer back to the top lane, he's going to shove that one out. And what are we looking for? As far as our next objective, it looks like Arakan is what's on the minds of these players. Another Winter's Bite. No flash for that one for Polo, unfortunately.
Yeah, so it's, I just verified, it's the Voracious Arakan.
Oh, okay.
And
well, it must have been close.
The intent of Voracious Arakan is to instill more action. Because the buff, you know how, like, you could fight without, and if you die, you're not really punished for it. So, you know, despite it being what I feel is a relatively action-packed game,
I don't know. There's been a kill every 10 minutes.
Yeah, you know,
like
but
that is pretty action-packed.
Yeah, it's been pretty which is why I'm confused why it's a Voracious Arakan. But clearly, you know, it's not enough. They want more blood, so it's a little bit excessive. It is Noxus themed, you know. They're very.
I'm looking forward to when they buff it again because obviously it's at the wrong spot. This is a ruinous angle.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah.
People that struggle to pick up sarcasm would struggle with our broadcast. I think. They really would.
Person taking everything completely literally.
Wow, you'd have some opinions, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Oh, it's kind of fascinating. I want to hear from someone like that now. Is Humbug going to be clearing out this ward? And Bro grouped up outside of Morgan for this this Arakan situation here. True Shot Barrage. There's nothing at all. And this is what we've been waiting for. A moment where Showmaker can sort of dance around the edges of these fights. or at least the edges of his enemy team, because there's no real fights happening, and really cause some damage. 2 items almost complete. When that Shadow Flame is done, he is going to be really hitting hard.
I feel like this is on me, because I sold this game as... Oh, wait.
Oh, in he goes. There's the Cyclone angle. Another knock-up as they get onto Hype in the backline, but he survives for so long. Shiu turns up, and they do manage to take him down. It's a double kill, as finally the Camille does something in this game 3. And the rest of Bro have to scatter. The Arakan gonna be taken down. And D+, wow! They were lying dormant for so long, and finally the bear after hibernation wakes up and bites their head off.
Lucid finds the angle, gets a great knock up there, and Hype does his best to survive, but does go down.
And I want to watch what Beryl did in that fight. I'm fascinated. I cannot wait. Because I was busy looking at the monkey and I didn't see what the true carry was doing.
Yeah, he blocks Closer's damage.
Yeah.
Actually lands a Mystic Shot. Back at 3. Yeah. He's getting the value. And then Kiwi just slides in, picks up 2 kills. Guys, I've been in the game this whole time. Trust me.
It was actually a sick fight. Lucid really finding the angle. And there is that Shadow Flame that we were talking about. It only gets worse from here for the Giga Chads. I'm sensing a severe lack of Brotax in that chat.
Yeah.
If you want to create a turnaround,
there must have been a
now is the time.
There must have been a lull in the Brotax.
Yeah.
That's my only explanation for that situation.
Yep. I'm waiting for Dagon Says to really put the call into action because we need to see it. As Polu, in his way out, will successfully do so. So, minute and a half on this buff.
The thing as well with D+ having Arakan is there's so many towers for them to take, but also that comp is very tricksy, right? There's a lot of champions who are just already hard to kill, and now you don't really benefit for killing them.
Yeah, and they can, just walk up to this outer turret in mid lane, and what are you supposed to do about it? And the answer is, go away. Maybe just give it up. As we almost have all of these ults back up and available once again, as Showmaker loves the situation as well, as Closer throws down the ulti. They're trying to get them out of here, but Closer is just going to die for his trouble. Lucid takes a vacation. He's going to head back to base. And DK still fighting. Humbug now, the kick going to get the kick out onto Shiu, who says, all right, well, I'll go home. And DK, Showmaker and Beryl holding onto the buff for another minute. But they take down the outer turret. They get a decent amount of damage onto the inner, and they kill 2.
And they should be able to just pick up this dragon with 2 dead on the side of Bro. Well, it'll be 1 in a second.
It's looking pretty cloudy, isn't it?
It
the
is.
quad cloud. The dream. We need the game to last long, though.
Dragon option. Yeah, so Amy gets a decent amount of damage on Closer. It's a good interrupt from Polu. Reads where Lucid is. Closer gets a big ult, but is immediately punished and jumped on. And, it's high value from the ultimate in return, but...
Yeah, the bullet time was really good.
You're just not trading that well because of the buff.
And the hook to interrupt the hook shot is... Sorry, the kick to interrupt the hook shot was good. Still feeling too little too late as Humbug hits the void where his Brambleback used to be. And I wonder what the state of this top lane matchup is going to be now. Steric's Gauge picked up for both of them after the initial items, Eclipse and Trinity Force. But it feels like Camille, with the true damage, with the ability to do so much work in these side lanes, I feel like the scaling is possibly still in her favor. Is that how it works with Camille versus Ambessa? I don't really know the matchup that well.
I don't know the matchup that well either, I'll be honest.
I feel like true damage kind of says late game.
Yeah, but the thing with Ambessa is you get so much percentage pen off your ult and so much healing.
True.
And she's just broken.
Yeah. And there's the release date situation. It's Polu!
Yes.
He's going for it! Okay, the rest of Bro are making their way over. Lucid with the Cyclone is trying to do something here as Hextech Ultimatum will push them around the fight. Lucid staying alive for so long, but Humbug is able to take him down in the end, and Beryl is lying on the floor as well. Only 3 members left as Aiming will finally turn up. Public execution onto the Camille. And Aiming, you can possibly just kill all of them as Showmaker gets into the back line. Dagon's losing his mind, but it's still a pretty good trade, in all honesty.
Yeah, I don't think you can complain about the situation. Oh, Closer.
Shiu.
Oh.
True Shot Barrage. That was his teammate.
Yeah, that doesn't do much damage when it's on your own team. Very chaotic fights, I feel like we're getting in this situation. But
break it down for me, Ox. Let's do it.
They engage on Lucid, who's isolated on this flank, and do a pretty good job of just kind of exploding him. As the rest of the team moves in, they're kind of just moving into Closer's ult. Beryl gets kicked into the bullet time and goes down. Again, just super chaotic here, but Handback is doing everything he can.
Great Mega Cone there as well from Humbug.
Yeah, and then Morgan trying to catch Shiwu, but that shield is just massive. Showmaker's like, I'm gonna kill you jungler, just for funds.
He did do that.
But overall, favorable fight for Bro, and they're finding an angle. It's good to see.
Yeah.
Life back in them. Just whoever paid their Bro tax there.
Exactly, and I'm seeing it. There are definitely some Bro tax enjoyers. And aiming, doing a lot of damage.
See, it's highlighting
Not
AD
in that last
carries,
fight.
but look at the bottom.
Yeah.
Beryl had about 1,500 more damage than Polo. I think.
Could you do that if you don't put the extra points into your queue? I'll give you the answer. The answer is no. Could not do that. All right, who's face checking? It's Beryl. As aiming, now going to find some aggression. Showmaker as well, just pushing them away from this Baron. It's only been up for 3 minutes. Haven't really seen too much focus around it. But she pushing in a side lane, and we've got 2 minutes left until the Dragon.
Okay, big spikes for Brother. It's got Rabadons for Closer and Infinity Edge for Hype. So
that's big. Yeah, and Hype really does not care about his cool feats of strength.
Yeah, what's the point?
Because his feet are pretty weak right
You know what? They gave Cassiopeia a buff because she doesn't benefit from feats of strength, whereas the MF buff because she just never builds boots.
Well, I don't know whether it's the same situation, but maybe they should consider it.
You know, even when magical footwear, because he's that opposed to paying money for any sort of feet equipment.
Yeah, feet equipment.
Yeah.
I like that. All right, Humbug checking the brush, gets a control ward down. He's moving real quick as Beryl stands beside aiming, as a good support does. And aiming makes it out of there. They are playing some good defense here on DK's side, not letting them get in to get vision on this Baron. But the amount of stalling that's happening will mean that we'll have some cross-map situations, right? It'll be soul point available for both teams and Baron buff up. So some swift decision-making will be required.
Yep.
And by swift decision-making is something that's not been required so far this particular game.
But it is a Cloud Soul.
Very slow.
It's a Cloud Soul, so it needs to be swift decision-making, you know?
True.
Do you want to be swift, or do you want to have Baron?
Yeah. Probably Baron.
Yeah, if it was Soul.
Yeah, that'd be different. As Lucid waits for the ward to go down and then kills it. That is the state of this game right now. That epitomized what's been happening in this game.
Yeah.
Ward go down, enemy kill ward, walk away.
I can only imagine how much gold has been spent on control wards in this game.
Oh,
by the supports. I mean, you look at the items, it's like a Zeke's and a Kindle Gem. The classic. Finish your first item and a Kindle Gem.
Full build, baby.
Yeah, however much gold you've had in this game, it's like you ain't buying any more items. Incredibly, Beryl has actually started to go towards the second item.
Yeah, Beryl has actually disabled his his other item slots just so that he can have more processing power.
Yeah.
I say as he buys a whole bunch of random stuff, so all of his item slots.
Okay, this is just a free dragon.
Uh-huh.
Well, triple Cloud Dragon.
Sometimes inaction is action, guys.
But what about when it isn't?
It wasn't. This is not an example of that. But sometimes, you know, it is.
You should give that pitch to Riot for the Ruinous. Every game Ruinous.
I honestly think that it should just be a coin flip. Like, just make it like the Dragons.
Yeah. I think everything, you know, maybe sometimes, like, red buff and blue buff don't spawn when they normally use. Sometimes it's on the other side.
Oh, true.
Just make sometimes
everything's like a Kindred mask.
Sometimes Baron spawns the Dragon Pit, Dragon spawns the Baron Pit.
Yeah.
Just, you know, anything can happen. Just make it more. I like, you know, my favorite coin flips were the Scuttle Crab originally. When it would spawn on one side and be super valuable, and also with Kindred, when it's like, oh, I either have a mark or I don't because I lost the coin flip. It's more coin flipping.
Yeah.
Everything should be.
Yeah,
in fact, I think minion waves shouldn't be consistent. It's like one wave is like...
Sometimes you just get a double wave and there's no wave in mid.
Sometimes there's like 4 cannons, 2 melees, and a caster. Why not?
Oh, that'd be fantastic.
It'd make the game a bit more spicy, you know?
We really have to get into Froxon's DMs. Yeah. I reckon Matty'd really appreciate.
Oh, he'd love it. He'd love it.
He would, absolutely. Oh man, we're so smart. And we're given so much time because there's nothing happening in this game. The amount of brainstorming that we're getting done here.
Oh, it's so good.
I tell you, I think a lot more would happen if suddenly like 3 waves just showed up and made.
Yeah, just waiting like 11 cannon minions just marching towards you. I wonder if I'll be able to freeze this guy.
Oh, and there's like a 0.1% chance that like a super minion spawns. So like sometimes wave 1, this is
sometimes you can be really lucky. It's like Leela, it's a gotcha game.
It's
in the game.
Level 1, there's just a super minion and you just can't defend it. It takes the power.
I mean, I don't think people would be happy about it, but man, I would be entertained. As Beryl is by himself, but is able to stand beside a minion that in our theoretical League of Legends could have been a super minion.
It could have been.
We're now heading back towards this Dragon Pit. Not up for another minute, 2.5 minutes, sorry. As Bro still want to try and start a fight. I think they're getting antsy.
Yeah, we can see this 1-3-1 though from D+, beautifully working.
Yeah, except
long top.
We are hurting.
Just keep running.
Bro
keep
are
running.
hurting.
You have 3 Cloud Dragons. Just keep walking.
All right, there's the Flash Magnus Storm as Lucid's the target. The ulti goes down, but the Cyclone's there. Closer has to flash to get out of the way, and he's so incredibly low. And that's Lucid's clone. Shiu's going to find Closer and then lose him, but does have Hextech Ultimatum. And even though this is what Bro were looking for, it is not working for them whatsoever. Lucid goes in, then he's out again. It's the bait and switch, the smoke and mirrors, and the bullet time is not Hype's best time. Showmaker is just, I don't care about this game at all. He's just going to try and win as hook shot goes nowhere, but does it even really matter? The answer is yes, says Morgan, as Beryl getting taken down so low. The kick out by aiming, but it just takes him to safety. And now Morgan with all the dashes. Beryl with no fear at all when he probably should have some. And now Lucid flashing forward, looking for Hype, but Hype is just killing everyone.
He's just ending the game.
He's just kind of trying to win the game. Yeah, exactly right. Showmaker is doing the best he can. Oh my god! Aiming does it. He takes down the 80 carry, but that is one Nexus turret that Showmaker's able to take. And if we have a look at the money, I don't know what the gold was before the fight, but I think probably still good for DK.
That was just so... I mean, this whole time, Showmaker's like, guys, I'm just pushing top. He doesn't have TP, but I think even if he did, he just doesn't care. He's above this, right? And
I mean, even Shiu's thinking like, maybe I just let him live so that I can take an inhibitor turret.
Yeah, he was thinking about it. There is actually a wave deeper past them, but in the end, joins the fight. Very scrappy. D+'s kind of caught between, okay, well, we don't want them to recall. We want to fight, but we also don't just want to die. But then they're kind of like, Beryl must have said something like, no, we're dying.
Yeah.
We're in. We're all in. And
he's like, Showmaker, end.
Yeah, Aiming had some slick moves here. The arcane shift there, so the kick went the other direction. Really well played. Got a lot of mystic shots down here. Lucid goes in on Hype, and Aiming's just getting the damage down. And then at the end, the fact that it's a 1v3 situation, arcane shift just went on cooldown, flashes over, hits the Q, WE
auto.
My
god.
Slick with it.
Really slick. Well, Vision now available here as Lucid gets a bit of a peek into the Baron, and we are back into the action once again. As Beryl's over the wall, True Shot Barrage connects onto Closer. He wants to have a higher health bar than that. As now Hype's in trouble. Hextech Ultimatum. Oh no, he's in the blender. And he is not coming out.
Oh, Aiming?
Aiming does get picked up as well. So no more 80 carries in this battle. It's all about Shiu and Showmaker for the damage on DK's side. Morgan as well. Can he survive? He's got so much healing. Closer is in so much trouble though, and he's relied upon so much to get all the work done for the bros. And the hookshot will stun up Morgan. The Lord surviving for so long. Shiu almost dead. And Polo an afterthought, but he'll go down. The flash forward, and there it is. The surprise Teemo is sarcasm here for Showmaker. He is not surprised about the outcome of that fight. As DK, they look to take down the last remaining Nexus turret, and they look to remain undefeated here, taking down their rivals in the Casper Cup. It was still an arduous series. Game 1 was a rough one, and there is a backdoor bonus, so this turret takes a fair bit, but finally the minion wave turns up, and DK, they will remain undefeated here in the LCK Cup.
It feels like that game, pretty slow and steady, and then D+ just decided, it's time. It's time to make things happen. The 1v1 was having a lot of pressure, and Bro just didn't have a way to respond to it, forced to fight, forced to contest these objectives, forced to stop Baron, and D+, we're just kind of vibing. This was a vibe pump, and you could see they were just completely fine with how things are playing out.
This feels to me like a situation where it's like the Mighty Ducks. You know, they get a new coach, and the coach tries to make them do something that's not really them.
Yeah.
That was game 1.
Yeah.
Game 2, they were like, no.
We just want to do this one ourselves. They sent him out, and they just vibed. And they did that for the rest of the series and came out with a victory. I do want to talk about Bro a little bit, though, because I think that Bro's Game 1 was phenomenal League of Legends.
Yep.
Game 2, you know, like that weird hybrid car analogy, it just wasn't really it. We didn't really see it from them. This game, very, very slow. We saw some of the Bro moments, but not quite enough. And so what we need to take away from this is that you are not investing enough channel points into Bro.
Everyone just went, you know, channel points Game 1 and they forgot about it. They closed chat, didn't pay their Bro tax after that.
And you can't really be doing that. Like, if you are a true Bro fan, you should be sitting at 0 at the end of a series like this.
Yep. All in on Bro every single game.
Yeah.
Bro lose a series, I lose my channel points. That's how it goes.
That is how it goes. That is how it goes.
Honestly, though, I actually think that's what happened, is that after Game 1, they went all in on the channel points. Game 2.
I know Valdez definitely bit the dust on that one.
No channel points left for the Bro tax.
Yeah.
They're trying to scramble them together. They're looking in like in some coat in the wardrobe. It has channel points in the pocket.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't. That's not how it works.
Yeah.
Because it's electronic.
It's not even in like the hallway drawer that your dad normally puts the change into. Just couldn't find it.
Yeah.
It was already rated.
Yeah.
And I was honored to cast this series, though. This was a whole lot of fun. A little bit less action here in game number 3, but the rest of it is just pure entertainment for both of these teams.
Just a hard game to play MF in, I'm not gonna lie. And Showmaker and Shiwu, I feel like really was such a tandem duo.
Yeah.
Where like every single time they're approaching from roughly the same distance, different angles. You know, one of them leads, the other one follows, and they're just such a threat on the backline. It's so hard to play because they're both you can't engage on them. They're too mobile. You don't have that much reliable engage.
And they just shave off the edges of it every fight, right? Yeah. And so Bro always corralled, and like otherwise that happens, right? Yeah. Showmaker just gets in. And this was Bro's hard engage attempt.
It just makes the fight feel small, you know? You have such a limited space you can work with. If you step outside that space, you're dead, as Closer did. This was when it got a little bit funky, but still fun and fresh.
Yeah. And this Arcane Shift, like you were talking about, keeping aiming alive, is Ezreal, always a treat to watch, and was once again. And this you might be looking at and you're like, oh, Bro's winning. Unless you look at the minimap, in which case, you're like, what? There's a guy down there. Now we're going to have a listen as D+, they find Hype. And Bro managed to get the exchange. Like, Humbug played that so clean. Finds the kick flash, onto aiming, executes the Ezreal, difficult target to lock down. But the ensuing fight, DK were able to make work as Beryl went down to like 100 health and still managed to get out.
And he's still going forwards.
Oh, yeah. The man has no regard for his own life.
Yep.
And she, look at that, hands off keyboard. He's like, man, that was close. Showmaker says hello. Oh my goodness. This is the scariest version of Showmaker, the one we have this season.
Truly, truly, truly. And you know, they managed to do it. They managed to go undefeated.
Yeah.
Team to do it undefeated, huge achievement, and I think it's representative of their play. It has been fun. It's been good vibes. It's been Showmaker having a great time. But the play has really been top class a lot of the time. You know, maybe not game 1, but most of the time.
And the picks have been insanity. Like, Showmaker has won on Set, Zillion, Zoe, Tryndamere. So many different things.
I think
this guy's like really living the fearless dream.
I think maybe that's where Bro struggled a bit. I feel like the MF wasn't really working that well in this game, just with the threats that D+ had. But I feel like we've already seen D+ be our best team in best of 3 Fearless. We're going to be going into best of 5 Fearless.
Yeah.
And I think that is only going to make them stronger.
Yeah. Imagine where Showmaker goes when he's finished with the Tryndamere game and the Set game, you know? Like, I don't know. There's I don't know, and I am very much looking forward to finding out. Also looking forward to finding out who picks up player of the match. I imagine it might be the guy that, you know, was in side lanes for 2 games in a row, unless it's Shiu that collects it. And I think this is more for the Nah lock-in, and I actually heard some boos from the audience there. Maybe some of them disagreeing with this choice. I imagine it was a difficult one to make.
I think they were doing the chant, the Su.
Ah, okay,
Yeah.
Thank goodness.
Yeah.
Because I felt like it wasn't really an uplifted maneuver, because I personally thought that Showmaker was sort of the main character for this series.
I think I vote for him, ultimately for Shiwu, because I think the Nah game, he really set that one up, made that one
happen. Because he did the hop crush wallop 4 times.
Works like a charm. But then also the Camille game, like when he did join the fights, he was doing a lot in those as well.
Yeah.
Finding angles.
Certainly was. But now it is time to hear from Shu, so let's throw it over to Deer for the translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation, joined by Shiu on the side of D plus Kia. Wow, what a support from the fans. And you get to finish the group battle with an undefeated 5-0 score. This is your first POM. How do you feel? No, I haven't been getting any POM. And I really wanted to make sure that I get one today. So being able to get POM makes me really happy. But I also feel like I didn't perform as well as to deserve the POM, so I want to make sure to do even better next time. You must have been so disappointed for not getting POM. Yeah, I was a little disappointed. Yeah, today, OK Savings Bank Brillon showed their potential, but with a reverse sweep, you avenged yourself for the Kespa Cup. How satisfying was that? Yeah, I was so upset after that Kespa Cup, and I've always made myself and reminded myself that we would have to get a revenge. So I'm so happy that we're able to achieve that today. And with your Camille in Game 3, you really showed how good at the macro management you are. So how do you manage to sort of play out those side lanes really well? Honestly, for you to be successful at pushing side lanes, I think you just really need to have a good team and plus a good AD carry. So I think that's what really allowed me to be successful today. So with all the lane swaps, you know, we hear that top lane is not fun, that you get dove all the time. You have to do a 3v1 or 4v1. So what are your thoughts on this? You know, yeah, all the patches that actually have come out do lead to these sort of results with all the top dives. And I really hope that in the future they're able to adjust the game so that I can start playing some top champions that deal a lot of damage and actually have influence in the game. And yeah, you guys have been able to show a lot of unique picks. So with the playoffs being a best of 5 format, can we expect even more unique picks and diverse comps? Yeah, I think so. It's all due to the Fearless draft. Yeah, I feel like I do have some, maybe 1 to 2 more cards up my sleeve that I haven't been able to show yet. In preparation for the playoffs, can we hear a Shu? Okay, can I go ahead now? Fans are shouting, "You can do it!" Wow, all the fans joined in to give him moral support. Congratulations again, and that's the end of the interview with Shu, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Ayaya. And to support Shu, we will do it together. 1, 2, 3. Shu! Congrats, Shu, and the rest of D plus Kia. And just in case you couldn't tell, I'm all out of points. The bro tax is a little bit too much. Shu getting the job done, as well as D plus, in a very fun fashion where we started the day thinking, man, they're having so much fun. Everything seems wrapped up, and they take it seriously. They end up getting the victory here and in style.
The biggest difference between a comedy and a tragedy is the ending. And for DK specifically, so many of these moments feel reminiscent of how they played over the last couple of years, but they just keep winning.
Yeah.
Right? Like we have a DK that used to do that bot lane play They did that against T1. I think it was playoffs in summer, and they lost the game.
I mean,
it was just done.
Especially this game, I think Bro had really great moment until like 18 minutes. They got all the objectives in the map, but somehow I think they kind of fell off. We're gonna see it, but I think we need to talk about POM first.
Yeah, let's get to it. So Shu getting the victory here in the POM, but you could have gone multiple different ways. 1, 2, 3, 4 there for Showmaker. One in the jungle for Lucid here by you guys. I feel like the Shu one was while we were brainstorming, Shu was like, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
It really does. I'm just shocked that there's no barrel votes.
Yeah.
You know, like as with any, his Poppy, man, it still has me wondering if that isn't why I still don't really fully comprehend what was going on there. I think Showmaker is a no-brainer as well, both for the champion pool plus the fact that he did have the Swain game, but we generally kind of gloss over losing games. I went for losing because I thought he had great games in all three. And I felt his Wukong in particular really fit with both what he's been doing and how DK played out this series. And I have been known to be a bit of a Lucid fanboy.
A little bit, yeah. The Korean fans now know it even better now.
Yeah, thanks, G-Sun.
Lucid fanboy. All right, what did you have here?
I mean, you're a Lucid fan, and I am a big fan of Showmaker. And welcome to his pool. He has so many girlfriends right now. I mean, so sad that Syndra didn't get an invitation for Showmaker's pool vacation, but yeah, I mean, one day.
What do you mean girlfriends? He played Swain and Trendemir.
One day, you know, I mean.
Well, Dan, this is bad advice. We've been over
this. True, actually. But anyways, it's so sad that we cannot see Syndra in his pool. One day.
What an Oxplit. All right, thank you. Shoo! We got that one there. Look, I'm sure that was
telling you now, that's going to be like half the comments.
Oh, yeah.
Please, don't let me down.
Shoo! That better be all the comments. All right, what did we get on the Korean side? Undefeated record maker. Of course, that's Showmaker. Again, just flexing the pool as you sack. You gotta stay away from that one. All right, and first Lucid, now Shu, where are D+ finding all of these rookies? Pony's onto something. They've just been pumping out talent here.
Yeah, and they've been shipping off half of them to other regions, by the way.
You guys, I don't know.
Let's bring that up.
I don't know if the camera is high enough quality to see the
Where's
rage.
Thanatos, huh? Where's Saints?
Eyes for all the talent. All right, here's our last one from Cloud Templar. I'm your Hyunwoo, you're my Shiwoo, you're the best.
So basically his real name is Hyunwoo, Cloud Templar, and now Siu is the best top laner, so he's kind of connecting it, you know?
Yeah. Cloud Templar, just again, always looking forward to what he puts for the POM. Let's take a look at this unique style of play by D+, trusting their composition, because they gave up not just one, not just two, but 5 grubs, 2 towers, and a ton of things here at 17 minutes. Whereas D+, you know, they're like, okay, yeah, we're fine.
Yeah, I think their early rotation was really great. They got all the objectives that they wanted. I thought maybe DK could look for the trades, but I think the high tempo from Bro was just on point, so that's why they couldn't get it. But until one point, I think Bro, if didn't make a mistake on that one point, they could actually snowball the game really well.
Yeah, one of the reasons why I think I didn't consider Shiu as much as I probably should have is because his early laning phase was actually a bit rough because of the constant rotations. D+ did a really good job of keeping him out of the 1-2 of Mbessa because it is one of those matchups where Mbessa early pummels you, but then you're Camille late game. There are very few champions in the game that can match you. So as a result, DK was able to keep up in gold relatively well. But maybe we can roll the clip because this is where Dagon unfortunately also started to feel the heartbreak.
I lost my mind.
Because this right here
and my points.
The Costas highlight as well. There's your own blue side jungle is up.
Yeah.
And this is what guarantees denial of soul point. And this is kind of where it feels like, you know, then they get the first Drake. And that's where Bro kind of lost grip of the match.
I mean, just right before the third Drake, you know, as a DK side, you're kind of feeling forced to go to the Drake because, as you mentioned, it's a soul point, right? So that was huge advantage for the Bro side. But that one little mistake, Lee Sin getting caught, kind of fell off after that. So.
Yeah, because then you're behind tempo, which then led to the next fight that we had at the Drake. And again, just great stuff earlier by Beryl to burn the flash from the Rel, nowhere to go, and they engage right away.
Yeah, it was really great engage by CU. Lucid once again, it was really great Wukong engage right on to the face on Misfortune. But at the same time, I was wondering why they were just walking up the Drake pit, because there was no Drake. It was 1 minute 30 seconds just before it spawns. So I don't see the reason why they have to walk on the riverside.
It is completely baffling to me that Brion are currently, they're 1-4.
Yeah.
And they beat Gen.G 2-0.
Yeah. Yes.
And like, they weren't even out of this game. There were moments where it felt like they could still make it happen. I do think that compositionally, once Camille gets over the hump, we saw that the fights became nigh unplayable. But this point, I'm telling you, every single DK fan, and I know I felt it on the inside, in my heart, a sinking feeling, because I've seen them do these things, and they have not always worked out.
So many times, right?
So many times. Like, oh yeah, it's fine. Showmaker can end. Doesn't have Lich Bane.
Not attack speed loop long.
And he doesn't.
And he has no TP, by the way.
He's running Ignite. Yeah, still pushing. Okay, but then, crucially, Shio arrives here, but he actually has to use his ultimate. And then they could have just left. They could have left it at that, but no. It's DK. We gotta...
Maybe I can end? Maybe?
Yeah,
sure.
guys. Okay,
guys?
keep fighting.
Maybe.
Juicy LeBlanc auto attacks.
Maybe not.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going. Going.
Guys?
Guys, we went in. Showmaker, you're ending, right? Showmaker? Showmaker base breaker unfortunately took a little bit longer than I think he was planning. And this ends up working out nonetheless. But this is the type of moments that you look towards if you're a DK fan and you go, against other teams, I don't think we get away with this.
I mean, Eamon getting the kill there at the end also pretty nice little parting gift. But either way, D+ get the victory. They do it the fun way. They close the door on a perfect LCK Cup group stage as it's 5-0. They are the #1 seed in the playoffs along with Gen.G and KT. Ralster DRX has locked up 3rd place for the play-in stage, and Nongshim's fate still yet to be, or not Nongshim, BNK FRX's fate still left to be decided. It's very simple. Tiebreakers aside, you win, you're in for BNK FRX. You lose, you're out. And the team that's going to be watching that most closely will be the DN Automotive Freaks. They will be the ones on the chopping block if the victory goes the way of BNK. It's been a fantastic day here at the LCK. We appreciate all of you from around the world watching Peak League of Legends, and we'll see you again tomorrow for the final day of the LCK Cup group stage. Until then, take care.